cars there. Camera 3, you will do the same. You start a bit wider, then gently pan just down, zoom out and pan gently down the track as we go through your corner. Same thing with camera 4, you can start tighter and then just gently go down through your bend, and then we go through the sweep. Camera 5, the same.
Welcome everyone to round 3 of the South African Endurance Championship as we arrive at the beautiful mother city of Cape Town. Nestled between the iconic Table Mountain and the Atlantic Ocean, Cape Town is one of the world's most spectacular cities, rich in history, culture and breathtaking scenery, and home to Table Mountain. Today, however, the focus shifts from the mountains and the coastline to one of South Africa's most legendary motorsport venues, Killarney International Raceway. Little history of Killarney International Raceway. It has been the heart of South African motorsport for more than 7 decades. Motorsports first arrived here in 1947 on a section of the old Malmesbury Road before passionate volunteers transformed the area into a permanent racing circuit in the early 1950s. The circuit continued to evolve, and by 1960, the modern circuit we see today, 3.2 kilometer long layout, had opened, welcoming everything from national championships to international events. Today, it remains one of the country's
And good morning to you. We are live from Killarney International Raceway. This is SAES round 3 in a sunny, bright and warm Cape Town. Joining you is Tema Kumalo, rider aficionado. I refuse to call him a former rider. He's still a rider in my mind, and my name is Prince Indiweni. Welcome to round 3. Timba, the atmosphere is buzzing this morning. Particularly, I think, because of the reference we had last time we were here. It wasn't so sunny and bright, so it's already looking to be a good start.
Good morning, Prince. It is great to be here at the Killarney Raceway Circuit down in the Western Cape. Could not be a bigger contrast from the conditions we had last year.
Yeah.
Happy to say we are bathing in sunshine this morning, and last year we were bathing in the rain.
Yeah. As you can see, we have the perfect example here with the light coming through from behind us. So we're absolutely looking forward to see new references, new feeling out of the circuit. People are really relearning the circumstances. I mean, we have a couple of our riders and competitors and drivers who've been here before, maybe once or twice. However, because of that 1 or 2 experiences, doesn't necessarily mean that they know everything that's on the table in terms of what this track has to offer. So it's been really exciting to go through our program that we've had from warm-ups. But Chloe's going to give us a sense of exactly what's going down at ground level at ground zero. Good morning to you, Chloe.
Well, we are at the pit lane and we are with Rico Barlow Racing right now. Right behind me, you see the Nova behind me and of course the R8, which we finally get to see from Roberto and David Franco. But the interesting thing when you look into, of course, these 2 cars, especially the Nova, there's so much that is at stake. And of course, you look at how light it is. I think it's about 80 kgs and it's going to be quite impactful. Why that is, you look into the weather today, right? There's about 8 kilometers of wind speed that we've got today. So that might, of course, also play into play, and you also look into how hot it is. Well, it's pretty cool right now. We're looking into the lowest of 13 degrees. The highest that we'll possibly get today is 25 degrees. So now the interesting thing about that is that when you talk to some of the guys who are driving the Porsches is that in the morning it is a bit cold. The track is still cold, so it takes a bit of time for the tires to warm up, and they struggle to get grip for a little bit, but they will eventually get to it. And we have a humidity of 39%. The good thing though, there is no rain, 0% chance of rain, and I'm absolutely excited about that. There's so much that we're going to be talking about, so much to get through. We're finally assembled. I was actually trying to think about this, you know, when they say Avengers assemble, the Avengers have finally assembled, and we're all the way down in Killarney, and we're absolutely excited to give you all the deeds, what you need to know, chat to the drivers, the fans, and of course, most importantly, we get to see the beast up in personal. Let's go back to Timber and Prince as we're about to start our very, very first session, of course, for the day. And the guys are fully ready to send it. I was talking to Gianni. He said he's had a few cup of coffees already, but he's looking forward, of course, to fully send it as well in the R8. But let's go to Prince and Timber.
Fully send it, they will. Fully send it, they have a couple of times during our warm-up sessions, Timber. Interesting feedback that we got from some of our competitors as far as the warm-ups we saw earlier on this morning. But on the cards right now is the race start, which we kick it off with GT Cup Sports and GT Race 1 for a good 15-lapper. And then we move on to the MRSSA National class, which has been an absolutely exciting field that we have on offer here in the Western Cape. We've seen a very thick and impressive number of local competitors coming off to effectively host us, which has really been a good time seeing how our other competitors are trying to learn from them and learn their references. And then we go on to Class E Sprint and Dash at 10:25, and then MRSSA Group 2 as well at 10:55. Then at around 11:20 we see the cycle come back again for GT Cup and Sports and GT, Timber,
which will be followed up once again by the MRSSA National Superbikes Race 2 starting at 11:45, and they will be followed up by the youngsters in the MRSSA Group 2 Race 2. And one of the most exciting things with SAS is the mixture of the best superbike and car drivers and vehicles in the country. The Race 3s, which will be our final sprint races of the day, starting off at 12:35 with the GT Cup Sports and GT Race 3, followed by the superbikes once again with the national class and Group 2, and at 1:50 we will commence with our lunch break, where we prepare for our premier class event. These are things audiences watching from the circuit and at home you don't want to miss out. Cars will be onto the circuit by 2 o'clock, and then the infamous grid walk, the Southern African Endurance Series grid walk, will be taking place. You don't want to miss that one. Some great interviews and insights with Chloe and the drivers down on the grid. The grid will be cleared by 11:30, and then we will begin with our formation lap for the sprint and dash, of course, building up to our 1 hour. And the 1 hour dash will officially begin at 2:37, and then we lock in for the long haul. There you can see it, 360 minutes of Killarney to look forward to. And we will be now joining Chloe down in pit lane.
We are, of course, at Ricobalo Racing, and joining us now is Francois. The interesting thing, the transfer market in football is still open. Turns out it's also open in endurance racing. Glad to see you back here, Francois. Talk to us about your re-emergence and joining Ricobalo Racing.
All right, as you know, what happened at the last race, my nephew, Baron Pretorius, drove this particular car. And at that time, I helped them with strategy and driver management and management of the team in general, just helping. So what happened is, for this event, one of the gentlemen that was going to work on the team, Craig Nuns, couldn't make it. So I've been drafted in to come and help and assist and, be part of the strategy team.
Which is absolutely great because of the experience that you have, the knowledge that you have. How has it been working at the Nova?
It's absolutely brilliant, and, you learn something every day. So working with this car, I've got to learn about the car, and then also, of course, if you learn every day, and you learn every day till you die. If you don't realize that, then you have a problem in life. So that's part of the learning process, and it's great.
And the other learning, I mean, we get to see the Praga just went off now, and it's really nice to see these kind of cars and really the competition between them. I mean, talk to us about the difference that you've really noticed as well with the Praga.
The Praga, it's also an aero car. I think primarily those cars were designed as, fun day cars kind of thing. But it's a great car. It's great to have here. Of course, it's only taking part in the 1 hour, so it's not competition for us. We're racing the full 6 hours. So at the end of the day, it's absolutely great to see us, but not something that we're concerned about because it will not be competing directly against us.
And then we know Killarney as a bumpy track. We know how light the Nova is. Talk to us about, I mean, we're happy with the fact that there's no rain this year, which is great. But the track conditions and how the car has been performing based on what you saw yesterday.
The car's performing a lot better. We had some problem trying to dial out some of the bumpiness. We spent some time with that yesterday. We ended up with a bit of understeer that we struggled with, but we have now cured that. Scholl went out in the session and he's now a happy hedgehog. So clearly things are solved and we're looking forward to the race.
I was talking to Jensen earlier on and he was super stoked, saying he absolutely loves South Africa. How is it having him with us?
Well, Michael Jensen.
Yeah.
Michael has raced in South Africa since 2015, so he's been around for a long time. He's good. I've known him for many years and I love working with him. He's a great guy.
Definitely is great. Let's go back to Prince and Timber, and it's really great to have the full family reunited here in Killarney.
Oh, well, there you have it from Francois Pretorius, who's quite a prominent hand in the running of the strategic setup and engineering background of Rico Bottle Racing. So exciting work being done there. Looking forward to seeing what they have to offer us when we get into the endurance segment of our race. But we're now starting our breakfast, our racing breakfast off with some GT Cup and Sports and GT race. We have that number 61 Audi R8, which has been an absolute revelation, that of GSW and Rico Bottle Racing, with Roberto Franco, I beg your pardon, peeling in there into the Rico Barlow setup. A nice little synergy that we've seen and have enjoyed seeing on our grid. And behind him is Gianni Giannacoro's R8. And of course, we cannot forget that absolute revelation, the Praga R1, which has been very exciting to see Tate Bishop. They're dialing it in and making sure that they have a clear understanding of where to put the car in terms of sweet spot. And it's already looking quite impressive. I think the fastest time we've seen it achieved so far in race trim, if I'm not mistaken, is a 1:10. But Tate has got his eye on a 1:07 at its best, possibly. So looking forward to seeing how much time they can shave away and find from that particular car as they go about and learn the Killarney Raceway setup. But as far as our grid is concerned, it is Tate Bishop in pole, Gary Kieswetter fitting in the car, that Janetta G57 that currently holds the lap record at the hands of Troy Dolenchek, and Gillison in third place in that RSC Mustang. Gianni Giannacoro, we just saw him getting on fourth place. Stephen Humble in seventh place, side by side with Henk Lateghan. And closing up the field, we saw Wayne Hoffman have a bit of an oopsie yesterday, but he recovered and took it on the chin. And he's 11th side by side with Anne Blunden. Momia and Son Moodley side by side. They're ever the pair. Folshank as well as Kilbride. Howell also in the mix there in the trailing pack. And of course Martin Prince in that Shelby Can-Am side by side with Martin, I beg your pardon, Pugh. And we've got Martinez over there with Jimmy Giannacoro in that Bowser Nissan GTR. Always an exciting car to see on the grid, and we're going to get the cars going out now for their formation lap, led by Tate Bishop as well as Gary Giesvetter. What an exciting mix of cars. There is Mike Varia's Z4. Exciting to see. He's in a different trim of car here at Killarney. That's the first time he's taking this car out, at least with this series. And so it's very, very exciting to see how he adapts to conditions going into this one. Timber.
Here we go on the formation lap. You can see the drivers swerving from side to side as they exit the infamous turn one, where you can see the shipyard there in the background. That is an iconic shot, unforgettable one here at Killarney Raceway. We are about to begin the day with the sprint racing. Keep an eye out for Tate Bishop out front. Was catching up with Tate this morning, and Prince, we could visibly see that what he confirmed to me, that he's been spending time in the gym. Tate looks ready. He looks sharp, looking in really, really great shape, lining up in pole position. Kieswetter will be following him up in the APT Racing Ginetta G57. That is a very special car that we will be speaking about more and more. And great to see a visitor and a first timer here at SAES, Daniel Janilson, in a car that we are familiar with, but a driver is unfamiliar to South Africa and the SAES Racing Series, but happy to welcome him here. Prince, can you tell us a bit more about Daniel and that very special Mustang IRC?
Yeah, indeed. We normally expect Romano Sartori, Franco Di Matteo, or Julian Familiaris to be in the car. But, of course, Romano being the owner of the car and having a relationship with IRC, who are based in Australia, had offered the invitation, actually, for Daniel to come over and race the car and have a feel for it on South African shores. And he was like, sure, why not? And this was something of a matter of a couple of weeks ago, really, so quite short notice. But Daniel, ever ready to be here. He's part of the team, of course, that works with RSC to build and set up those cars in Australia. Very exciting to have the Kiwi joining us with his team. And he is looking sharp. He's really enjoying himself on Cape Town coast. On the coast of Cape Town, we're at Cape Town Corner as we get ready. Formation lap is underway. Marshals are happy. All the cars within the formation needed. Everybody has an exciting offer, different array of talent and machinery that we have at our disposal here as we get the course cars clearing off, and leading the way is Tate Bishop side by side with Gary Kieswetter. It is lights on and lights off.
And away we go into turn one. Racing underway here at round 3 in the Western Province in Killarney Raceway. Who will get that run into turn one? Tate Bishop up the inside of Kieswetter later on the brakes in the Praga, and Daniel Janilson slots into P3. It looks like Giancarlo's got his hands full defending his cash, and we have a driver off the track on the exit of turn 1. A cloud of dust being kicked up, but it's Kieswetter in second, ahead of Janilson in third, Giancarlo fourth.
Yeah, Janilson right behind Kieswetter there is going to make sure to copy his homework as much as he can. He's not. Looks like Kieswetter is not able to lose Janilson yet. In the meantime, Tate Bishop trying to immediately get into disappearing act form. We've got Giancarlo off in the distance. He's going to be, if possible, a podium competitor. But in the meantime, that 1, 2, 3 is already looking very clear. At least it looks very certain. The lead is going with Tate Bishop at the moment. At Cape Town Corner, he goes, working very hard to dial this car in, and skipped on warm-up this morning. So this is his first proper running of this car. So it'd be interesting to see how he gets his tires dialed in and what feedback he's going to have for his team, working very hard to get it into that sweet spot. But in the meantime, Kieswetter, Jellison, Giancarlo, Humble, Arangis, and Wenzel all in the trail of that absolute revelation of a car, the Praga R1.
Tate Bishop 113.114 from a rolling start on lap number 1. He already has established a 2.6 second lead over Gary Kieswetter. Janilson 0.8 behind Kieswetter in the Mustang in third. Our top 10 as it stands, Giancarlo fourth, ahead of Stephen Humble, Charles Arangis, Divan Wenzel, Roberto Franco, Mike Verrier, and Wayne Hoffman completing the top 10. We saw Hoffman with a small off at turn 2 yesterday. He attributed that to a little bit of overambition. Really good to see him back on track inside the top 10 and in the podiums in his class. Tate Bishop, though, on an absolute charge. What a first 2 laps this has been from him in a league of its own as it stands. Already got his own separate camera shot after 1 3/4 laps of running. He exits the final corner hard on the power down the infamous main straight here at Killarney Raceway. You watch him get right up alongside that wall as he goes into turn 1. Bishop targeting 107s in the Praga today. 108.742. That'll be the quickest that car has gone around the circuit this weekend, and only 0.8 to go to the predicted 107s from Bishop.
Yep, he already has a benchmark firm in his sights as he goes heavy on braking going into turn 2. And as the profile and character of this track transforms over the course of the day, you can already feel it's going to be quite an interesting dynamic to adapt to in terms of grip levels, the temperatures going through into the tires. Is he going to be able, are all of the competitors actually going to be able to acclimatize to how quickly conditions transform the more rubber we put down on the circuit? Yesterday, of course, through the warm-up and practice sessions, we got a lot of feedback about how difficult it is to establish a clear and consistent reference. One, if you're new to the circuit, or if you're a homebody, if you know exactly how the circuit operates. A lot of transformation that we see and evolution that we see throughout the course of the day. And Tate Bishop will be, I suppose, cutting the way, leading the way in terms of exactly what it is you have to do. If someone can keep up with him, they'd be able to actually copy his references. But right now, he's got no one looking over his shoulder to see what notes he's making about this wonderful Killarney International Raceway.
The benefit for the other drivers there, Prince, is that between race 1 and race 2, they can jump on the live stream and have a look at those first couple of laps from Tate Bishop, because he was on absolute charge there, down to 108.4 on his third lap. We catch up with the battle for second position. Less than a second, or just over a second, separates Kieswetter from Daniel Janilson. Janilson in his first ever race at Killarney. His attendance here started being planned from about less than 2 weeks ago, Prince. He told us 10 days of prep he's had. He's come all the way from New Zealand. He is involved in some racing down there in Australia. But let's see what he can deliver. Gary Kieswetter in the Ginetta G57 on the charge. He has done a best lap of a 10.1. Janilson in the Mustang IRC with a 10.4, and Gianni Giannacaro in the GTR currently in P5 with the best lap of 12.501. It looks like Kieswetter is slowly starting to edge away as we just cross over half race distance.
Yeah, Kieswetter is going to be a lot more confident. Timber, you had a chat with Kieswetter and the team. You spoke specifically with Troy, who's had some running in the car. What feedback did he have for us in terms of the niggles that they might have had over the past couple of days worth of testing and things of that nature? Because it didn't seem like they were too happy with the conditions, the minor niggles that the car and the track were putting together as far as practice sessions and quali were concerned.
I had a great chat with Troy Dolenchek this morning, and that's a great question to ask Prince, because he is the fastest ever man officially around Killarney Raceway in that APT racing car. He explained to me this morning that they haven't had a huge amount of testing with this car. So through the race weekend, through the practice sessions, reliability was something that they were focusing on. In terms of setup, minor details, as you know, race drivers rarely give away any detailed information about their cars or what they're working on. You can see a bit of movement there from the Ginetta entering Cape Town corner, coming from a top speed of 250 kilometers an hour, braking hard into the infamous and hugely banked turn number 1 as we catch up once again with Tate Bishop. Prince, 108.178 for Bishop. He is on his way. Kieswetter, meanwhile, in the Ginetta, has broken into the 109s. So our drivers, as the track is warming up here in Killarney, getting faster and faster, which is an exciting sign of some of the exciting action that we can expect to see coming up today. Giannacaro and Humble also in a tight battle, 0.6 separating them, and equal on best laps in this race of 11.5 as Tate Bishop continues to lead.
Yeah, Tate Bishop leads. Kieswetter leads Jellison, who is doing pretty well to keep behind him, 0.3 of a second between him. But Tate Bishop, his latest bit of work to do will be the upcoming back markers. He's going to be lapping a couple of competitors not too long from now. Let's see how he navigates the traffic. That will always be a factor for a car as fast as that Praga R1. It is part of the challenge that comes with speed. With great speed comes great traffic, I suppose. I was trying to get a parallel to that famous Spider-Man Peter Parker quote. In the meantime, Ryan Lowe, a first-timer here, a first-timer in racing generally on circuit, is doing pretty well, keeping that Gallardo in good trim, running pretty well. We nearly had a chat with him, but we spoke with John O'Thomas, who we got some information just about how well Ryan is adapting to the circuit. He's doing pretty well for a first timer, so good to see him out in that army green Gallardo. And Tate Bishop has made light work of getting past them in between turns 2 and 3. And now, once he's cleared the startle sweep, his next task is Bowser, as well as that Shelby Can-Am of Martin Prince, which is dicing a bit with the Porsche ahead of him there. I think Pile is going to be very well aware of the train that's forming behind him. And many a train we'll see down that 500 meter long straight. You think you're going down Potsdam Road, but no, you're faced with Cape Town corner and some traffic if you're Tate Bishop. How does he navigate this? He's probably going to wait for these straights to become a bit more clear before he gets past Jimmy Janakaro in Bowser.
3 laps to go for Tate Bishop as he crosses the line. Struggling. First time we've seen Bishop struggling this morning, but he's stuck there in the middle. He's got Prince on his right, Janakaro on the inside on the left. He finally squeezes his way through up the inside of Prince. And you'd imagine Prince, excuse the pun there, that because they're so locked into the battle amongst themselves for position, I think it took them a couple of corners to realize that the race leader is already behind them, which you can't blame them. After 6 laps, you're not expecting to get lapped in a sprint race.
Oh, no, not at all. So, yeah, you kind of got to humble yourself and accept the reality of different levels of machinery here and different levels of talent too. And Blunden, the latest to be cleared by Tate Bishop, and on his way he goes. He's made light work, at least for now, of the traffic that he has ahead and behind him. Kieswetter 4.6 seconds off. They will be soon faced with the same traffic challenge, and so will Jellison, but he's done very well as well. You can see in the distance there a bit more drama forming behind Tate Bishop, but he's got another Porsche to look and try and get past. It's a lot of dodging, a lot of bobbing and weaving so far. I think Martin Pugh, Jimmy Janakaro, Pile, Prince, Kilbride, Connor Kilbride in that E46 BMW has also been exciting to have. We should have seen him in a Ligier JS53, but mechanical issue had came in the way of the Racing Spirit stable, and unfortunately for him, he's had to get the car fixed, and that is going to take a bit of time. So he's in that E46. You see him there in front. Tate Bishop just got past him at turn 2. He's also gone past, in and out of frame. I think was that Pile? That couldn't have been Pile again. Pardon me, the clear there is quite difficult to get past. Oh, that was Howell. Yes, that was Howell that he just got past. And Tate Bishop is making sure the agility of their R1 is tested and found not wanting at the very least. So far, he's done a great job of navigating many an interesting and an array of mechanical inventions here. Such a mix that the GT Cup and Sports in GT offers us. It's very interesting to see how a different setup and different approaches to the circuit come into play here. And as ever, different approaches to that cambered Cape Town corner is always something that is exciting to behold, Temba.
Great work there from the Killarney marshalling team there, waving the blue flags. If it is your first time joining us here at SAS Racing, that blue flag is waved for lapped cars to let them know that the race leader or race leaders are coming up behind them. So that's just give them a heads up that a much faster car will be coming through to give them some room. And as we've visibly seen in this short 10-lap race, that Tate Bishop in a battle against himself and the Praga, but alongside that in a battle with the back markers, as he has a big lockup there into Castro corner. Important for Bishop to keep the concentration. But meanwhile, in 4th and 5th place, we've just had a change of position. Stephen Humble has made his way up into P4 on that previous lap in his Harp Motorsport Ravenel Pullbeam M84. Just gone his way through on Gianni Giannacaro. Giannacaro has now fallen 0.7 back behind him, and with only 2 laps to go, not a lot of time there for Giannacaro to respond, because it is a short lap here at Killarney. 68-second lap times for Tate Bishop. So just over 2 minutes for Giannacaro to try and find a response.
Yep, just over 2 minutes for Giannacaro, and just over a second between Roberto Franco and Wenzel in 6th and 7th as they continue to find the PBs as far as this race is concerned. Looks like just over the 1 minute 12 mark there, 12-2 for, that is flags. That is chicken flag for our winner, Tate Bishop. How quickly this race came and went. Keeping track of some of the dicing that's been going on along the rest of the field, we lost sight of just how far ahead Tate Bishop had gone to take the first chicken flag of the day in the GT Cup and Sports in GT race. And that was a great warm-up for him. It was his first time running the car, and he's then claimed the first chicken flag in SAES trim for that Praga R1. Plenty dicing that we saw come and go there. We're trying to get our footing there, but Tate Bishop ahead of Kieswetter. Jellison gets his first South African podium. He's going to be having a good time in that RSC, you can tell. 2 more races to go, of course, for GT Cup and GT and Sports and GT class. And we've got so many competitors who got their bearings as far as race 1 was concerned. Howell was also in the mix there with Prince, Janakaro, as well as Pew in the later on in the field. It was such a large class of cars that we had coming out. So, yeah, that is Tate Bishop claiming the first checkered flag for the day, as ever, something we expected. Not a surprise at all. He's getting warmed up with a checkered flag, which is a statement in and of itself, Timber. And we're excited to see what else we have as the rest of the day goes on. Pile was in the mix there, getting into grips with Killarney International Raceway. Ryan Lowe as well in the battle there. He's out for the first time racing, of course. Mike Vera was a bit further afield in the mid-pack at around 10th place. So he and that Z4 are coming to grips. Very interesting story behind that BMW-bodied Chevy V8. What an interesting piece of machinery. But we're going to get a picture of how the entire grid stands as far as this race finished. But it is not a surprise at all to be saying Tate Bishop's name first as far as the racing is concerned this morning. Giesvetter in second, Jellison in third, Humble in fourth place, Janakaro in fifth, Charloranges in sixth place with Wenzel right behind him. Very experienced Wenzel. I'm looking forward to seeing what he has on offer for us as far as Sports and GT is concerned. Franco in 8th place and Wayne Hoffman in 9th. Veria in 10th in that Z4. And then we have Momia in 11th place, Folshank in 11th, and Moodley in 13th place. It was in quite an interesting gaggle of cars there. Kilbride right behind them in that E46, and Howell in 15th place. But Chloe is standing by to let us know what's going on.
We are down here for, of course, a very exciting class that we've got. Class E, we've got Jason Campos on my left, and on my right, it is Tasman Campos as well. She said, please, my husband doesn't want to fight me. Make sure that you say Campos instead of Pippa. Taz, good having you. I mean, we haven't seen you in the racetrack in such a long time. It's good to have you back. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm having so much fun out there. It's so nice to be back behind a wheel again. It's been really long.
Yeah.
6 years, well, since the beginning of COVID. So yeah, to be able to race again is really fun, and I'm really enjoying it.
What did you have to remind yourself yesterday when you got back behind the wheel, of course?
I think it just comes naturally somehow. Yeah. I think it's like embedded in me. I started when I was 4 years old, so once you get behind the steering wheel, it all just comes naturally back. Thank goodness.
Thank goodness indeed. Jason, on your side, you had a little bit of an unfortunate incident yesterday, but I mean, we're in Killarney. It's great to have your sister-in-law with us as well. Talk to us about really the community, the family behind it, and finally being able to race here in Killarney.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I think big thanks to Chris Vastanis. You know, he brought us all together. He basically sat us down about 3-4 weeks ago, and he said, guys, I have this idea. I want to come to SAES. But I want to do it like a family. We want to get one big house. We all stay together. We all drive together. We come to the track together. We all pit it together. We're all running the same mechanics. So the cars are all equal, all the same. So no animosity, no, I don't want to call it politics in nationals. So it's a lot more relaxed. We've got our families here. Our kids are all playing together right behind me as we speak. So it's such an awesome feeling to be back at the track and just have a bit of fun, hopefully we keep the racing clean. We're friendly now, but my sister-in-law, I know when she puts that helmet on, becomes a bit violent. But I also can put my elbows out, so I don't mind going boxing. It's her dad I'm scared of most, to be honest.
Talk to us about the incident that you had yesterday. You're telling me that your disc broke.
Yeah, 100%. So we were practicing. The car felt good. It was tough to tell where we were at the tyres. It's the first time we were all together, so some had better tyres than others. So I wasn't really chasing lap time. When we did put on the new tyres, we were all within 0.2 of a second of each other, so I was really excited for qualifying. And then thanks to Dion, while looking at the car, he went through, like he does with everyone's car, he went through up and down, and he saw a big crack along the disc. And Cape Town corner, we're arriving at about 200 and 210 k's an hour, and last thing you want is the brakes to fail. So he made the call, said, we're not going out, we're going to rather make sure safety first. And once we get that sorted, we will be back at it. So I missed qualifying, but it's not the end of the world because we pulled out of a hat. So I had nothing to lose. I had everything to gain. So I pulled fourth. And my sister-in-law, who got second on the grid, pulled sixth, so she's behind me still. So I'm going to enjoy that part of the race. So yeah, hopefully the cars are ready, and we're going to go racing now. So looking forward to it.
We definitely are. And Taz, I mean, what has been the conversation with your kids, your husband, to say, hey, I'm finally doing this again?
Well, I got all excited and I was like, Dad, so can I go racing again? And he's like, no, Tasman, you got 2 kids, you got a household, you got to run the company, you're not going racing again. So enjoy, this is your last race.
Is this your first and last?
It looks that way. Well, we'll try to twist his arm a little bit because he still has control. So, I mean, yeah, it's so nice to have the family, like Jason said. My husband here helping us out because, I mean, he's done 3 years in Super Cup, so he knows what he's talking about. Yeah. And it's the first time I'm driving it. So it's a lot of fun to drive. It's a really good race car. And I hope we can see this continue in SAS.
Where are you overtaking him?
Turn 1.
Turn 1. Looking forward to that. Back to Timber and Prince.
Here we are on the formation lap. Our riders going to grid for the MRSSA National Class. Before we get into the Superbikes, let's take a look at the Race 1 highlights from our Sports and GT class.
And it was a solid start immediately for Tate Bishop leading field, taking the whole shot as ever was the expectation. Kieswetter didn't try to disappear too soon, but it's very difficult to keep up with that R1. So much battles there in between the likes of Martin Prince getting dicey there with Pile early on at around turn 2. That was exciting to see the mix of cars getting in the mix. But Kieswetter cleared the traffic well. He was not too far off Bishop in getting past his back markers. You've got also Franco. He was in the mix in the battle for 7th and 8th in and around that region. Lots of battles between him and Aranjis was also in the mix there. We had so much to offer for Tate Bishop in terms of traffic for one. Janakaro in the mix with that Pilbeam, exciting mix of talent. Bowser in that Nissan GTR. Jimmy Janakaro also in and amongst the battles there. Ryan Lowe, the newbie, had to work really hard to get to grips with this new circuit. I wonder what his feedback is going to be at the end of the day. But his first time racing ever was certainly exciting. We also had that Mustang IRC Mustang, I beg your pardon, of Jillison, all the way from Australia. The Kiwi having a good time for the first time as well. So a couple of newcomers, and there we go. He was a 3rd place finisher, so bagging a podium for your first race in Killarney, not too bad. And ever impressive, of course, for Tate Bishop, who continues to bag the wins in that Praga R1. So much to be expected from that car, and much results to be collected, I'd imagine, as far as things stand. So an exciting stage set for the rest of the day's racing. That was race 1 for Sports in GT, and we're going to have race 2 and 3 through during the course of the day. So as it stands, GT Cup, Sports in GT, Tate Bishop takes the first win for the day.
Tate Bishop, your winner, ahead of Gary Kieswetter, Daniel Yellison, Steve Humble, Gianni Janakara, and Charles Aranjis. We now turn our attention from 4 wheels to MRSSA National Class. At the starting line, we are under starters orders. It is Oratilwe Piri on pole position, and a terrible start from Malcolm Rapson on the 18 on the Suzuki. So you got a big wheelie there off the line, and Troy Tonking on the KTM Centurions. Troy Tonking from 6th on the grid, from 5th on the grid, comes past everyone on the car KTM RC8C to take the lead. We go into turn 2. It looks like Trevor Westman might be up there in 2nd place, but what a start from Troy Tonking. He has just returned from his debut in the Spanish Superbike Championship in Spain, up there fighting for podiums in the Super Stock class. Tonking leads. Oratilwe Piri, with a poor start, has dropped from pole position to 3rd place, and it looks like Eden Haynes there on the 82. Well, that is one of our Cape Town locals in 2nd position. Oh,
what an incredible start there from Tonking. 5th is effectively 2nd when it comes to rows on the grid. So he took good advantage of that spatial awareness coming to the fore there, and he took the whole shot. And as we have it, that sprint down to Cape Town corner, that banked right-hander. And let's see the different and unique lines and approaches that comes taking to taking the final turn, I beg your pardon. There's so many unique approaches to this when it comes to different riders and different performance. And of course, we do have a mix here with the nationals. But so far, Troy Tonking seems to be setting the benchmark.
Something to keep an eye out for. You'll see on our timing tower that Oratilwe Piri and Troy Tonking have an orange 600cc next to their name. So they are racing in the 600cc class within the MRSSA national class. So really impressive to see two of the 600s fighting out front with the big boys on the 1000cc's. Troy Tonking continues to lead overall in front of Haynes, a 19.3 for Tonking from a standing start, which is very, very fast here at Killarney. You see the leg dangle a la MotoGP, a la Marc Marquez for Troy Tonking. And Troy Tonking now starting to come under increasing pressure. A bit of a displacement disadvantage there for Troy on the 890 ATC twin. But Troy using the newly found international experience. And Oratile Piri, our 2025 MRSSA 600 champion, who is racing the TVS Asia Racing Series, as Haynes looks up the inside of Tonking. Tonking goes defensive into Cape Town corner. Many line options there. Haynes cannot relax for a moment because we've seen Piri's aggression previously displayed here in the MRSSA at SAES, and Piri certainly is going to be looking for a line up the inside or outside to make up positions, because you've just seen there on the exit of Cape Town corner, Malcolm Rapson using the extra displacement from the 1000cc to get ahead of Piri. Look at Piri around the outside of turn 1. That is absolutely cheeky from the teenager. Meanwhile, Haynes is hit the front ahead of Tonking.
Oh, incredible move in aggression. You just spoke about Piri's aggression, and now he's going to have his sights set on Tonking, so long as he's held back by Rapson, who's now past him. I was wondering when Rapson was going to pounce, because it did look like he was looking for Tonking, especially in the corners, because of that displacement advantage. It looks like Rapson has now made the better and capitalized effectively off that displacement advantage. Subtle sweep, they sweep past, if you pardon the turn of phrase, and Troy Tonking now in the toe of Rapson. Piri very quickly trying to catch up to them. He's in that top 3, and the picture is going to transform once more. I beg your pardon, it was Haynes and Tonking in that battle. Pardon me there, but it's now Haynes who leads the race as of a couple of corners ago. Let's see how long Tonking takes to try and win that back. He may have a couple of notes to take and borrow from in terms of his cornering ability, because I'd imagine because of this displacement disadvantage that he has, everything is in the corners and the tight stuff for him, and he's going to be trying to capitalize as much as he can.
Oratilo, if I'm not mistaken, is the only R6 and 600cc bike on track. Troy Tonking in the 600 class, but his bike not the 600, the KTM. Out front, Eden Haynes on the Kawasaki ZX-10R leads at the moment. He is under pressure from Troy, and as you mentioned there, Prince, we will see our 600 class riders making up their times in the corners, and turn 3 and turn 4 will be two critical ones for that. You're going to see Tonking close up on the brakes here, carry corner speed through the middle of the corner, but then we then follow that up with the section of the track which most suits the 1000cc 4-cylinder bikes. As is often said and famously said in racing, there is no replacement for displacement. Out front, in terms of the lap times, Haynes with a 13.6, Tonking with a best of 13.0, Rapson 13.8, Piri 13.8, and Kuni Buerta's 13.8. Could we get it any closer out front here, Prince?
0.nada, I believe, is the term that you coined 1 round ago, and we have the perfect illustration of exactly what 0.nada means. 0.nada in between the riders and that wall on the home straight, in the start-finish straight. It's incredible how close we see our competitors get to the wall. There's a benefit in terms of avoiding any side draft, but we haven't had any wind this morning. Doesn't seem to be a particularly windy weekend. So as Troy Tonking dangles his right leg over for taking turn 2 in a more balanced fashion, he's trying to reel in Haynes, and he certainly does in the corners. You can see how much he's able to extract and as he refines and dials in his racing line. But very quickly, as we approach Sorrel's sweep, it becomes clear that Haynes has a couple of cylinders advantage not too long from now. But Troy Tonking's doing such a great job to keep with it. And he's been 2-3 bike lengths of Haynes over the past couple of corners. But Cape Town, I beg your pardon, the home straight leading up to Cape Town corner sets things back into a clearer picture as to how much of a performance advantage that Haynes is going to enjoy during the course of this race. We are only in lap 3 of 8, and we've seen these two come so close together as they pull away from the likes of Rapson and Piri. Piri and Rapson are now in a battle for that final 3rd place position. So what we have in the front 2 is mirrored in that following and trailing 2 for a position.
A shout out to Zander Talyard in 6th position. The youngster making his debut race on 1000cc superbike. Zander on the BMW. He was lapping in the 1:14s yesterday, 14.5 for Zander in race number 1, running in P6. So that's a great effort from him. Anyone who's been involved in the local superbike racing here in the Western Province will know exactly how fast a 1:14 is. There's Mick Landy on the beautiful 2025 Ducati Panigale V4. He has seen the blue flags, does well to get out the way. So there's two battles that we're seeing at the moment here, Prince. It's Tonking versus Haynes out front. Rapson and Piri continue to go back and forth for third and fourth position. Visible through the sweep there that Oratile Piri is being held up by Rapson in the middle of the corners, but then Rapson on the 1,000 blows past Piri on the 600. So that'll be frustrating for Piri because he will be thinking and feeling, I can go faster, I can go battle up front with Haynes and Tonking. However, last time round, a 13.4 fastest lap of the race for Malcolm Rapson. So all four of these guys battling out front can find themselves in for the fight for victory. And we, of course, cannot write out Kuni Bottas, currently in 5th position. He is also in the 113, the 13.8 for him, and he's just there waiting to pick up the pieces. Graham van Breda, one of the ZXN masters here on his Kawasaki, in 7th position ahead of Dieter Heisemann. Michael Dutoy, P9, and Mark Vandenberg close out the top 10 as with 2 laps to go. Tonking is plotting a maneuver. I can feel it. The question is, Prince, where can he find a way up the inside of Haynes?
Yeah, we're getting into that twin commentator synergy, Timber, because I feel the same energy with Ora Piri. I think he's got something for Rapson ahead of him, but he's cooking it possibly for the final lap because he's been reeling him in, as you can see, as we're clearing Saddle Sweep on the back straight now. Heading into Cape Town corner, we'll see how late on the anchors Ora Piri can get. However, displacement has had its say on that part of the circuit, so it's going to be tough for him. But going into the final lap, which is not too long from now, I think that's where either Ora Piri or Tonking, I beg your pardon, are going to make their moves.
So I just saw something quite interesting there in Cape Town corner. It looked like Haynes made a small deviation to his line. He went slightly wide. Troy Tonking went tight up the inside, and I saw Troy Tonking going for that rear brake, which is something he is quite skilled at. You can see Troy carrying corner speed, setting up a move into casual corner. Will Haynes go defensive? Troy Tonking knows what he needs to do here. It's got to be the block pass. He goes for that inside line. Haynes too far away. Tonking now will be preparing for the sweep. Let's catch up with the battle for third. Rapson still ahead of Piri. Piri, I have a feeling, is going to go for something cheeky, as he always does, because he is an uncompromising character. Through the dip as we prepare for the sweep and the back straight on the final lap.
Oh, what an interesting battle it's been between the front four. Ora Piri's getting closer as we have Haynes and Tonking opening up a gap. Does Haynes, especially coming into the clearing of Saddle Sweep, going to the back straight. But Piri, that battle between Piri and Rapson has been so interesting as we're about to start the final lap. We'll see where he finds a gap and tries to capitalize. But Tonking has been shown a lot of exhaust smoke by Haynes for the time being, and Haynes has some breathing room. He will be away. He might have had a look over his shoulder to see how far off Tonking is, and he knows he's got an opportunity to breathe for a couple of corners at least. In the meantime, what goes down between Rapson and Piri? In the meantime, also, Bottas, Stalliard, Van Breda have also managed to stay in and about the mid-pack there as we begin the final lap.
Troy Tonking exits turn number 1. We are on the final lap around the outside of Mick Landy. Mick Landy, unfortunately, holding up Tonking there. Tonking still trying to line up Haynes. Piri still stuck behind Malcolm Rapson. Looking for those two guys. There goes Piri up the inside of 4. I think, Prince, it seems like the race has been completed already. We do have a checkered flag, but I think our race leaders, our top 4, have not picked up that checkered flag. According to the live timing, the race is now complete. You can see Dieter Heisemann on his Ducati Panigale V4 celebrating, very happy with that one. Will be interesting to see if our race leaders have picked up that the race is now over and the checkered flag, because those guys are still battling.
They're still going
very hard. They've still got 2 races to go, so they need to look after those motorcycles. But let's give a huge congratulations to the local boy, Eden Haynes, making the local crowd proud, beating out our internationally experienced riders in the form of Tonking and Oratile Piri. Great effort from him on the Kawasaki ZX-10.
Oh, incredible to see talent and machinery dicing back and forth there to see which gains the ascendancy. And definitely, as you said, Temba, no replacement for displacement, and Haynes made the most of that. I wonder what references and new points your visiting riders have found coming into this one. Of course, locals will know all the secrets when it comes to this circuit, but I do imagine that the likes of Tonking and Piri have a bit more to extract from the circuit. Jordan King was also talking to us just about how learning this circuit really is there's a bit of a dark art in getting to grips with exactly where you need to find the grip on two wheels. So this race will have done a great deal to set a benchmark for the rest of the day. Conditions have been pretty uniform for the past week. Some of the competitors have Craig Ben there in a also impressive array of talent further afield. The younger riders getting to grips with the 600 class. And we saw the past week, I was talking about the conditions, it's been quite consistent. So for the locals who are already here, they would know exactly where to extract the best bit of pace and performance. For your visiting riders, I'd imagine it's still them getting a benchmark and a baseline to move from going into race 2 and 3.
We take a look at our podium finishes there on their cool-down lap. Fantastic effort from them. We're going to take you through our top 20. Let's speed through quickly. Just catch up because we have a very, very full grid here. 26 bikes taking the flag as we're going to catch up with the official results for race number 1 in the MRSSA national class. Eden Haynes, your race victor, ahead of Troy Harvey Tonking on the KTM RC8C. Malcolm Rapson, another local boy, came through for third place ahead of Oratile Piri, Kuni Burtzes, Zandertal Yard, Dieter Heiseman, Graham van Breda, Michael Dutoit, and Mark Vandenberg, who is back in his first race after injury in February. Had a big crash in February, but great to see Mark back in action, up inside the top 10 here in our national class. Great effort from him.
Yep, incredible.
In 11th place was Frost, ahead of Arensa Ntisana, Jordan King, Ryan Fatter, Clive Turnbull. Those are some names that will be familiar to our regular viewers here at the Southern African Endurance Series. It was McCrill, Van Dijk, Arensa, and Ben that completed our top 20 ahead of Sia Shabalala on the R1. Sia struggling a little bit this weekend with some head shake on that R1, but looking forward to see more from him in race number 2 and 3. Holscher, Radstock, Muller, and Hendricks on pole position, and a terrible start from Malcolm Rapson on the 18th line. Troy Tonking on the KTM Centurions. Troy Tonking from highlights from race number 1, MRSSA national class. Troy Tonking took the lead early on from 5th on the grid with a whole shot into turn 1. Eden Haynes was determined to get himself back up in the fight for victory. Tonking on the RC8C versus the Kawasaki ZX10 of Haynes. We saw Piri and Rapson going back and forth throughout race number 1. Rapson blowing past Piri on the straights between the sweep and turn number 1, but Piri cheekily going all the way around the outside of Rapson on lap 3. We see Tonking and Haynes doing their battle for victory. Kuni Burtzes was lurking on the S1000. He was lurking, waiting for an opportunity to come through. Unfortunately, those two battles happening out front, in front of him, didn't give him an opportunity. Once Haynes hit the front, he took control. He was under constant pressure from Tonking, and Haynes came through eventually at the flag to take victory. Tonking tried as hard as he could, as much as Piri did with Rapson, but Rapson and Haynes, using their local experience, they know every bump of this Killarney circuit to get there. And we will be catching up with Chloe shortly down in pit lane for an interview. But there you have it, the MRSSA national class race number 1 highlights. This looks like the final lap as they came through to take the checkered flag. It was a fantastic effort from our top 5, really putting on a show. All of our top 5 lapping in the 113s. A 13.1 eventually for Haynes at the flag. I would guess that is a PB for him. Oratile Piri and Troy Tonking coming back from racing in Asia and Spain, Prince. How do you think that international experience will help some of these riders going from, the likes of Thailand, Sepang, MotoGP circuits that are very well known, Estoril in Portugal for Troy Tonking in the Spanish Superbike Championship? But I think clear that the experience the guys have gained there have paid dividends, because let's remember, those two youngsters are racing the 600 class, but they're battling with the boys out front on the big 1000 cc's for the overall victories.
Yep, it's going to force that development. It's going to accelerate just how much they can extract their own abilities and the potential that they have. Their understanding of the bike, of course, will be more different and dynamic. I think a different reference altogether in terms of what you actually can do and get away with. And what seems a bit risky before having international exposure seems like a comfort zone, coming back off the back of international exposure and having different talents to race against, having different team setups to have feedback from and to be trained and developed by. That will always pay dividends for the likes of Tonking and Piri, and you can definitely see that it'll continue to be the case going into the rest of the season for them.
100% agreed there. Another thing I'll add is that those guys racing overseas, they race much longer races there. You know, you're looking at 16, 20 lap races, so this will really have felt like a sprint for those riders. But we now move our attention from two wheels back to four as we look at the grid for the Class E sprint and dash.
Yeah, Berthold leading with Stannis from Sebastian Boyd, Jason Campos side by side with Boyd there. Going to be dicing it for the whole shot. Very much familiar with conditions here in sunny Cape Town. So Nick Vastanis, of course, from a karting background, he's getting to terms with the Tin Tops. Franco in fifth place side by side with Tasman Campos. Ooh, that is going to be an exciting one. It's good to see David Franco back in racing trim. It's been a while since we've had him out, so he's going to be also in a sprint race. We haven't had the pleasure of enjoying his talents in sprint format. We've had him and his dad in that VW on endurance terms. So let's have a look at how quick his reflexes are and whether he can swing against these local and national talents going into race one for the sprint. We've got Eric Schultz getting things in order there for the formation of this particular race. So the sprint is definitely going to be an exciting one. And it's always, these cars, spatially, these cars are always a pleasure to see here at any of our circuits around the country. The ability to fit in all the tight spaces and very narrow setups and track layouts is always an offer and an opportunity for the likes of Boyd, for example, to make more aggressive moves. And an expanding setup that we have there with Rico Bala Racing and GSW as Boyd, as well as Franco, part of that stable. So they'll be offering a different kind of machinery coming out. We usually see that Nova NP02 being the main offer of Rico Bala Racing, so good to see them expanding into different classes as we get on to the formation lap with our grid in order. Let's have a look at the qualifying times. An 18.3 for Berthold and 18.8 for Campos, 0.4 off. For Stannis with a 19.5, and we've got Franco in the 5s as well, and Boyd with a 22. So it's that's as of the time that we saw yesterday in yesterday's session. So it's going to be race trim now. All of that is thrown out of the window, and it's all about what you can get and the best that the track can give you.
We are looking forward to getting more racing underway. Looking at Class E times from warm-up this morning,
Yep.
because the track was quite chilly this morning. It doesn't look it on camera, but it is indeed winter here in South Africa. The local Cape Townians, because Prince and I are from Joburg, but the locals were telling us as soon as we arrived at the circuit, like, guys, enjoy this weather because this is not normal for Cape Town this time of the year. But the green flag is waving as our drivers begin their final formation lap. We have problems there for one car. Bit of a moment there, Prince.
Yeah, hopefully nothing that's going to be terminal and lost throughout the course of the race. But we have all our cars out for the formation lap once again. And we'll see, bobbing and weaving, get the tires into that sweet spot and into the right temperatures to make sure when you get the anchors on at turn one, you actually honor the proper racing line at turn one and not look like you're going for that drag strip, as we saw a lot of our competitors trying to find their references yesterday. Berthold is going to be leading the pack with Vastanis side by side with him. Let's see how aggressive we can get with race one for Class E in this sprint. Now, given the warm-up times, I wonder how much the pace difference is going to be, or the difference in conditions, because it's getting warmer a lot quicker, And as you've said, this is a bit of an anomaly kind of weather. Even the Cape Townians are like, this is nice. This is rather enjoyable. And if it's going to last throughout the day, which we're expected, because we have 0% chance of rain, as we know. So the transformation of these conditions is more than likely as temperatures increase during the course of the morning. 10:21 so far, so we're not yet at the peak temperature. So those tires are going to see a lot of wear and tear, as again, constantly trying to warm them up as much as possible, get the brakes up to temp so you're not locking up into turn one for that whole shot. It's Cape Town corner now during this formation lap. Everybody trying to ring those tires and get them into temp. As you see there, Nick Verstanis's right rear quarter jacking up. The chassis are going to be asked many tough questions, especially at that banked Cape Town corner. And I think our formation lap is done as we're getting ready for race conditions.
We will shortly be going racing. We caught up with Troy Dolenchek this morning, and I asked him, Troy, as the fastest man ever here locally, what is the secret to the circuit? And he said confidence. Confidence, go for those inside lines. He knows where the bumps are, so we will be keeping an eye out to see which drivers have mastered that here in Class E, to see who will come out on top, who can make the max out of those lines. Very cool to see Tasman Campos back in racing. I spoke with her yesterday, and in her exact words, she said, it's my first time back since becoming a mom. It's been a 6-year break, but we are under starters orders, and away they go into turn one.
And there we go. Berthold is going to want that whole shot. Nick Verstappen is going to ask some questions of it. Is he going to go cheeky around the outside? No, he won't. Later goes Berthold, but Nicky Verstappen, and Berthold make contact. Nicky tailspin. Berthold tailspin. Nicky in the dirt, and Berthold continues. He's going to be side by side with Boyd and Campos at the moment, but Nick Verstappen lost out in that battle. And our lead car, pardon the glare, is... oh, that looks like it is Campos. Campos has capitalized on that. Boyd out to the side on the exit of 2. Wonder what happened there, if he is a casualty of that bit of drama. But immediately a knock. We were talking about turn 1 and how it can get dicey and aggressive, and Nick Verstappen has paid the price.
He really has. Controversial start to turn number 1. Prince, take us to that contact.
Oh, there it is. It was Nick Verstappen tucking his nose in, and Berthold was going a little bit straighter than Nicky might have anticipated, and then the contact was made. It looked like the initial input came from Verstappen as far as our perspective is concerned, but of course the drivers will have a different perspective. They're going at 0 to plenty kilometers per hour at that point, but the anchors couldn't do much. We're asking a lot of the cars, and both Berthold and Nick Verstappen went out of shape there. So the marshals are going to be attending to Nick Verstappen as we now have to slow the race down for the extraction of the car. We're under yellows, and Nick Verstappen has been helped out of the dirt, out of the kitty litter there by the marshals, and is back out onto the circuit.
Verstappen rejoins. It did look like he was beached there. You can see the safety car boards being held up there by our marshals. So the race is temporarily suspended after that start here at turn 1. The 2 Campos racing cars colliding, unfortunately, for... sorry, that's my mistake. That was Berthold
Yep.
in the Works Motorsport Super Cup car. I was looking at Tasman. Jason's names next to each other there. But Prince, we haven't really spoken about what a save that was from Judd Berthold. That Super Cup was pointing backwards in the middle of turn 1, and he somehow got it pointing the right direction by the time he got to the exit.
Yeah, lucky for him, he was also on the grippier part of the circuit. I think that might have saved how much shape he lost and how much work he had to do to try and save the car. And he was able to then get out of that unscathed, relatively unscathed at least, as compared to Nicky Verstappen. So we've seen him go into the pits as the cars, I'd imagine there's a bit of cleanup work. Hopefully not, because I mean the kitty litter's on the exit. It doesn't come into the circuit. I don't think much dust was kicked up onto the circuit by that incident. And so we still have Berthold as, when we resume, I imagine would be the lead of the race. He would have wanted to be at least, but then Campos, Jason Campos came and capitalized there. Franco, Boyd, now the third, and Berthold will feel like he's owed something. He's got a debt to be paid by this race. It didn't start too great for him. And as you'd imagine, we've got 6 VWs out onto the circuit, and you would think there's plenty of space. No, there isn't, because these are competitors, as we're still under yellows at the moment. during the recovery phase after that first turn one incident. I mean, already things are getting dicey and things are getting tight, and we'll see how the recovery job goes on there. Campos will be thanking his lucky stars, and he will hope that he doesn't have a repeat of that incident with Franco, because any one of these competitors can really throw it down and throw a bit of courage into the mix.
Under safety car here, here's a replay once again. Berthold up the inside. They were level. In fact, Verstantis was slightly ahead going through turn one. You see side-by-side contact with the cars, like pirouettes. They both go spinning around. There's Berthold with that unreal save. You can see he went flat on the throttle, rear tires smoking, which then left Verstantis to be beached on the outside of turn number one. Verstantis was able to rejoin and get back in. So as you can see on the top of your screens, 3 laps completed so far, 7 to go under safety car orders. Verstantis in the pit. Verstantis at the end of pit lane. Would imagine that will be him joining the circuit to get himself back going. He will line up, he'll catch up to that train of cars behind the safety car and line up at the back. So now we will patiently wait for our officials to give our drivers the green flag and the go ahead to start racing again. Adrenaline will be pumping through the blood of all our drivers. Prince, for motorsport fans, they won't be unfamiliar with safety cars. However, it is rare to see safety cars in a sprint race. So it's going to be difficult for our drivers because they could get back under racing with 4 laps to go, and to go from what is relatively crawling speed. Oh, is that Verstantis?
No, that is Campos. That is Tasman Campos. So she's had an issue there. Yeah, that is Campos who peeled in. You'd be forgiven for mistaking the two because their liveries are exactly the same with the number 24 on the side. But that is Campos who's peeled in. So 2 issues there out of the Campos stable. What is going on? Let's see. Okay, in the meantime, the safety car is going to try and gather and keep 4 of these super fast VWs at bay, while Campos deals with an issue there. I wonder what's going on with Chloe. Will be at the ready to find out what the issue is for the returnee to main circuit racing. That is Tasman Campos. In the meantime, Jason Campos leads the fray, and Franco in second, Boyd in third place, and Berthold last. In fourth place, I beg your pardon, and Nick Verstanis last as of the incident between the two of them and at lap 1. So we're going to resume with the 4th lap of racing out of 10, so half the time. Can they extract as much performance as they would have planned and prepared for with only 5 decent laps to go? I'd imagine one would be to get the tires and the brakes back into a good window. So it's a minimized amount of time that they have there to try and maximize on the positions that they have starting the race again.
Someone needs to speak to Campos Racing about that 24 on their cars. It is quite distracting. I thought I was losing my mind because we just saw Verstantis leave the pit lane and then it looked like his car's back in the pit. There is Tasman Campos in pit lane, her car being worked on by the Campos Racing team. That is really, really unfortunate for Tasman. But we are racing again. We are racing again. The green flag is waving. The safety car has peeled off the circuit. David Franco all of a sudden now finds himself in second position behind Jason Campos. Is that a bit of a lottery? I don't know what term to use, Prince, there, but David Franco finds himself at exactly where he'd want to be on the restart as he applies pressure on Campos out front as they go into Castro corner for the second time properly in anger today.
Yeah, Franco hacking away at that line, taking what seems to be shorter and tighter than Campos. He may already have found something to dial into and press and pressurize Campos. Let's see if he folds. Going into Cape Town. Oh, subtle sweep, I beg your pardon, too soon. Franco down the inside as well, sweep. Takes it, does not. Stays outside, does. Jason Campos, but Franco keeps it pinned. Going to right-hander onto the home straight. It's a sprint down to Cape Town corner between Campos and Franco, who has it. Who's later on the anchors? It looks like Franco has displacement and Campos has the better judgment than to throw it in around the outside. And Franco takes the corner at Cape Town corner and now goes into the home straight as our lead car.
Brilliant work there from David Franco. A sensational, essential opening lap of the race. Yes, it was lap 4, but a sensational restart there for David Franco. You could see already from Castro Corner that he had more momentum. I think he caught the restart a bit quicker, immediately started applying pressure on Campos, and that move, it was executed on the back straight going to turn 5, but you did see it begin through the dip, turn number 3. David Franco with a better run, exiting Castro Corner on the previous lap, and then he carried that momentum all the way through till the end of the back straight. And Franco now on the charge. We know of Prince that there's another faster car in their pit. I think David Franco's making a great case that he deserved to be in that car.
I knew you'd go there because this commentator twin thing is really going the distance, Tema, because that's the exact feeling I got. Franco is racing in the Class E sprint, but he's got something else on his mind as well, as an R8 has joined the GSW stable. So he definitely knows that he's preparing for something, and his preparation looks to be well underway, and he's doing pretty good. But we're going to head down to Chloe quickly while Franco leads the race to know exactly what happened to Tasman Campos.
I'm down in the pit lane with Tasman Campos. Taz, we had different plans for turn 1. What happened?
That race was very short-lived, wasn't it? No, we went into turn 1 and Judd actually lost the rear and he hits Nikki into turn 1. And while he was spinning a front across the track, I lifted off to try and avoid him and I lost the rear. And then we basically just collided. I knocked him straight and off he went. But yeah, race is over, but we'll be back at the next one.
I'm so sorry to hear that, but I'm happy to see you smile. What are some of the damages that you incurred? What is the team fixing, and will it be ready for race 2?
There was just an issue on the rim, so they're going to change the tire, all the rims and the tires, and then just fix the toe, and we should be good to go.
And then, have you spoken to Dad yet?
My dad asked what happened, and I was like, that's just what happened, Dad. No, yeah, everything's all good. I mean, it's a racing incident. It is what it is. Like, nothing I could have done to avoid it. So,
you know what I'm hoping for, Taz? Race 1, yes, that happened. But then race 2, race 3, possible podium.
Well, I finished last now. Mm-hmm. So it's a reverse grid for the next race. So I'll start first. So let's go from there.
Well, that's it from Tasman. We're wishing you all the best. Let's go back to Prince and Timba.
And we're looking at turn 1, the scene of many of an interesting event, particularly as far as this race is concerned. Franco going really wide there at the exit of 1. And a bit of a flash of the hazards there from Campos trailing David Franco. As you can see, Franco not afraid to get onto the curbs there as he leads this race's latest best, a 1:18.9. And Campos in the 1:19s, the low 1:19s. There goes Campos approaching Sorrel Sweep now in trail of David Franco. You can see that the remainder of the race is just going to be these two, keeping it neat, keeping it tidy, getting into a rhythm. And the battle is going to be tough. If anything would happen for Franco and trying to get a recovery going, is Campos there, but it'll be difficult to close that gap. I mean, there's just 2 or 3 car lengths in between now and falling off the checkered flag. We're about to start lap 8 as it stands, and this class has surprised us just how soon we got into the drama there between Vistanis and Berthold. If you just joined us, Berthold in 4th and Vistanis in 5th place. Berthold down the inside, Vistanis around the out, and the two make contact at this exact piece of tarmac at turn 1, which will be the scene of many of an interesting incident, and that changed the shape of the race and gifted Franco the lead of the race, and he's since done very well to immediately, I beg your pardon, it gifted Franco a 2nd place, and he was like, I'm taking that from Campos, who was in the lead after that incident at turn 1. So Franco doing very well there to let his experience pay off. And now, as you can see, Franco is really happy to get onto the curbs. A lot of the time, he's getting as much tarmac as possible, maximizing on the circuit a lot of the time. And we saw at this exact point where he decided that he was going to overtake Campos at the exit of Sorrel Sweep, going down onto the home straight. It was a drag between these two right here. And the commitment going fully in there was Franco to make sure Campos didn't hold him back any further going into the closing stages of the race as we approach lap 9.
Jason Campos trying to apply pressure on David Franco, but David Franco looking very, very comfortable at the moment out front. He said his fastest lap last time round, a 20.535. A best lap of 21.538, exactly 1 second behind, is Jason Campos. So Jason Campos doing really well to have kept that gap at 1.6 seconds, considering in terms of the lap times. Oh, excuse me, my live timing had not updated there. Just see now, it's actually 18.826 fastest lap for David Franco. Campos with a 19.156. Seb Boyd has lapped in a 20.501, and the third fastest driver in terms of lap times, but who find himself fourth place and 29.3 seconds off the pace, is Judd Berthold. Prince, I imagine Judd would be very disappointed considering the lights went out and he found himself in first position, and 9 laps later he found himself 30 seconds off the lead in P4.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. I mean, going up to, of course, we're about to start the final lap here with David Franco. Going into turn 1, I'd imagine all of the riders and the racers mouth to themselves, okay, keep it easy, guys. Let's just keep it easy. Let's take it easy going into turn 1, and let's all finish at least the first lap at. Nope. It was it looked fair, it looked tight, but it was on the racing side. It's just what happens going into turn 1. It didn't look like anything malicious from either of them. It's just what happens when you're both fighting for the same piece of tarmac, and unfortunately, both Berthold as well as Verstappen is coming off the worst there as Franco kicks up a bit of dust. As I said, he maximizes on this circuit. He's not leaving an inch free and unused, regardless of whether it's lap 1 or 10. And that is the nature of a racing driver. He's done so well to capitalize immediately by overtaking Campos at the beginning of the home straight at the exit of Swaddle Sweep, and he's kept it together. He's kept it neat and tidy as he completes Swaddle Sweep for one more go. It is the final lap, of course, and Franco has shown that he has cut his teeth in this series over the years. 2024 champion, of course, in the endurance of Class D at the time before we merged the two classes a year later. And he's showing his championship winning pedigree at the moment in sprint format. Let's see what he has to offer to this particular class and field of racing going into the rest of this season, as our race winner, David Franco, completes the final lap and takes the checkered flag for Class E. Well done to him, GSW, as well as Ricobala Racing, with Campos in second place and Sebastian Boyd in third. Berthold and Nick Verstappen in fourth and fifth, closing it up. And they too went in as leaders of this race, fighting for the whole shot. And Berthold and Verstappen came off the worst for Franco, Campos and Boyd to capitalize.
David Franco, the big winner this morning in Class E Sprint and Dash, coming through the pack, through the safety car to find himself victorious at the end of race number 1. Tough break for Tasman Campos, who essentially didn't get an opportunity to race. She did take the start, but with only one lap done in anger before the safety car came out. Her car then unfortunately suffering a technical failure, which put her back in the pits. Tasman Campos on her comeback to racing. For those of you who don't know, she formerly went as Tasman Pepper. Most of us knowing the Pepper name, infamous name with a lot of history here in South African motorsport. So that is Tasman Campos, who unfortunately had a DNF, but we're looking forward to seeing more from her in race number 2 and race number 3. Really, really hoping that Campos Racing can get that car sorted. A quick turnover for them, because we will be seeing them in less than 2 hours' time back on track racing. Prince, what do you think of that drive from Franco? Really, really impressive. The topic we touched on earlier, I think we'll revisit a bit later during the endurance, but clearly sending a message, this young David.
10 out of 10 would recommend. I love that. We'll see what Roberto has to say. He was watching that. I'd imagine every time David goes down and crosses the start finish, he looks over and to see if his pops is watching. You see that? You see that, Dad? But great to see the camaraderie and competitive spirit and nature between the two. That family stable has been a mainstay of the series and have always been with us, and it's great to see them continuing their commitment. And there you have it on the grid. A couple of our endurance and sprint competitors having their cars out to get some work done on them. Berthold paying the price of rubbing is racing, let's say. More of the rubbing than the racing for him, unfortunately, with lap 1. As they clear the way bridge to get back out into the pits. But what an exciting race between, well, it was a small group of cars. One would think there's plenty of space, but competitors found a way to make Killarney International Circuit the most difficult piece of tarmac to be on here in the Western Cape. But as it stands, there it is in bright, bold colors. David Franco takes the win. And Campos in second place, Sebastian Boyd in third, and Berthold in fourth. And unfortunately for Vistanis, he fell away later on. He continued, he got back on after yellow conditions, but clearly there was something terminal in his car, and he couldn't finish the race. And the first of all of these competitors to see their position was, of course, Tasman Campos, who for some reason that technical niggle came into the way and she couldn't continue her race.
That will be quite a disappointing race overall for Campos Racing as we take a look at the highlights. Let's revisit that race start from the starting line, from a standing start. Here it is, Judd Berthold, Nick Verstantis side by side, both go around. Berthold with the save, Nick Verstantis off at turn 1, and that was the end of his race. This was Verstantis. You can see, is that dust? Looks like there was dust.
A whole lot of dust, yeah.
Yeah, dust. There was something weird coming back out of that VW. Meanwhile, out front, Jason Campos had taken the early lead of the race, being hunted down by David Franco. Judd Berthold circulated towards the end of that race for a very lonely 4th position. This was now on the restart, lap number 4. We saw David Franco with that amazing run from the dip all the way through. Here it is to Cape Town corner, taking the lead, and he never looked back from then. Jason Campos did his best to respond. Unfortunately, wasn't able to match the pace. Low 19s for Campos, but high 118s for David Franco. And here was David Franco out Cape Town corner, who was now building up that lead out front. The 96 slowly started to pull away. A couple of 10s a lap, and Franco would go on to hold on to that lead all the way up until the checkered flag. David Franco, undoubtedly the biggest beneficiary from that contact with Verstantis and Berthold. Tasman Campos, we unfortunately did not get to see her in action in this race. We know Campos Racing will be working hard to get that VW Super Capolo back into racing trim so that we can see her. At least she does have 2 more opportunities to race today.
Yep, I'm excited to see what these front-wheel drive VWs can get us excited about later on into the day. But it is that man, David Franco, who set this benchmark and standard for the rest of the day's proceedings, and he'll want to match that. Now, it's going to be interesting. We're going to have a mixed-up grid, of course. It'll be a bit different to the first race that we've had for this Class E sprint. So him starting in the lead, I'd imagine, is now going to be a different prospect altogether, because you're going to have an aggressive Berthold, an aggressive Vistanis, an aggressive Campos, all trying to fight for that turn 1, that whole shot. So looking forward to that. But we've got our Group 2, our development and young racers and talent in MRSSA lining up now, and kicking it off with Van Niekerk, who has an incredible experience. I mean, 14-time champion in the Western Cape. So definitely the youth belies their experience, that's for sure. Only 21 years old. Munton in second. Beside him going into the turn 1, they will be not too long from now.
Musto Riddling Ace ahead of late. Ferreira lines up 14th. Nate Waddington 15th. Amo Gelang Piri lines up in 16th place. We saw his older brother Oratilwe in our national class, and Mitchell Robinson on the KTM 390 lines up, bringing up the rear of the field. So this is MRSSA Group 2. 2 classes were within the Group 2. Essentially, you can think of it as the 400s and the 650s. We have a large handful of Cape Town local riders. You will see the 650s running up at the front. You can see the riders just communicating with each other, making sure that everyone is ready to go racing. You can see our first row of the grid lined up there. They are ready to get going. Keep an eye out for Piri and Tom. We saw them racing in this class in MRSSA Group 2. They were the top two at our previous round at Aldo Scribante. However, Cape Town fans, make some noise for your boy Slade van Niekerk. Slade with the lap record for the 650s yesterday, a 1:17.8, breaking the lap record by 0.6. We are under starters orders for MRSSA Group 2 race number 2. Who will take the whole shot going into turn 1? Keep an eye on the 96 in blue. Van Niekerk takes off. He has got the run going down to turn number 1. The 14 there in second place as they pitch in. Van Niekerk leads. Keep an eye out for those elbows for him. It looks like Munton in second place, and I believe Basson on the 51 in third place. Here come our race leaders. Well, here comes the field. Should not even be speaking of race leaders yet. Let's Slade Van Niekerk. Look at the style on this youngster. All action is young Slade, only 20 years old. He's been racing most of his life. 14-time Western Cape champion of various sorts. Munton in P2 ahead of Reading Lace. Munton once again in fourth place ahead of Solomon, as we see some of our juniors doing huge battles forming there in the pack further down the field, but they come through subtle sweep on lap number 1. There's Cody Reading Lace. Amo Piri trying to go around the outside. Oh, Amo almost running out of track. Amo, I know you've seen your brother going around the outside of people in race number 1, but I don't think around the outside of the sweep is the place where you'd ideally do it. And over my shoulder, Prince, I've just noticed Amo's dad, Taviso, trying to catch up with the live timing. He should be watching the stream so he can see the crazy moves his sons are trying to pull out on track.
Yeah, the grey hairs must be coming in thick and fast the more you watch your son take risks around the outside. But as it stands, your leader, Van Niekerk from Munton in the rear de Langeys. Munton, Solomon, as well as Jonas run up your front 6. It's only lap 2 of a long way of racing that we have for this MRSSA Group 2. Later on the brakes goes Van Niekerk into turn 1. And Munton's going to be asking questions of him as much as he can. At least you can see there, look, Munton's looking a lot higher up and a bit more upright than Van Niekerk going into turn 1. Is that a turn 2, I beg your pardon? It's something I've noticed. You can see Van Niekerk is quite tucked in and lower on his bike as compared to Munton.
Yes, indeed. Slade, I think the taller of the two riders there. I do stand to be corrected, but Slade Van Niekerk on the charge now. Max Munton, Sunscan Racing's Max Munton, the only one so far who can hang with the pace of Van Niekerk. You see Van Niekerk going all the way to the right-hand side of the circuit. He is trying to break the slipstream there of Munton. Slade will know that he is the fastest rider on track this weekend. However, he's not having this easy so far. Max Munton applying the pressure. These riders essentially on the same motorcycles. Kawasaki 650 versus Kawasaki 650. We also have a battle developing there for third place. It is Reading Ace versus Munton versus Solomon. Less than 1/10 of a second separating those three riders, but you can see there visibly on screen Max Munton is making the most of that slipstream. He made up about that half a second that previously existed between himself and Van Niekerk was eaten up down the back straight and the pitch straight with Cape Town corner in between. Two very, very different riding styles as well. Slade Van Niekerk with the new school, new generation riding style that we often see in the World Championships. Knee on the ground, elbow on the ground, head and helmet next to the motorcycle. Max Munton with a much more traditional style. Slade Van Niekerk with a look over the shoulder, exiting the dip at turn 3. He knows he's got company. He will be able to hear Max Munton. But Prince, it would not surprise me if Slade Van Niekerk put in a lap record. He is pushing. He's pushing. You can see he's trying to break Max Munton at this early stage of the race, because Slade knows with only 5 laps to go of our 8-lap race, if he can break him on lap number 4, then he can have a pretty easy run to the flag.
Yeah, and you're talking about lap records. Everybody's name is flashing across our timing screens right now, because everybody's getting faster and finding tenths at a time as more battles form. down the field. Barely anything between fourth and fifth place. Battle 0.3 of a second there between Redelinges and Solomon, and only 0.1 between Solomon and Boson. So the chopping and changing, the dicing looks more and more likely as we head down into turn 2 now. It is Van Niekerk and Munton who've given us a mouthful to talk about so far, as Munton continues to try and study where exactly that pace is being found by Van Niekerk from start of the race. Look at that exit. What an exit from Van Niekerk out of turn 2. That is incredible. That was like 2 bike lanes in the matter of meters.
Slade van Niekerk is a machine. You can see Max Munton almost running off the track, using all the track and a bit more. He is doing everything he can to keep up with Slade van Niekerk, because Max will be able to see at this stage of the race that he can make up some time on the slipstream, down the back straight, and on the run down to turn 1. However, from turn 2 to turn 4, Slade van Niekerk is doing something very, very special, because we see that every time he exits the dip, he has got a gap as he enters Sarel's sweep. So excellent work from him. Munton has gone backwards now in 4th position. He's still only 0.033 separating Hilton Redelinges, Munton, and Adrian Solomon. Further back, we catch up with some of our riders further down in the field. We do have a few riders from Joburg as well, and Alex van den Berg from GFP Racing making his way back. He's up there in 8th position, and Lance Jonas in 7th position. Very, very cool to see Lance, because look there, Max Munton once again on the 2 straights has made up time on Slade van Niekerk, but we see Slade once again with the elbows down, extending that gap through turn 3, turn 4. A serious tuck there. Great thing that you picked up there, Prince. And it seems like Max is struggling to keep himself tucked in, but Slade continues to charge out front. And Munton in 3rd has now made his way through on Redelinges. Clint Munton up into P3.
Yeah, we're going to have 2 Muntons on the podium not too long from now, or at least as far as the next couple of laps seems to be shaping up. Redelinges having fallen down, but only 0.1 off Clint, so that battle must be far from over. And also Redelinges, if there's a bit of a mix-up between him and Munton over there, I think Solomon might actually be there to grab an opportunity if it comes by. Only 0.2 of a second, but Solomon has Boson in tow as well, who's also 0.2 of him. So that battle for 4th and 5th is something to watch out for. In the meantime, we've got a drag down to the start finish here between our front. Oh, look at that, late on the anchors. Very late on the anchors there is Van Niekerk. What a dice there between those two going into turn 2 now. Is Van Niekerk taking second corner late on the anchors, and you've got Munton having to try again, brother. Try again. It's not going to be that easy to take that place. Van Niekerk, he's gotten really comfortable out at the lead for this race, Temba.
What a maneuver there from Slade van Niekerk, late on the brakes, up the inside into turn 1. We can see from this race, after 6 laps completed with 1.5 laps to go, that Max Munton has a top end advantage. Rider down at turn number 2. We cannot see who that rider is at turn number 2. That rider limping away from their motorcycle. 2 riders involved in that one. So further down the field, we have had an accident for 2 riders there. It looks like one of the youngsters there at the bottom. Will we have a red flag for this race? 1.5 laps to go. If we did have a red flag, that would be the end of the race. Thoughts with that young rider there. Unfortunately, we cannot see who that is yet. We've not got a view of the bike, but that rider does seem to be in pain. We saw the rider walking off the track, but the way adrenaline works is that once you've come off the bike, you don't feel the pain yet, but then the pain comes the time. Here is a replay. Collision at Castrol Corner. Those 2 riders collided at turn number 2. Great sportsmanship there to see the rider in the white helmet, and red flag. Flag, race suspended. Tough break there, Prince.
Oh man, the nature of racing. This is the second incident we've seen in today's racing. You can never call it. You can never call which way it's going to go. But we're going to have our
second red flag in 3 races.
Second red in 3 races. My goodness. Yeah, but we'll see. The recovery well underway. The marshals at the ready to make sure that our riders are safe and attended to. We'll get a picture of it in a moment. Of course, we'll also have a bit more insights as to what the issue was, whether or not it was mechanical. or a talent issue there. But we're going down to Chloe in the pits.
Well, we've got the winner of Class E, David Franco. Big congratulations. What song were you jamming to today? Because P1.
No song, but had luck on my side this time. The guys had a bit of a scene to turn one, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But it was awesome, just having a good time. You know, we're all here just to have fun, get some ski time in, and that's exactly what we're doing.
I mean, it's absolutely great to see you in good spirits, winning, finishing, which is very, very important. How has the car been here at Killarney? And really, I mean, we all talk about how bumpy it is, but in terms of performance, and yes, we saw the incidents in turn one, but how has your car been feeling from yesterday to today?
Yesterday the car was great, and today really kind of felt it for the first time and enjoyed it, and got to grips with it. Times were did my best time here at Killarney, and did it in a race and consistently, so pretty stoked, and I think it's fair to say the car's where you want it to be.
I saw 118 there, and I'm thinking, shoo, you're fully sending it. What are some of the changes that you made in preparations for Killarney?
They just tried a new setup, and it seems to work here. It seems to work with me, and yeah, as you said, 118 is my best here, so very stoked.
Super stoked. And the other interesting thing is seeing, of course, the whole family here. I mean, we've seen Tasman, Jason, Sebastian. You guys seem to have a really good unity.
That's exactly what it is. You know, it's a bunch of guys that just want to have fun, and we all get on, and that's the common interest. You know, we're all here to have fun, all get on, and that's what we're doing. So really happy. It seems to be working. Let's hope we can continue it.
How are we celebrating?
We'll celebrate after the 6 hour, depending on how that all finishes. So let's hope that goes well, and then maybe we'll see you in the clubhouse.
Dad is proud there. How has the R8 been treating you guys?
Yeah, it's been going well. You know, you guys all joke that the car may not exist, but he brought it out the weekend, and you know he's also really finding his feet.
Yeah.
So proud of him as well. And hopefully later we'll also share some joy together in another Super Polo.
Well, we can definitely hope. And while we look into down here in pit lane, of course, that's David's car, which he done absolutely well. In third place was Sebastian Boyd. I'm not too sure where he is, but we'll try and find him a little bit later just to try and talk to him as well. And third, I know in second was Jason. Oh, here's Jason right now. Jason, podium finish. Congratulations. How's that?
Yeah, look, a little bit unfortunate. I think a few people caught out with the cold temperatures, including myself. Found the rear end to be quite loose. And shame, I was right behind the incident. I saw Judd go off. And yeah, it's just, I think cold tires, that's it. You know, not like a talent or anything like that. Just unfortunate, and yeah, I was lucky to avoid any incident, so happy with that.
I mean, you talk about cold tires. Earlier on, we were talking about the track conditions and really how cold it was, how cooler it was in the morning, and we're seeing the temperatures drop a little bit. How is that going to affect your preparation as well?
So funny enough you say that. It's quite difficult because we're preparing for two different races. We did a sprint race, and now we're doing an endurance race. So yes, you can make a few changes, but generally you're trying to get the car right for the endurance. So that's why I think a few of us were affected in the sprint. It's a little bit of compromise. So I think a few of us were caught out by that. But yeah, now we've got a nice 45-minute race, so it will be fun. So let's see where we go.
Have you spoken to Taz yet? I spoke to her earlier on, and I'm like, girl, we had different plans for turn one. It just went all the other side. But I see her car is getting fixed, which is good.
Yeah, absolutely. I think she just got caught up just a little bit at the end there. I saw the damage, and yeah, unfortunately, it was just a little bit. I think her front right got caught up. Obviously, forced her to retire. But look, the benefit is she's got brand new tyres now for the endurance race. So I think she's a odds-on favourite. So if you're a betting person, put your money down on Taz.
Any day, anyhow, definitely will do that. Well, you can still get yourself here at Killarney. You can buy tickets if you haven't made it. And you get to see, of course, the likes of Jason in action. And the lovely thing about South Africa, we love our polos. And you get to see them race on track, which is great. Back to Timber and Prince. Thank you, Jason.
And there you have Jason Campos updating Chloe as to how his race went. And I wonder then going into race 2 what he's going to have extracted and studied and aware of. And that was Chloe and Jason Campos, also catching up with David Franco from our Class E sprint that we saw earlier while we are in recovery mode for MRSSA Group 2, where our riders got close, got tangly, and a couple of them paid the price. So our marshals are at the scene, at the ready to recover our riders first and foremost safely, and of course the most precious equipment. The team is trying the best to clear up the circuit as well, as we might have had a bit of a spill, but while that happens, we're going to try and get a picture of exactly what happened in the build-up to this moment, as we've had some exciting moments of racing, Timber.
Let's take a look back at the highlights of the shortened race 1 for the MRSSA Group 2 class. Slade van Niekerk with a lap record yesterday in qualifying. Sensational start to race 1, pulling out a gap immediately on lap number 1. However, that gap was closed by Max Munton. Munton hunted down Van Niekerk. Van Niekerk setting fastest lap after fastest lap. We saw the two riders going back and forth. Van Niekerk stronger in the first half of the lap from turn 1 through to turn 4, but Max Munton mighty in the final sector from this exact moment, through the saddle sweep all the way down to the final corner and onto the pit straight through turn number 1. Slade van Niekerk continuously pulled a gap here, as we can see on screen in that first sector, but Max Munton was able to respond. And we will be back with you with, I'm going to come back in a moment to a bit of housekeeping there as we continue to look at the highlights. Hilton Riedelinghuis and Clint Munton were doing battle for P3. However, our focus was on the titanic battle back and forth between Van Niekerk and Munton. The 14 of Munton versus the 96 of Van Niekerk. And unfortunately, two riders going down in the latter stages of the race there. We will be going down to Chloe.
We're done with the winner from race 1, Tate Bishop. Tate, congratulations. We're about to go out. How are you feeling? You've got more pressure after what you just did in race 1.
Yeah, no, I'm feeling good. Obviously, the car's been great all weekend. Limited testing time, but thankfully yesterday we actually went new tyres. So managed to get somewhat of an idea what the car could do. But yeah, we're feeling confident. It's mainly the 1 hour that we're worried about. Obviously, with Troy Dolenchek getting into the Janetta, it's going to be a lot more difficult. But yeah, for now, we're just going to try break that gap in the first few corners, and then just keep the car cool, keep it chilled, so that it actually stays in one piece during the 1 hour.
I mean, we talk about how quick this car is and how it's a fan favorite. Just quickly talk to us about the speed that you have to send, especially in the straights.
Yeah, so I think we reached about 254. And in turn 4, our minimum speed, the slowest speed that we do through the corner is about 168 km an hour. So lots of downforce, very quick, very grippy. So yeah, absolutely awesome.
All right, full send.
Thank you so much.
Cool. We'll try and catch up with him a bit later. He has to, of course, prepare, make sure that he's about to go out and full send. And most importantly, try and repeat what he did in the first race. Let's go back, of course, to Prince and Timber to find out what more is happening down on the track.
Thank you to Chloe and Tate Bishop, your Sports and GT Cup race number 1 winner there with Chloe down in pit lane. Prince, before we turn our attention back to four-wheeled racing, we have received confirmation that race number 1 is indeed complete for the MRSSA Group 2. And interestingly, Prince, we weren't able to watch this on screen because we were having a look at that incident down at turn number 2. But it looks like on the final completed lap of racing, Max Munton, using that slipstream and that superior top end, did cross the line ahead of Slade van Niekerk. We saw Slade with that sensational maneuver on the brakes to take the lead into turn 1. But however, it seemed like luck not favoring Van Niekerk in that moment, because if our timekeeping is accurate based on what we're seeing here, then Max Munton is our race winner.
Yeah, indeed. Man, Slade must be kicking himself. But that's the concertina nature, the back and forth nature of racing. And you know what? Given how Slade raced, I think that was something he can take on the chin. He knows it. He done pretty well from the start of the race. And Munton gave it to him. A blow-by-blow between two bikes of the same class. And you never can tell when the red flag is going to pop up, can you? I don't think either of them actually would be disappointed in Slade's position. This was a luck of the draw type of thing. You never see that coming. It's not taking anything away from the way Slade raced. So I think you just got to, clean it up, improve on what you can for the next race, because there was really nothing wrong with the way either of them were racing. It really could have been either one of them.
I will only mildly disagree with one thing, Prince, and I'll say that the only person who's going to be very, very upset is Slade van Niekerk. I think his team will be able to appreciate how well he rode in that race, and it looked like his tactics were on point. However, as much as you can use your tactics on track to go defensive on corners, there's not much you can do on a long straight, on two long straights back to back, like we have here at Killarney. There's not much you can do in terms of defensive if the other guy has got more top end than you. I don't want to assume that Munton has a faster bike, but we could visibly see a difference every time that anytime Slade van Niekerk could establish a gap. By the time they got to turn 4, it was always eaten up by the time they got to turn 1. Another note before we move to the cars is that I think Van Niekerk and his team may need to look at setup, because if they've got some longer gearing, I think that may help Slade defend a lead. But Prince, that is it now for MRSSA Group 2. Thoughts of the riders injured in that crash, but we are now back with our Sports and GT Cup for race number 2.
Yep, excited to see Mike Veria. We had in and out of frame there. Jimmy Janakaro in Bowser, that is in GTR GT3 car, which has been exciting to have on circuit. Nice reference there for the kids to catch on to. We've got that Pilbeam, beautiful Pilbeam V6, going to be screaming down the home straight not too long from now. Let's have a look at the grid positions going into this one. Bishop and Kiesvetter, as ever, going to be duking it out for turn 2. Gillison, first podium, has earned him a 3rd place start alongside Gianni Giannacaro in 4th place. And then Stephen Humble as well as Roberto Franco. Roberto will be feeding off that podium energy from his son David. Wenzel and Aranjis in 7th and 8th. Veria, Mike Veria in 9th and Momia in 10th place. Wayne Hoffman as well as Anne Blunden in 11th and 12th. And then, of course, going on to the next positions on the grid, got Pugh as well as Jimmy Janakaro. And then this one we just saw coming in and out of frame there. Falshank and Moodley behind them are going to try keep it clean and tidy. And, of course, Martin Prince and that Shelby Canham and Ian Howell behind them. Latakhan. Hein Latakhan is side by side with Kilbride, punching above his weight in the class, but he's well able to that impressive E46. Pile, as well as Juan Stander behind him, who's in a Ligier JS53. And then we've got Ryan Lowe, a first timer beside Swanefelder, Eric Solomon, as well as Martinez behind them, I beg your pardon, is Yanni Hatzi, as well as Dr. Roy Aubrey. So that is your class of cars, and an incredible race. So many cars, different talents, different engineering layouts, different years. It's all combined and converging on turn 1 a couple of seconds from now as we have the teams getting ready. And that is, you see Fraser there working with Daniel Gillison of both coming from Australia, but both of them are Kiwis. And they're working with that RC Mustang to get it into proper trim. A podium for your first competitive race in South Africa is not too bad from the team. So they're doing pretty well to fly that RC Mustang flag high. Quite an impressive project they have running over in Australia, with 10 of those cars going out and competing in different body shapes. You've got the same inner workings and inner parts, same engine, gearbox, in chassis, but the bodywork can transform into that of Saes, for example, which is interesting to see how you navigate. Engineering is so interesting and how creative these cars can be. That we've got also a Camaro body that car comes in. But there it is, your lap record holding car, the Ginetta G57, which has rewritten history a couple of times and will try and defend its honor over the course of this weekend with Gary Kiesvetter at the wheel. So far, he's done pretty well to stay clear of the drama, and that Ginetta will make sure he runs untroubled. Right behind him is Janakaro in that brightly colored Audi R8, which is firstly the loudness, the eye-catching array of cars that G&H Transport, that racing team, has to offer is so exciting to see. It's definitely something that attracts attention. I mean, yesterday we had some kids coming in, and they stood pretty long and stared pretty hard when they walked past the G&H pits, because such beautiful cars with the characters. Each of them have different character and feel to them. That anime and superhero theme. We've got Rocket, the pink Lamborghini Huracan, Marshall by Ricky. They're going to be using for the endurance race as well, but the sprint duties go over to Gianni. So very, very exciting offer by the GNH racing team. Stalwarts in South African motorsport history. And if you look further afield, I mean, we've also got the first timer in that team. As a hair commentary, we can see a bit further down the grid as they get ready to get things underway. Ryan Lowe and that Gallardo, number 68, Army Green Gallardo. He's a bit further afield, but plenty cars around him. So many competitors in different classes and shapes as Eric Schultz gets things underway for Tate Bishop and Gary Kieswetter to take it away for race 2 of GT Cup and Sports in GT.
Your podium in race number 1 was Tate Bishop, Gary Kieswetter ahead of Daniel Gillison. Steve Humble came through in 4th ahead of Giancarlo to complete your top 5. Shout out to Wayne Hoffman, who is bringing one of his children to watch him race for the first time ever today, which was pretty cool. Something we found out down in pit lane. But Tate Bishop pulls away for the formation lap. We will have a rolling start for our Sports and GT Cup. Tate Bishop in the 2-liter, 640-kilogram Praga R1. Prince, this may be some motorcycle racing history bias, but most motorcycle riders, when they speak of a R1, they're used to a Yamaha. But the Praga, I just love that name, Praga R1. It sounds just sounds awesome. It's an epic name. And man, it's an epic car. We saw Tate Bishop give the dictionary definition of checking out in race 1. A 2.6 second lead as he crossed the line to complete his first lap. Can we expect to see more of the same from him in race number 2?
Absolutely. I think a car this new, on our shores at least, is you cannot drive it conservatively. I think he wants to extract as much performance as possible. He's already got the goal of 107s in mind, which this car can achieve, he fully believes. So between now and then, it's full beans. I don't see him holding back. And no amount of traffic, as you can see, is going to get in his way. He's done pretty well in race 1. More of the same going into race 2. And yeah, we're excited to see how quickly some of these cars can get out his way, really. But look at that mix. So many different cars, so many different years of Porsche. Wayne Hoffman there. We've got, I think that's Hein Latachan in that number 5 Porsche as well. And we've got the D50Z and SLK. Man, and where is Connor Kilbride? He's also closing up the field there, but we're going up to Cape Town corner now as we close up the formation lap, and it's going to be the battle for the whole shot between the Ginetta G57 of Gary Kieswetter and Tate Bishop going at it. But do watch out for that RSC Mustang. It's been impressive to see it as a front runner coming out of race 1. And any opportunity available will be taken by Daniel, who's having an absolute blast, his first time racing here on South African shores.
Gary Kieswetter alongside Tate Bishop out the final corner as we are under starters' orders. The rolling start about to begin. Gary Kieswetter, only 2 of those Ginetta G57s in that spec in the country. We await clouds of smoke coming out of the back of Tate Bishop's car. Look at the start from Daniel Gillison in the IRC Mustang. Gillison trying to find his way into P2. Tate Bishop, however, unsurprisingly, takes the lead. Can Gillison, we saw him applying pressure on Kieswetter in the early stage of race number 1. He's pulling out the slipstream quite early, going for that outside line. Kieswetter goes defensive into turn number 2. He knows the IRC Mustang will be looking to find a way through. Tate Bishop checks out immediately on lap number 1. He's already established a gap as he exits turn 3. Giancarlo 4th, and it looks like, I think, has Aranji's found his way through on Aranji's there?
On
Steve?
Bentel. Let's have a look and see. In the meantime, it's Giancarlo with Humble in his rear view. Down that straight on the back, that sprint and stretch on the home straight. Tate Bishop has cleared that. Kieswetter not too far off. Gillison in 3rd. I want to see that battle for 4th and 5th between Humble and Giancarlo. In the meantime, Franco as well not too far off in that Audi R8. Okay, the order is being established now. The burble of that V8 to that RC Mustang is very clear to hear down the start-finish straight now. And there is your 3rd place. Late on the anchors goes Gillison behind the G57 Ginetta. Oh my goodness, no replacement for displacement indeed as Solomon loses it Eric Solomon loses it at the exit of, it looks like Cape Town corner, yes. In the middle of Cape Town corner, Solomon lost it there. And he's going to, got back out to the circuit. No issue there. And we won't say anything about flags to avoid the commentator's curse. We'll continue the racing. Good to see Solomon back on with no recovery help needed. In the meantime, Gillison later and later on the braking to try and get, there it is. It was Solomon. Oh, let's see. Lost it. Would have contact for him in the 350Z. Oh no, that could not have felt great. I think that was Hansi. Yeah, it was Yanni, Hatsi, and Solomon coming together there. Hatsi able to continue, or Solomon lost out, but at least he recovered and got back out onto the circuit. And then we've got, of course, Steve Humble ahead of Ryan Lowe, clearing Sorrel's sweep. Whole mix of cars in the mid-pack there, and all of them might be an issue for the oncoming Super Trofeo of Blandon. We've also got Hoffman ahead of him in that Porsche. Momia, Franco, and Arangis are in a mix and a tangle. That battle there is going to be one to behold. There's nothing in between Arangis, Franco, Mia, and Hoffman watching. So keep an eye on that for the time being. It is the lead. Tate Bishop checking out as ever, as Timber likes to put it. Let's see how Daniel Gillison has been able to navigate his fight for that final podium position. Because, I mean, if you look at how late he's been braking, he's been able to try and bring in Giesvetter under braking. It's impressive, actually, how he's able to find that kind of pace. But Giesvetter also trying his checking out impersonation of Tate Bishop. Look at that. Gillison in the distance with Janakaro watching closely. You don't want to put a wheel wrong right now. There's a battle happening. It's Veria, Mike Veria also in that battle for 7th, 8th, and 9th. He's lost a place to Franco. And next in Veria's sights would be trying to recover. Momia is a bit far off from him. Humble working to keep Ryan Lowe humble behind him, as it's his first time racing here. He's going to want to learn as much and absorb as much as he can. But look at this battle coming up here. A bit of traffic and mid-pack battling. In the meantime, we've also got turn 1 being cleared there by Wenzel. Wenzel very experienced. He's got Arangis behind him equally, if not more experienced. 2 or 3 car lengths between them, so we'll see and keep an eye on that. There is 0.8 of a second between Wenzel as well as Arangis in that battle for 6th and 7th, so something could cook there.
That battle has been truly heating up, Prince. At one stage on lap number 3, there's yellow flags down the back straight, so you would assume, there's a car circulating slowly there.
Moodley just recently lost a place. He might be a casualty there. Aubrey had passed him. We'll get confirmation visually at least not too long from now to see exactly what the issue is. In the meantime, Veria has a Porsche hot on his tails, and it is that of Latagan.
We just caught up momentarily there with Wayne Hoffman coming through the sweep. Rookie and making his debut there was Ryan Lowe. As you can see, the Porsches are doing serious battles. Connor Kilbride tries to go up the inside of one of them. Further down the pack, we catch up there with Standa. We are trying to see what's happening here at Cape Town corner. We did see that car circulating slowly. We hope that that driver is able to get his car off the circuit. We've already seen enough safety cars and red flags to last us for an entire day. So hoping that all is okay there. We can see now that the yellow flags have been withdrawn. Charles Arangis, Roberto Franco, Momia, and Mike Veria were doing heavy battle there, and that battle continues as Momia has now worked his way up into 9th position with his exciting new livery. If you haven't seen that Porsche yet of Momia, go check out his social media and stay on stream here live with us, because he's got an amazing proudly South African livery there. Porsche's right, left, and center into Cashel corner, turn number 2. Back with Tate Bishop dealing with the marshals. Let's catch up with Tate for a moment. Prince, only a 9.3 from Tate. I say that with tongue in cheek. Only a 9.3 from Tate. He's dominating out front. 4.2 seconds ahead of Gary Kieswetter. Daniel Gillison with an 11.0 best lap so far, and a 10.2 for Gary. Speaking with Troy Bolchink this morning, he was explaining to us how they have been working on preparing that car for the team. Looking forward to see Troy in the 1 hour dash later there. Meanwhile though, Roberto Franco continues to close on the back wheel of Shalaranjis, and while that is happening, Shalaranjis crossed the line last time around, only half a second behind Divan Wenzel. Looking forward to seeing that battle heat up in our final 4 laps.
Yeah, and Roberto Franco will be watching closely. He's 0.4 off of that battle, so he'll be wanting to keep the winning spirit in the Franco stable of racing. Volshank just lost the place to Aubrey in that battle of the Porsches that is a bit far off a field in that trailing 5 or so that close up our field of 20 odd cars. And then we have an interesting battle forming here again with the Porsches as Prince chasing hard and trying to close in Volshank out of the exit of 3. Prince may be able to extract something. Howl in the distance. Kilbride might be making way for Ryan Lowe not too long from now. He's watching closely, trying not to get into tangles with the likes of Pillay, Moodley ahead of him. Oh, we've got some paintwork.
That's
hanging.
a plastic bag.
Is that yeah, I saw something hang off the bodywork. There it is.
Oh, indeed.
That looks like some bodywork has come off of there. What's going on? What's the issue?
We were seeing 2 different things at the
We were.
Janakaro off track.
That is Jimmy Janakaro losing at the exit of Cape Town corner. We'll update you on that. So many things going on at the same time.
There's fairings flying off of cars. There's plastic bags flying on the circuit. There's cars off circuit. And meanwhile, Daniel Jellison is under intense pressure from G&H Transport's Gianni Janakaro. Only 0.2 separating those 2 drivers across the line on the final lap. You can see that pack coming through turn number 1 with that amazing shot. Jellison, where's Jellison? Because that looks like Janakaro on screen, but that is Janakaro that is circulating slowly. There's Tate Bishop, your race leader. So all these cars on screen are a lap down now, or about to be a lap down on the black and gold of Bishop. Bishop, unfortunately, cannot get those 107s while he's got this much traffic. That is an insane amount of traffic around Killarney Raceway, but that was quite a dramatic lap 7 there.
Oh, absolutely. It's either 107s or something that feels like 107 cars with the traffic to try and clear. The latest of which is Jimmy Janakaro had an incident at the exit of Cape Town corner, and he now has to pass Pile ahead of him or try and make way for Tate Bishop and have him go around the outside. Doesn't make sense, but Tate Bishop has some juggling to do, and he's juggled an Nissan GTR and a Porsche 911 quite well. The next is another Porsche 911 ahead of him as he clears the traffic. Bishop doing very well as the start of lap 9 commences. Prince with Howell and Bishop behind him. Pile and Janakaro in tow as they clear the home straight. Martin Prince will be very aware of a black and gold flash in his mirrors not too long from now. There we go. And the next car for Prince, the next car for Bishop to clear will be the likes of Volshank and Moodley. Down the inside of Volshank goes Tate Bishop, and his next in his sights is Moodley and Aubrey not too long from now. Exit of 3 going down on the anchors into 4 and approaching Sarl's sweep with the lap times looking increasingly impressive in and around the 109s and the 110s. Because of the traffic, his latest lap time, that is Tate Bishop, has been a 110.9 purely because of traffic, able to do a lot quicker and a lot better in clear air. Air being a primary resource for this aerodynamically tuned, honed and refined car. Operates in optimum conditions in clear air, of course. It is dialed in. Every inch of this car looks optimized for the ultimate extraction from its aero performance. From the floor to the rear diffuser, the rear wing, which extracts or manages to hone in about 1,000 kilograms of downforce at 200 kilometers per hour. So you can imagine he doesn't want any traffic and doesn't appreciate it because the car is taken so far out of its sweet spot. But he's done pretty well to clear. Look at that under braking. Ooh, the rear stepping out a bit. The character of the track also coming into play there for let's say Bishop. He did explain that you got to make the best of all situations and know when to compromise, when not to compromise, and optimize on conditions of the track and how much of your 4 wheels have the most traction or the least. So you find a benchmark in between the two. You kind of average it out, and those moments where you can see the rear kind of coming out all factored into just how much you can get in the car. As we are on the final lap now for Tate Bishop, who has done incredibly to dice through the traffic. A really, really strong start. and it's going to make sure it's a solid finish. Cape Town corner has seen an interesting event or two. He has so much work to do. One lap ago to get past the traffic, but it is Tate Bishop who comes down the home straight now as he collects the checkered flag for the second time in a row. Tate Bishop in that Angry Racing Praga R1. As ever, you'd expect that. And he's done pretty well to continue on the benchmark he's set in our minds as to what that Praga R1 is capable of. Gary Kiesvetter in second place in that lap record holding Janetta G57. Gillison, another podium for the Kiwi, I beg your pardon, in that Australian built car on Western Cape shores. Incredible debut of racing for him. Gianni Giannacaro in fourth place in his Audi R8, and Stephen Humble in that Pilbeam in sixth place. There were so many interesting pockets and battles in between these cars because Wenzel and Arangis have been so difficult to take apart. 0.4 of a second in between the two of them as they finish that race in sixth for Wenzel and seventh for Arangis.
Alongside that, have a look at 9th, 10th, and 11th on your timing tower. Lateghan was only 0.090 behind Momia at the flag. That's just updated to 0.115. Absolutely nothing in it. With four-wheeled racing, when it is side by side, it means that when the gap is 0.115, it means that the drivers are side by side indeed. What a race that was. Mike Verrier in the BMW Z4 came through in 11th place. He was only another 4/10 further back, less than half a second. Really, really enjoyable race there with that chaotic lap 7 with Jimmy Giannacaro going off track. Plastic bags flying all over the place. There is Mike Verrier on the BMW Z4. Prince, that is a BMW, but I've heard that it doesn't have a BMW engine. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm supposed to share that.
BMW body, incredible engineering, that's for sure. BMW Z4 body, Chevy V8 beneath it. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this was, the engine in particular was Dakar Rally bound. It was actually meant to be a Dakar engine. That was an interesting story to hear. In an M3 gearbox, a 6-speed M3 gearbox, H pattern, three things in front of his feet, says Mike Verrier, and he's quite happy to have that traditional racing ongoing there, and he seems to be having a good time.
Prince, on that note, I'm convinced that if you took every team, every driver, and every car, you take all the parts, everything, you'll find that there's something from every single part of the world here at SAES.
True.
An incredible amount of variety here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, we're looking at the Praga R1 made in Czech Republic. Incredible car. Praga, of course, all the way through in terms of the spectrum of racing, started from karting all the way to cars, which I believe is really, really exciting prospect for development races. I mean, a massive karting scene across the world in motorsport. To know that there's the one make series across Europe and the UK that this particular car is a part of and has established is setting. Putting a lot of steps in place for development, which is a really exciting prospect. And so the flag being flown high for the Czech Republic where this car is concerned, incredible performance, seen and more to be seen, more to expect from this car as it's still being dialed in. More work is being done, development around it. Clint Bezuidenhout, a name that is well known across local racing circuits, helps with the data analysis and setup of this car. And they're all working pretty hard to dial it in and to make sure it's in optimum condition to continue to rewrite history as Tate gets ready to chat to Chloe in the pit. And Blunden getting in there. And let's hear what Chloe has to say with Tate Bishop, winner of Sports and GT Cup.
Tate, we thought it was impossible. Here you are again with another 108. How is it out there and where are you getting those fast laps?
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. Conditions obviously perfect, nice and cool. Obviously going to heat up a bit later, so we're going to struggle a little bit being a turbo car. But, I mean, the biggest problem was trying to get past that Janetta. Well, not trying to get past it, but staying in front of it rather before the first corner. Managed to do that, and then we just kept it clean. And, I did the times when I needed to, just to secure another pole position, I hope. I hope. Just turn the car down a bit. Obviously, again, got to save it for the 1 hour. That's the big one. That's the one we're worried about. So, yeah, full focus is on the next race and obviously the 1 hour coming up.
Talk to us about your setup and the handling of this car, because yes, we know it's a fan favorite and we love how it looks outside, but talk to us the setup, what it takes inside, and really of the many buttons that because I saw a lot of buttons that you have to press.
So I mean, it's a 640 kilo car, tons of downforce, produces 1,000 kilograms of downforce at 200 k's an hour. No ABS, no traction control, there's no assist, there's no power steering, no nothing, so it's incredibly raw. It's very tough, very physically demanding. Yeah, I mean, you know, obviously with all the downforce, we just make the most of it. And, you know, thankfully, being a downforce car, it's not that heavy on tires, so we're actually able to do pretty much the same time for most of the race. So hopefully that's our advantage in the 1 hour, but yeah, we'll see.
I mean, we also see a whole lot of support for you here, which is really, really nice. Talk to us about the family that's here, and of course the support from your racing team.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this car is, it's been a major deal for the family, for the friends, just everyone. You know, a lot has gone into it. You know, back at Angry, I mean, the car landed about 4 weeks ago, and we drove it for the first time 2 weeks ago. So it was a big thing to get this car, you know, going. So yeah, I'm really, really chuffed. Turnout's amazing. So yeah.
It definitely is amazing, and we're hoping to see, of course, what happens now in the 1 hour. That's where the pressure he believes on. Let's go back to commentary.
Great to hear from Tate Bishop and Chloe down in pit lane. Congratulations, Tate Bishop. 2 out of 2, as you can see it on screen by 7.815 seconds. Daniel Yillison went back and forth with Johnny Giannaccaro to the flag. Saw some back markers get involved in that battle. Steve Humble 5th. Divan Wenzel 6th. Charles Rangi 7th, ahead of Roberto Franco in the Audi R8. Momia took 9th by 0.115 exactly, to be exact, ahead of Latte Khan. And that was your top 10 finishers in the GT Cup Sports and GT race number 2. Amazing drone shot of the Western Cape. Table Mountain in the background. Here are the race highlights from GT Cup race number 2.
An all shot grabbed aggressively by Tate Bishop with that Janetta peeling in neatly out of Gary Kieswetter, and Daniel Jillison did a very good job with his late braking and committing to the corners to try and stay with Kieswetter, but the different performance levels of the cars became very clear. The aerodynamic capabilities of the cars, with Eric Solomon losing it at Cape Town corner later on in the race, and I think it was Yanni Hatzi able to clear that issue with no problem and continue with the race, even though the two came together. But it was Tate Bishop from the start, it was Tate Bishop to the finish, with Kieswetter somewhere off a couple of seconds in the distance in that second place. Pile, Hoffman, Mia, Wenzel, all of those Porsches involved in some interesting battles with Roberto Franco in the impact. Arangis was also a feature in those battles, nothing in between. A lot of those competitors, and they did very well to keep it exciting further down the field. There you have it, more of those battles. Roy Aubrey also, how could I forget him? Martin Prince featuring in the mid-pack and trading battles behind the front pack. So those Porsches really made it exciting, with Kilbride also a feature, punching above his weight of course, but he's there nonetheless and enjoying and having a good time amongst the Porsches. Incredible lap times achieved by the naturally aspirated E46 BMW. Then we also had Stephen Humble in that pill beam. What a mix. It's so enjoyable to see how many different cars you have. There is Steve Humble in and out of frame there. We also saw Ryan Lowe, the first time in racing here, is having himself a good time, keeping on the black stuff and learning from more experienced competitors. Jimmy Giannaccaro also an oopsie there at the exit of Cape Town corner. Not an easy one to exit apparently, but none of the cars succumbing too much at least to the battle, the conditions in the race. And one of the primary conditions that Tate Bishop was faced with was the prospect of traffic. With great speed comes great traffic. Something when you try and coin, and something we see a lot of during the course of the day. And he did well to keep it on the black stuff, regardless of the battle of traffic, as he continued to bear down on the fast and faster lap times, as the Angry Racing stable tries their best to optimize this car and dial it in more and more, as this is, as much as it is competitive racing, it is also a data collection exercise to refine a car that newly arrives on South African racing shores. And that was Sports and GT Cup racing as far as race 2 is concerned. 2 out of 2.
2 out of 2. We are at the start line for MRSSA National Class. Oratile Piri lines up on pole ahead of Malcolm Rapson and Eden Haynes. Eden Haynes was your winner in race 1 ahead of Troy Tonking. Troy Tonking in 5th on the KTM RC 8C. Keep an eye out for Troy. He took the whole shot from 5th place in race number 1. A notoriously good starter. Tonking already making up positions on the launch. It didn't look like the best of starts for Oratile Piri, but he holds on to it. Oratile Piri on the 600 leads out. Our 2 600cc class competitors lead out the overall national class. These have been 2 of the fastest riders in the MRSSA national class this weekend. And as we mentioned in race number 1, Oratile Piri returning from racing full-time in Asia. Troy Tonking returning from his debut in the Spanish Superbike Championship. And our 2 600s are starting to pull away. Malcolm Rapson, Eden Haynes, local boys, time to get through and get front on the local boys. And Graham van Breda with a much better start. Looks like he's up there, up in the top 9. Zander Taljaard 6th. Dieter Heiseman 7th ahead of Kuni Boertes. Here they come through Cyril Sweep. Amazing helicopter / drone shots here as they go down the back straight. Can Troy Tonking use the power of the KTM to find his way through on Oratile Piri? We know Oratile Piri is not afraid of an outside line railing corner speed, and Piri looks like it will complete lap number 1 in the lead. But look at Troy Tonking. Displacement giving him an advantage there on the exit of the last corner. They're going to come side by side across the wall to complete number 1.
Wow. Talk about leaving it close when you know the inevitable trajectory of getting closer to that wall. The exit of Cape Town corner going onto the home straight can be a very, very difficult space to be in. But those 2 talents have navigated it well. They do the same for turn 1 with Tonking keeping it and Orapiri tucking in neatly to try and keep pace with that KTM of Tonking. In the meantime, Haynes, Rapson, Boertes and Taljaard watching closely.
2 different styles of motorcycles here. Troy Tonking on a twin cylinder and Oratile Piri on the 600 4-cylinder. So you will see Oratile Piri in some of the corners being able to carry corner speed. We know Ora notoriously loves those wide sweeping lines. We've seen him and Tonking doing battle many times here at the front of the MRSSA national class. Into Africa racing, Lumi Racing, Yamaha's Oratile Piri down the back straight, tucks into the slipstream. Now Prince, look at Eden Haynes on the 1000, on the big Kawasaki ZX10. He is closing up, so it's a very difficult position as we see Oratile Piri going for his standard outside line. He will cut back to the inside and try to get better drive, but it's a tough position for the youngsters out front, Prince. And I say youngsters because they are literal teenagers, little children. So they are battling with each other for the overall win and for the victory in the 600 class, but they've got that 1000 getting involved. And now because Eden Haynes is right on the back wheel of those 2, I can almost guarantee you that he will be making passes on this lap on the exit of Saddle Street down the back straight as Oratile Piri retakes the lead into turn 2 on lap number 3.
Pardon the cognitive dissonance. When you walk into the MRSSA pits and you find nothing but youngsters, you're expecting a bunch of greater white-haired men and young ladies who are experienced in season, but experience doesn't apparently correlate to age. I mean, you've seen how young the likes of Fanike, for example, Slade, who's collected 14 championships in the Western Cape, and he's only in his early 20s, so you can expect more of the same for the easiest young teenagers who are building up to that class of racing. And Piri and Tonking have held it together at the helm of this particular race quite well, keeping us exciting. Troy down the inside, Tajilan Orapiri dives in a Cape Town corner. Oh, come on, young man, what are you saying? That is incredible. Orapiri left it very late to dive down the inside of Troy Tonking, who seemed to have a very narrow line, but Piri kept it together with the knee on the apex, kicking up some dust, and still he kept the position and took it down the home straight ahead of Tonking. And now he has to be concerned with who's that ahead of him? Pardon my sight there.
Haynes.
That is Haynes.
Eden Haynes took advantage of that battle between the 2 youngsters at the final corner, using the power of the 1000 to take the lead on the pit straight. Troy Tonking had a problem in turn number 1. Here's a replay. So Troy Tonking with the leg out, a la Jorge Martin, up the inside, but that is a very tight line. He is inevitably going to run wide. Oratile Piri with the cutback, but then sticks a knee in the grass because he's gone on a tighter line. So now they've both compromised their corner exits, and then Eden Haynes finds himself in the perfect position to capitalize. He's now got Oratile Piri all over his back wheel on the 600. Here they come on the back straight. Haynes will pull away, but Oratile is one of the smallest, probably the smallest rider in this class, which means means he's also the lightest, which will help mitigate the time that he's losing on the straights, considering that he is on a 600 versus the RC8C, the 898cc KTM of Troy, and the 1000cc superbikes of Rapson and Haynes. Haynes leads on to the start-finish line. On the previous lap, on lap number 3, we did see a bit of a moment between Tom King and Rapson through turn 1. Rapson had to run wide. It looked like he was avoiding action there, but Troy Tonking is remounting his charge. He is starting to close back up on our race leaders, but the tough position now for Oratile Piri is that he is one of the fastest riders on the track, fastest in the middle sector of the track, but Eden Haynes on that 1000 has an advantage to defend. However, Eden Haynes is the fastest rider on track. Last time around, coming through for his fastest lap of the race, a 1:13.390. All of our top 5 lapping in the 1:13s. So Oratile Piri now getting to work. Prince, I guarantee you, he will try around the outside somewhere.
Oh, well, around the inside of the exit of Swaddle Sweep is not an option. And you are right, Timber. Let's look what happens going into Cape Town corner. Oratile has shown us he's not shy if he sees an opportunity there. That was incredible reflexes and quick decision making by him to opt to go on the inside of Troy Tonking's right hand there at Cape Town corner, but not the same. It's not going to be a mirror image as he now asks questions of Haynes. Tonking is going to be watching closely. He's right behind them. Any mistake, any wobble from Piri may present an opportunity for Tonking, which is definitely going to optimize on. So you can imagine it's a picture of attack and possibly defend not too long from now for Piri. But Tonking is on the recovery, having had a bit of an issue a couple of laps ago because he was hot. He was definitely in the thick of it when it comes to this battle in that front three. But Rapson not too far off from Tonking, 0.3 of a second, but somewhere off is Bortis, who is half a second clear of Taljaard. So that is a battle to watch. But in the meantime, in the meat pack,
red flag.
No.
All the riders sitting up. That'll be a red flag. So we have not seen an incident on track, but you can see Eden Haynes signaling to the youngsters quite aggressively there. Guys, slow down. Oh, that is a big accident. That looks like Cape Town corner. Big accident for one of our riders there. We can see the hand of the rider there. I can see the hand of the rider. The rider is moving his arm, so hoping that rider is okay. Unfortunately, Prince, on 2 consecutive MRSSA races now, we saw it in Group 2, and we see it again on the national class on lap 6 of 8. We unfortunately have the race red flagged due to an accident on circuit. And unfortunately, because we have completed more than 66% of race distance, that will be the final result. Prayers and thoughts to that rider. You never want to fall on Cape Town corner in any form of vehicle, but it is particularly rough if you go down there on a superbike, because you are coming in at around 270, just shy of 280 kilometers an hour, and we can see that rider did reach the tire wall, which will mean that would have been a very, very high-speed incident.
Oh, man, yeah, thoughts with that rider indeed. Luckily, we have marshals who are at the ready to attend to all of our riders and our drivers to make sure that they're safe and help them recover in as quick and as safe a manner as possible. But yes, it is more than 66% of the race completed, and we are likely to see the official and confirmed finish to be the Haynes bike, the number 82 bike of Haynes, crossing the line ahead of Piri, as well as Troy Tonking. But the highest priority right now is the recovery of one of our riders whom we've lost, and we're yet to see exactly who it is. You can see the bike is being recovered, and some body work also off the sides of the bike has come off. It's on off the back straight is where the crash is. Struggling to recognize the leathers there. I'm not sure if you can tell, Mr. Kumalo, but thankfully we have our rider upright and talking to the marshals just to help them.
I think that's Dieter Heisemann.
Heisemann.
What I can tell you is that it's a Ducati.
Yeah.
You can see the Ducati writing on the back of the letters there, and Dieter is on a blue and white Ducati this weekend. Yeah. So I think
that's actually Heisemann.
I do stand to be corrected, but I'm quite confident that is Dieter Heisemann on his brand new 2025 Ducati Panigale V4. An amazing piece of equipment. But the most important thing, we can worry about V4s later, is that Dieter is on his feet.
Yep.
Seems to be okay. Getting checked by our world-class medical official team here and marshalling team here at Killarney Raceway. Unfortunately, that will be the day's racing done for him, but I think he will be relieved to have escaped that crash uninjured, because as we mentioned a bit earlier, any crash at Cape Town Corner on a superbike is very, very high speed. And given how far he's traveled in the gravel trap, that looks like he's lost it just as he's begun braking. So right on the entry of that braking zone at Cape Town Corner, officials now just loading that bike off the circuit. He will continue to get further medical checks. He'll be off to the medical center just to make sure that everything is okay with him. Some housekeeping prints. So given the results on our last completed lap, which was lap number 5, Eden Haynes crossed the line as our race leader. He had just set, I was just about to mention that him and Oratile Piri had just done their fastest laps of the race, new PBs for our 2 race leaders. So it was Haynes ahead of Piri. Troy Harvey Tonking will take the podium in 3rd. He was only a second behind, and he was catching up once again with our 2 leaders. And then the really, really exciting bit, Prince, and what I'm most disappointed by with that red flag is that on lap number 4, Malcolm Rapson was 2 seconds behind our race leader. And then on lap number 5, he had reduced that gap to 1.2 seconds, and Rapson had just done the fastest lap of the weekend so far by any of our MRSSA national class riders with a 13.106, almost breaking into 12s. So unfortunately, us and the audience at home have just been deprived of the closing act of what is already an incredible show.
Yeah.
But huge congratulations to all those riders putting on a phenomenal show for us, honestly.
Oh, incredible stuff. They gave it everything, that front 3 or 4. And we had plenty to stretch the ability of our vocal cords for over the past couple of laps. And that's exactly why we're here, to enjoy the finest talents, not only in the Western Cape, but across this beautiful country in South Africa. Growing motorsports scene in MRSSA has been a valuable and entertaining addition to the SAES Tour. If you've just joined us, good morning to you and welcome to a bright, sunny, slightly humid, windy on occasion, but not very windy, Killarney International Raceway. This is round 3 of the SAES Tour, and we're getting settled in. I think we're pretty warmed up. We've had the warm-up sessions. We've had a couple of heats come and go from all of our competitors on 4 wheels and on 2, and the latest of which with the MRSSA class have had to red flag their race. And we're just in the recovery stage, having seen Dieter Heisemann go off for the Nationals.
So we can see here, and you can see on pit lane, our MRSSA, these are still our national class riders lining up at the gates. The national class riders are lining up at pit lane exit. So could we potentially have a restart for these riders? I had expected and anticipated that this would be a completed result, given that 5 laps had been completed. However, that final decision does remain at the clock of the course's discretion. So we may possibly have a sprint race, or a sprint race within a sprint race, which would be a 3-lap dash for glory here between our MRSSA national class riders. We can see Zander Talyard lining up at pit lane exit. So a tricky situation as always for our riders, Prince, because they now are in the pit lane. Their tires will be cooling down while they're waiting. They will have a formation lap to get some heat into those tires, but then they have to immediately get back onto the rhythm for what will be a race that's less than 5 minutes, given our fastest riders are lapping in the 1:13s. We saw Troy Tonking on screen having a chat with his dad there, who functions as his manager and crew chief as well. So we will be fascinated to see who will be going ahead, to try and secure a victory there. National class riders lining up the gate. Eden Haynes has just passed us. He's just left his pit box and he's weaving his way through the pack there in pit lane. So we are on standby. You can see on screen now MRSSA national class riders are lining up at pit lane exit for a restart of their race number 1, which was halted due to a red flag because of a crash for Dieter Eiserman at Cape Town Corner. Prince, how is it for racers managing their emotions and their adrenaline, where you've just had a huge adrenaline spike because you've done a 5-lap race? You have to come to a complete standstill where the adrenaline, everything drops, and then you now have to get back into that zone to push now on the limit for only 3 laps.
Yeah, it's an incredible skill. The turnaround time when it comes to resetting your mind and your state of emotions for your competitive riders as well as racing drivers. But if you've just joined us, we did have a stoppage of the race because of one of our riders, that is Dieter Reisman, coming off at the entry of Cape Town corner. So we're now re-establishing our grid and getting back out onto the circuit to complete the remainder of this race, which was a couple of laps worth. So it's going to be a sprint to the finish. To answer your question, Timber, I really think it is a skill that only riders and racing drivers can understand just how much it takes to turn around at the flip of a coin. We were speaking to Cody Redelinges, and she was just describing how having a crash and a fall is an inevitable thing. Sometimes it can happen and weigh on you. Sometimes it's your own ability, sometimes it's the bike and an issue you haven't quite figured out it, and she and her team went on to figure out it was actually a braking issue. So something like that could be a niggle. You begin to question your own ability, and as soon as they figured that out, you could see even the relief and change in her body language when describing the issue. It's relief and its immediate ability to tap into that I am fast quite immediately. And that's exactly what it is, Timber. It is reminding themselves that they actually can perform, they actually can race. It's not something that is going to weigh on them and be a repetitive issue, and they have to move on.
So just to give an update to all our viewers, we are currently under a red flag delay because of the incident for Dieter Heiseman, we believe it was, that went down at Cape Town corner. So we are on standby for a restart of race number 1. Our riders, our MRSSA national class riders, are waiting in the pit lane. They will go. We can see a cone being removed, so it looks like we will be going underway. It will be a full race restart, so our riders will line up on the grid again for a full restart. It will be a 4-lap race. There were 4 laps remaining for our riders. So an opportunity now for the riders to warm up their tires, get back in the zone. As Prince was just discussing moments ago, I think it's more about managing emotions more than anything, Prince, because it's easy to get distracted. It's easy to lose focus of exactly where you are at. Unexpected variables are never great for racing drivers or riders, but the best of the best are the ones who are the quickest and most efficient at adapting to those quick changes. So we will be looking out to see if our SAES and MRSSA representatives who have been doing amazing work overseas. You know, we've spoken about Oratile Piri and Troy Harvey Tonking. Tristan Pino was a double winner here last year and the SPK champion in 2025. Saw his dad yesterday and found out that he'll be going to England very, very soon for some racing. So very, very high level here in South Africa. The best riders in the country as they complete their sighting lap. There is Jordan King on his Yamaha R1 on the 110. I can see Brad Radstock on the Bikers Warehouse BMW. Troy Tonking, who we've seen leading in both races today so far, has yet to find his way to being the first one to see a checkered flag. The start, Prince, is going to be critical. We've seen Troy go forward on every single start. So if Troy can get himself to the front off this restart, he then just has to defend for 4 laps, and that gives him a great chance to fight for victory.
Yep, and you did see that he is able, with a handful of laps, he is able to keep his nearest competitors, which were Haynes as well as Piri, at bay to a greater or lesser extent. And I think it very well might be the case this time around. Knowing that there's only a handful of laps, though, it does increase the pressure not only on Troy to defend, but on Piri to attack. So that is going to be a different prospect. As much as I might think that it may be an easier time for Troy to actually defend, the mentality of all of them has changed, and the layout around and what they have available in terms of opportunities has changed for all of them. The pressure is on all of them. Now, I don't think the regression level, for example, of Piri is going to remain in the same place and make it easier for Troy. He's going to be mounting the pressure. So it's completely different racing conditions for all of them at the moment.
The start will be critical. Eden Haynes looks alongside him and behind him. He sees the 3 men who want to take that victory from him. There's Lumi Racing's Oratile Piri lining up in second position on the grid. KTM Centurion. Troy Tonking in third place on the grid. Kuni Buerters on 5th place on the 84. He is ready to go racing. He's giving a signal there. I see he's giving a thumbs up. We are we're about to be under starters orders. It looks like there's a bit of a mix-up there with grid positions further down the field. I can see that's just behind Mark Vandenberg. One of our Kawasaki ZX-10 riders has found himself a little bit lost on the grid. He's doing the right thing there to roll backwards on the grid, because you are absolutely not allowed to ride backwards on the grid. Let's go through the restart for race number 2. Under starters orders, the 30-second board has gone up. The 5-second board goes up. Keep an eye out for Troy Tonking as the lights go out. Troy with a great start, but a bit of a bubble there as he fed through the first gear. Oratile Piri in a sandwich. Watch Ora, he will rail it around the outside, guaranteed from the youngster. Oratile Piri is now going to try and duck Eden Haynes. A bit slow off the restart. Troy Tonking had a bit of a bubble there. He lost grip on the rear wheel, exiting turn number 1 into Castro corner. Troy Tonking, you can see, goes super hard on the brakes on the KTM. You see the dive, but this is the perfect scenario for Oratile Piri. And what's key, Prince, is that he needs to get a gap ahead of those 1000cc bikes before he exits Sorrel Sweep onto the back straight.
Oratile can taste victory at the moment. All he needs to do is to keep that bike upright, and at the moment he's done a good job. He's about to clear Sorrel Sweep as Haynes and Tonking are watching him closely. Tonking has Rapson to worry about as well if he makes an error or two, but so far he hasn't put a wheel wrong. It's just that the window has narrowed for all of these competitors. There's only 4 laps to go, and we look at that. It's Piri now losing it to Haynes at the moment. Displacement, quite a conversation, but Piri holds it going down the inside. Haynes peels back a bit, and you've got Tonking in the mix there, trying to get that youngster Piri in within grip, really. Only 4 laps to go. There's not much time to do it in. Tonking still watching from a distance. Temba.
This is incredibly impressive from Oratile Piri, honestly, because you saw that Eden Haynes was able to pass him. Oh, look at that, all the way around the outside. That Ora, you can't do that, but I respect you for trying. I was just saying that Ora, he loses a lot of time on the back straight, but you saw that he was still able to overtake Haynes in the braking phase and still pull a gap by the time he exited Cape Town corner. The person who will be rubbing his hands at the current state of affairs is Troy Tonking. He's now pulled away from Rapson and Boertes behind him, and he's closed up on the back wheel of Oratile Piri. Troy Tonking will be receiving the benefit of a double slipstream down the back straight. So if he can go really, really late, look at the corner speed there from our drone shot of Oratile Piri. You can see in the middle of the corner and on the exit how much more momentum he's going to carry, but he is on the slowest bike out of the 3 on this back straight. Haynes pulls away from Piri. Tonking closes up on Piri. Oratile, look at that, all the way on the outside. He's going to try and sweep and carry as much corner speed. Look how much he's going to close on Haynes, and he exits right on his back wheel. 2 laps to go.
2 laps to go, and it's going to be a tough battle there. Attack or defend for Orapiri, because now he's got Haynes as well as Tonking now almost side by side with him for that shot. Tonking might be later on the anchors into turn 1. No, Orapiri around the outside is a familiar phrase, and he's got enough bike length between him and Tonking. So for now, Tonking is at bay, but going down into turn 2, Tonking's going to try to stay as close as possible, but cornering advantage is the name of the game as far as Orapiri is concerned, but it all comes undone at the back straight. In the meantime, Orapiri's trying his best to stay as close as possible to Haynes. Look at that, bit of an adjustment, a wobble there from Piri, but he keeps it together as they clear turn 3. Going down now, approaching Sorrel Sweep.
Whoa, Eden Haynes out the saddle. He grabbed a handful of throttle there, and that Kawasaki ZX-10 said, you can't grab any more than that. And I can guarantee you, Prince, that is pressure. It's pressure from the youngsters on Haynes. He will be able to hear them. He knows that they are faster than him in certain parts of the circuit, but we've seen moments for all of our race leaders. Troy Tonkin out the inside of Oratile Piri. That's going to need to be a block pass. He gets alongside him. Oh, Haynes gets set up. Troy Tonkin out the inside of Haynes and Piri. Piri was all the way on the outside. He had to close the throttle because Haynes was not expecting Tonkin to come up the inside. It is now once again a 5-way fight for the lead as the last lap begins.
What a moment. Incredible reflexes there from Tonking. But Haynes again, displacement, the name of it. Tonking around the outside, he keeps it held a la Orapiri. Orapiri watching from a distance as he is closing up the final podium position at the moment. Tonking applying the pressure on Haynes and answers back, taking it into turn 2. Haynes won't let him get away. He knows that home straight is coming not too long from now, and that's where he's had an advantage.
Troy Tonking going for victory. The local Western Cape boys have shown the Gauteng boys how to go faster. Another red flag. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, 2 riders down. Once again at Cape Town corner, 3 riders down.
That looks like
Saes
Shabalala
on the ground. Is that Ryan Futter on the left?
Oh no.
Oh my goodness, that is really, really disappointing to see. That is the last thing you want to see. 3 riders down at Cape Town corner. Saes Shabalala back on his feet. Oh my goodness, that was an incredible race we were having there. Let's calm down and catch our breaths. That looks like Ryan Futter. Prince, I'm fairly convinced Ryan Futter is the rider sitting on the wall. Saes Shabalala is the rider going to check on our 3rd rider, who seems to be in the worst condition of the 3. We were on the final lap, so that will be the end of the MRSSA National Class race number 2. We'll need to check with timing to see who came through victorious. Wow, non-stop action here in Killarney Raceway.
That was incredibly stressful. Let's have a look. Moments after the accident had just happened, Saes Shabalala parted from his bike. Fata already on the wall at that moment. And our 3rd rider, who we can't tell, laying on his side.
I think that's Brad Radstock.
Oh no. Oh no, that was just moments after the incident.
Clive Turnbull 25 is unfortunately one of the riders down. I can see now there another bike there in the back. It is the number 28 of Daniel Frost. So it's Daniel Frost, Saes Shabalala, and Clive Turnbull, we believe. We'll get your a confirmation on that when we can see some more of the bike numbers. Once again, our medics deployed on circuit. Tough break there for our riders. We will give you official confirmation of that as soon as we can. We are telling you our judgment call based on what we can see here. But we do hope that rider is okay, who is receiving treatment from the medics.
Yeah, we didn't get a chance to see exactly what happened, but all riders being attended to. And you have some of the riders in the Nationals class getting out. I think that's Saes Shabalala's bike, it looks like. Getting back into the pits with the marshals, getting it out of harm's way. And we conclude the Nationals, the MRSSA Nationals, with its 2nd red flag in the same race, in and around the same part of the circuit. It was first the entry of Cape Town corner where Dieter Heiseman fell victim to that, and now it is the exit of Cape Town corner where we've had another incident which we didn't quite get these shots of. It was just out of frame and just out of our reach. But we'll find out a bit more information as to exactly what happened from the riders, as they will be recovered soon and insured as being safe and healthy, I'd imagine, is the top of the priority right now before explaining exactly what happened. But we're glad to see most of them walked away from this. But one of our riders, I believe, is being attended to. And once he's been secured, I think that is Frost, who hasn't gotten up on his feet. We'll get confirmation, but it looks like the number 28 of Frost that was down that is being attended to at the moment. So, wow, 2 red flags in the same race. We could not have called it. And that's how it closes right now for the MRSSA Nationals.
So, Prince, I've just been doing mental calculations in my head. We saw 3 riders down. We saw the bike of Shabalala down, the white R1 with the 19. We saw Daniel Frost's blue and pink CBR 1000, and we saw him sitting on the wall. So unfortunately, the rider who is injured is Clive Turnbull, because we did see the 25 of the Yamaha R1.
Okay.
So we can deduce that it is Clive Turnbull, unfortunately, the rider who's being treated now. So just praying and hoping that Clive is okay. We know he is down here with his dad's best friend, basically. Excuse me, not his dad's best friend. His best friend's son, Jordan King. Anyone who's been at the track knows that Clive and Jordan are constantly attached at the hip. So really hoping that Clive is okay and that he can have a full recovery. Daniel Frost's bike, just moving along there, it seems like it didn't take too much damage, or it looked the least damaged of the 3. So it's now a really quick race, because I don't think we'll see Clive out in race number 3. But Saes Shabalala has now got a serious job on his hands, because he does not have a lot of time. MRSSA National Class race number 3 is scheduled to start at 1300. So his team have let's see, the time is 12, an hour to fix that bike. I think it is unlikely that they'll be able to fix that R1 within an hour's time. If you are just joining us, welcome to round 3 of the Southern African Endurance Series here at Killarney Circuit in the Western Cape. I'm Tema Kumalo, bringing you your action live here from the commentary booth. We have just had a delay here in MRSSA National Class race number 2. Today's been an odd day. We've been plagued with quite a few red flags. We saw 2 red flags in we saw a red flag in the sprint and dash. We've seen safety cars. We've seen multiple red flags here in the MRSSA National Class. This race started off with a red flag. We had 4 laps completed of racing. Then we had a red flag. We had a delay while we waited for the restart procedure. The race was restarted where we saw an insane, wow. That is, I think, you know, this event is the 1-year anniversary of me starting as a commentator here at the Southern African Endurance Series. And I can comfortably and easily say that is by far the best superbike race we've ever seen from the MRSSA National Class, at least since I've joined. But I think since the MRSSA superbikes have joined the SAES series, that was truly an incredible race. Eden Haynes was fighting. He had gone to war, severely gone to war with Oratile Piri, Troy Harvey Tonking, Malcolm Rapson and Kuni Buertas were just in touch, getting themselves involved in that battle. So having a look at our live timing, the latest update I can give you is what our live timing reflects. And the order at the time of the race being red flagged was Eden Haynes, our race 1 winner, was leading race number 2, part 2 after the red flag restart. Oratile Piri was running in 2nd place. He looked like he had something lined up for Eden Haynes, even though that was going to be quite difficult to execute whatever that was. Troy Tonking is classified as 3rd, half a 10th as they completed lap number 2 of the restart, only half a 10th behind Oratile Piri. Malcolm Rapson was in 4th position. Kuni Buertas was in P5. Michael Dutoit, P6. Zander Talyard, Game van Breda, 8th. And here we have our official results. We can now give you our official results completed. And it's Troy Tonking. What an effort from young Troy Tonking. Congratulations to him on the KTM RC80. And there you can see it, a 600 leads out the overall. Only 78 thousandths of a second ahead of Eden Haynes. Oratile Piri comes through 3rd. He'll be disappointed because he just lost the lead in that moment with Haynes and Tonking. Malcolm Rapson 4th. Kuni Buertas 5th. Michael Dutoit has a great race there, making some great progress to take 6th place. Zander Talyard was 7th. Graham van Breda 8th. And Graham van Breda, our winner in the 1000cc class, ahead of Mark Vandenberg in 9th and Ryan Futter. So that was your top 10 for MRSSA National Class race number 2. Thankful that our production team has done a great effort there to get those official results on screen for us. There are motorcycles behind us in the pit lane going on circuit, so that will be the MRSSA Group 2 for their race number 2. Looking forward to seeing the youngsters back out on circuit. Slade van Niekerk and Max Munton were going hammer and tongs at it for the victory in race number 1. So we have a lot more to look forward to. Clive Turnbull is that what we are seeing on screen is Clive Turnbull, who unfortunately was the rider who appears to be worst affected in that multi-rider crash from the race number 2 red flag incident. So thoughts with Clive. We really do hope that he is okay. We move now from the MRSSA National Class to MRSSA Group 2. If you are wondering what is MRSSA Group 2, it is where we do find our junior races. There are 2 classes here, the 650 class and the 400s. We have just going to have a look at our grid for race number 2. Shout out to Stephen Koenig, our pit lane reporter, who can do anything for racing from almost anywhere in the world. Slade van Niekerk lines up on pole position ahead of Max Munton, Hilton Riedelinghuis, Clint Munton, Adrian Solomon, Lance Jonas, Abigail Besson, Alex van den Berg, Liam Carstens, Lungi Sile, Tom, Bradley Master, and Cody Riddling Hayes are your top 12 there. Here they are on the sighting lip. Our officials wait on the starting grid. Here we go with our official grid. So it's Slade van Niekerk lines up in pole position ahead of Max Munton. Hilton Riedling Hayes lines up third ahead of our fourth place of Clint Munton brothers teammates there. It seems Adrian Solomon P5 ahead of a very familiar name, Lance Jonas. Abigail Besson, one of our lady riders, lines up in seventh ahead of Alex van den Berg, who's made his way down from Johannesburg of GFP Racing. Carstens, Tom, Musto, Cody Riedling Hayes making a debut at MRSSA in the 650 class. She is a rookie in the class this season. Late Ferreira, Nate Waddington, Amoche Langpiri lines up in 16th ahead of Mitchell Robinson. There are the Munton boys, 14, 12, green bikes, red leathers. But that man who gave us all the excitement in terms of all-action riding style, Slade van Niekerk, lines up from pole position on the grid. Prince, it looked like Slade was going to have an easier time of it, qualifying on pole by 1.8 seconds, but that gap wasn't 1.8 seconds at the end of race number 1 between him and Max Munton.
100% becomes nada very quickly in race conditions, and he had a lot of questions asked of him, and he had answers, to be fair. But that battle between those two bikes you see right in front of you, far from over. Plenty to offer going in to race 2 for Group 2 of MRSSA, the development field of riders we have here in the Western Cape. We're under racing conditions, and away we go. It is, ooh, what a hop there. Not sure who are caught in our frame there, but it is Van Niekerk as well as Munton going in for the whole shot. What a wobble, massive wheelie there, an impressive save. We're going to get a replay possibly and have a clear picture exactly what happened there. But at the moment, we've got, it looks like Van Niekerk taking the whole shot. He kept it, very clean start from him, and Munton not too far off. And that battle is going to continue. It's episode 2 of what has been an exciting series of back and forth battles between those two riders. It's Van Niekerk immediately getting an ascendancy on Munton. And remember, we noted just how much pace is found by Van Niekerk in the corners. There's something he's able to extract from his bike that is incredibly difficult to answer back to where Munton is concerned. But the likes of Riedling Hayes, Clint Munton, Solomon, Jonas, all of them are going to be watching closely and involved in a battle of their own. Look at him. That is Slade just trying to check out as quick as possible and not to give Munton a chance to answer back, because he paid for that in race 1, and he will have learned from his mistakes, very little of which were made. I must say it was just a really difficult race between two talented riders going blow by blow. As we start the second lap, we're going to get a clearer picture of how things stand where all things timing are concerned. And Slade van Niekerk has done an incredible job to clear the field quickly and get into the rhythm as soon as possible. Here's a side-by-side shot there at the exit of 2. It's still Munton trying to chase down van Niekerk, and it's not going to be an easy thing at all.
So Prince, something quite interesting has happened here. I noticed on the grid, as we're about to go racing, there were multiple riders missing from some of their grid positions. Most notably is Hilton Riedling Hayes, who had finished race number 1 in 3rd position and was due to line up on the grid in 3rd here, but he did not make the start for a reason that we are currently unaware of. So that is a DNS for him. It did not start. Slade van Niekerk leads out front, so we'll try and identify those riders. We are going to use live timing. So it seems, according to the timing, because there's some riders whose names have not registered times, it appears, we will check up on this, but it appears that we are missing Riedling Hayes, Solomon, Tom, Lloyd, and Waddington. You can see those riders' names at the bottom of the timing tower. They are white dots. So a bit curious there, because we didn't see incidents in race number 1 for the likes of Tom and Riedling Hayes. I do have a theory, Prince, which I will get into in a moment's time, because Max Munton has taken the lead out front.
Oh, Max Munton reeling in. Van Niekerk tried his best to clear him as soon as possible, but Max slowly gnawed away at that lead. I mean, it's only been a couple of laps. I don't know where Munson found that pace. It's either Munson was looking for pace, which he found, or Van Niekerk relaxed a little bit, given the gap that was between the two of them. But this is going to give Van Niekerk some edge and some hunger to try and get that position back. He did so very well in the previous races, and he's definitely not lost that ability to close that gap between him and Munson. If it doesn't continue this exciting battle between the two, exit of Sorrel sweep now, as we have Van Niekerk chasing hard, trying to get that position back. Down the home straight they go, leading up to Cape Town corner.
Down the back straight they go indeed. Slade Van Niekerk has every bit of himself and that motorcycle tucked into the slipstream of Munson. Slade Van Niekerk blipping the throttle aggressively on his Kawasaki 650 into final corner. Clips a bit of grass for good measure with the knee slider a la Oratile Piri. Look at the top end there, the speed from Max Munson, and he's clear of him. Clear from him, and look at the gap he's pulled before the finish line. Oh my goodness, that's half a second from the last corner to turn number 1. So I think that's more about Van Niekerk's bike than Munson's, Prince, because where's Slade? Oh my, that's seconds. That's seconds of time. So clearly problems there for Slade Van Niekerk.
Yeah, and you did allude to how the different sets of ratios would help where that's concerned in terms of setup. He looks to be strong in the corners, but the straights are not entirely giving him the results that he wants as we cross the halfway mark of the race. 4 laps of 8 that we're on right now, and Munson has done a great job of reeling in and getting by Van Niekerk. That definitely is an issue with the bike there. That gap does not make sense because literally a couple of seconds ago we had the two almost exchanging paint really at the exit of Cape Town corner. But Clint Munson is making a sandwich of the situation in 3rd place, some distance behind Van Niekerk, and behind him is Abigail Bosson in 4th place.
Max Munson into Cape Town corner in the race lead. My heart is breaking at this current moment for young Slade Van Niekerk. 20 years old, incredibly determined young rider. You guys should follow Slade on Facebook because he posts updates every time he's been at the track racing. And look now, Clint Munson now finding his way through on Slade Van Niekerk. So technical problems there for Slade. And it's now a 1-2 for the Munson Bros, the SunScan team. SunScan Racing now have their riders 1st and 2nd as Max Munson ahead of Clint Munson. Let's see, there's 3 laps to go. Damage limitations for Slade Van Niekerk. He's lost 5 seconds now to our race leader. He has got to try and manage that situation. However, while all of this has been going on, young Abigail Besson has found a way into 4th place. And looking at the problems that Slade has, she might find a way onto the podium.
Oh, keep going, Abigail. We're watching closely. An opportunity might arise in the meantime. It's I think it's Lance Jonas as well as Van der Berg are quite close to each other. 0.3 of a second it seems between the two of them. That battle should be watched closely, as is the case with the likes of Carstens and Musto in that 7th and 8th position. Same applies to Tom and Piri. A lot further down the field, plenty pockets of riders. They're battling across the field as we bear down on the first of the final 3 laps. And there is Munson now. It's a Munson 1-2 for the time being. Van Niekerk is definitely dealing with something technical there because the falling away makes 0 sense considering how strong a start he had, grabbing that whole shot quite comfortably. Some questions to be asked as we now begin lap 6 to complete it.
Lap 6 out of 8. Abigail Besson in 4th place. Lance Jonas 5th. We are keeping an eye on the live timing just to see how Slade is managing that situation. Slade so far with a 25.6 on the previous lap, which print was 5.5 seconds, exactly slower than his fastest lap of the race so far. So that is a really incredibly tough break for young Slade. Max Munson does not need a better opportunity to be essentially gift-wrapped a race victory by the motorcycle of Slade Van Niekerk. So really hoping that Slade's team can get to the bottom of that issue and reserve some points, get that fixed for race number 2. Because another thing that Slade had mentioned to me in the pits is that he's only 5 points off of the championship lead. He said that he had won every race this season so far. However, he did miss a round early in the season. So in terms of the local championship, which is forming a part of this race today, Slade needs every single point that he can get. Meanwhile, here are the youngsters on screen that we saw doing battle at Aldo Scribante. That's Lungisile Tom versus Amo Helang Piri. Lungisile Tom representing for Lumi Racing with the upper hand over Piri. So Lungisile Tom, he's one of the youngest racers here at MRSSA SAES with the least experience. So he has come in leaps and bounds, young Lungisile. So great to see that there from him. We do need to speak about Carstens as well, who is leading the 400 class. However, Slade van Niekerk continues to go backwards. Abigail Basson has now found his way through. So, Prince, this is an absolute disaster for Slade van Niekerk. And the worst thing is that there's not much you can do about it.
Yep, just has to continue and take it on the chin, unfortunately. Saving grace, maybe. It's only the second race of 3. So there's a clear issue to address, which came to the fore towards the end of race 1. I do remember something seeming amiss there, and now it's blatantly clear and obvious to see that Slade and the team have some work to do to get the recovery underway. But in the meantime, Jonas losing a place to Alex van der Berg for that 5th and 6th place battle, as there is some distance between that to Carstens as well as Musto. But yeah, the battle between Carstens and Musto is still underway. 0.5 of a second between them. What's the latest between Piri and Tom? That remains the same, 0.7. If anything, Tom has gotten a bit faster in that 9th and 10th battle. But keep an eye out for Carstens and Musto. And Piri and Tom towards the end of the race. It is the final lap that we're on now. And Munton will be thanking himself for keeping the momentum he started off with at the beginning of the race. Made things slightly easier for him. The fact that Van Niekerk fell away with what is clearly a mechanical, technical issue, but this has made it a Munton 1-2. As far as things stand, you can't call things too quickly as far as our bikes are concerned. All of the riders have had some battles to face over the past couple of heats that we've seen. So, but it is Munton who's done very well to secure that first place ahead of Clint, Munton, and Basson has done very well actually to be there and present in that 4th or 5th place, and it's now paying dividends.
Max Munton, your race leader, dominant race leader after the technical problems for Slade van Niekerk, exits Cape Town corner in the lead of the race. Crucial championship points for him. Congratulations to Sunscan Racing on a 1-2 here. Their debut 1-2 finish at the MRSSA SAES here at Killarney. Victory for Max Munton. Clint Munton will come through to take 2nd place. Congratulations as well to Abigail Basson. And look at this, Prince, this is heartbreaking. Slade van Niekerk crawling on the back straight. Our pole man crawling. That bike seems to be losing power with every lap. It's gotten slower and slower. Let's take a look at the times for Slade. His fastest in this race was a 1:20.1 on his penultimate lap, a 27.3. So losing 7 seconds per lap. It looked like Liam Carstens there, our race leader. Liam Carstens, our race leader in the 400 class. Liam Carstens doing battle with Bradley Musto. That was Liam Carstens coming through to take the victory. Lungisile Tom comes through to take the final podium position. Only 0.106 seconds separating those two. So 2 incredible finishers fighting in the 400 class for the win and for 3rd positions. Congratulations to Liam Carstens, who came out on top ahead of Bradley Musto, and congratulations to Lungisile Tom, who came out ahead of Amo Helang Piri, and Cody Riddling Hayes came through with a top 10. Great effort from her. That is Bradley Musto on the number 07, looking for, that is rider number 78, looking for the number. Saw the number momentarily there. I think that's James Late on the 74. It looks like James Late, who has stopped to give him congratulations. Guys, you need to get off the circuit because there are more races that need to go on, but we will allow it for now. Prince, thoughts on that race, and heartbreak for the man on screen, Slade van Niekerk. The body language says it all.
Yeah, that's the headliner, isn't it? Coming out of race 2, it's just heartbreak, something that really is out of your hands. Once you're out on the circuit, you can only just ride through it, really. That's all you could do. And take it on the chin and see what Heat 3 has to offer. But brilliantly done by Munton, being competitive so far over the past couple of heats. Both Muntons, Clint being there to join the podium positioning, Abigail paying it off. It paying off rather for Abigail Bosson to be there, and Alex van der Berg rounding it up there, not too far off. And then there were these little pockets, these battles between Carstens, Musto. There was something brewing there, but a lot less, almost nothing between Tom and Piri. That was almost a photo finish when they came across the start-finish line. And I don't know where Piri found the pace. I don't know if Tom pulled back a bit and dialed off slightly towards the end, because the gap was quite big between the two in the maybe the penultimate lap. But by the time it came down to the final lap, there was really hardly anything to tell between the two of them. So that was really exciting to keep up with the battle between the two youngsters for Group 2 there. The future of South African motorsport as far as two wheels are concerned.
Many talking points from that race, but here are your official results for MRSSA Group 2. Race number 2 in the STC 650 class. Max Munton from Sunscan Racing took the 1-2 with Clint Munton in second position by 9.689 seconds. Abigail Bosson, congratulations to her, makes her way onto the podium. Alex van den Berg, originally from Cape Town, but now a Joburg boy of GFP, came through for fourth position. Slade van Niekerk, heartbreak for our pole man. Technical problems there, leaving him 35 seconds off of the race win. Congratulations to Liam Carstens, who came out victorious in the Super Sport 300 class ahead of Bradley Mastar. Lungisile Tom, well done to him from Lumi Racing, who managed to just pip Amogelang Piri to the line, 0.119 separating them. And Cody Riedling Hayes takes 10th place. We are now moving ahead to our highlights. There was a bad start for Max Munton, rider number 83 there with a shocking launch. Slade van Niekerk took the whole shot, but Max Munton, look at the gap that Slade had. Imagine this guy at the end of lap 1, this was the lead he had, but he ended up finishing 35 seconds off of the race leader. Tough break for him there.
That was crazy. Two wheelies in tow there. It was van Niekerk as well as Jonas there at the start. They had a bit too much torque than they would have wanted at the start there. Trying to keep it down is always a challenge when it comes to two wheels. Very interesting how van Niekerk had to navigate that, but then he would succumb to what, well, before this battle sort of cooled down between him as well as Munton. He'd had to succumb to a technical issue that took him out of such close racing at Cape Town corner. As you can see, there was nothing between them knees to the tarmac and to the grass really at the inside of Cape Town corner, but then it was Munton all the way from there. Things just opened up for him and didn't quite do the same for van Niekerk, as plenty other battles further down the field formed. Carstens coming in and taking a class win there for the 300s ahead of Musto. Tom and Piri also a bit further afield in a battle of their own. So there was plenty pockets of racing all the way down the field. Point nada between those two particular young riders, that is Tom and Piri, towards the end of the race.
And this is the battle, Carstens versus Musto for the victory there towards the end of the SSP 300 class there at the end. And there's the checkered flag. Heartbreak for Slade van Niekerk. Disappointed to cross the entry spot, but congratulations to Max Munton and Liam Carstens, our two race victors. Fantastic effort from the two of them. The other Sunscan Racing boys celebrating the 1-2. Bradley Mastar celebrating his second position. Grateful Prince to finish a MRSSA race without incident, without any red flags, because that has been a stress for us. But it is now time for the Sports and GT Cup race number 3. That is going to be quite exciting, because been action-packed, a lot of battles throughout the field there, but one man has seemingly stood head and shoulders above the rest.
Yep, absolutely. Tate Bishop, as ever, shaving away at the performance, finding more speed out of that Paraga R1. Gary Kieswetter is going to be beside him going into race 3, the final race and final offering for GT Cup, Sports and GT. It's been enjoyable pieces of action. Daniel Jellison of that IRC Mustang team, he's performed incredibly well on his debut here on South African shores. The Kiwi joining us for the weekend, having only found out a couple of weeks ago that Romano Satori and his good graces extended into giving him a racing seat for the weekend here at SAES. So great to see him enjoying himself. That is going to be an interesting battle to watch, how Jillison asked questions at the very least of Kies Vetter going into the first couple of laps, but the performance difference will be very clear not too long after that. You've got some battles between the likes of Arangis, Wenzel, Franco in that mid-pack. Those are going to be exciting. Mike Veria in the mix with Aubrey, Hoffman and Moodley. Blunden will be a factor. All of these cars it's a quiet simmer at the early part of the race. Then all of a sudden, all these battles and pockets of racing begin to form throughout the classes. Jimmy Janakro had a bit of an oopsie there coming out of Cape Town corner, which caused a bit of a stir, but he recovered on his own steam, and thankfully this race went on towards the end relatively uninterrupted. And Volshank and Kilbride, of course, bringing up the rest of the pack.
Thank you to Prince. As we take a look at the APT racing car, the beautiful Janetta G57 being driven by its owner, Gary Kieswetter. Gary lining up for his final race of the day before he hands over the car to the young and extremely capable hands of Troy Dolinchek for the 1 hour dash, which is coming up not too long from now, a few hours away from that. We ride on board here on the grid, a stacked field. There's Daniel Gillison on the IRC Mustang. He made his way all the way from New Zealand to be racing here today. Prince, believe it or not, 10 days ago, Romano Sartori just said to him, hey man, come race the Mustang here at Killarney. And thankfully, Daniel Gillison obliged and said, yes, I do. His first time here in South Africa, catching up with him and one of his crew. That's there he is next to the blue and black IRC Mustang. That's Fraser, who both come out of the Australian IRC racing series. Gianni Giannacaro almost got himself on the podium. Keep an eye out for back markers, as they will be a factor for our race leaders, as we are now officially under starters' orders.
Indeed, let's see how that running and rolling start is going to go with our Sports and GT Cup race as the final offering comes underway. Let's see the battle there between Gillison as well as Janakaro for at least the starting position battle. It's going to be a matter of the width. How late can you brake? How much can you commit going into the corner? Bit of a slow start from that pull beam of Stephen Humble there. No issues there. We're underway. What a beautiful drone shot to show you that wonderful array of machinery that we have on offer for sports in GT. The GT Cup class is always a nice mix and array of talents were on board that Porsche of Latekhan, and he's also having a good time. He and Henk out, he and Henk out this weekend, have a good time with the SAE series. That car has been an enjoyable feature over the past couple of years in endurance trim as well. It had a gradual, patient build-up to the championship contention and battles that it was involved in, a top 2, top 3 finisher in endurance championship. So it's great to see them back, albeit in the sprint format. Ever a factor, ever as exciting to have on board with us. And there we have it, Tate Bishop warming up his tires and getting them up to temp. He'll know the ideal window he'll want them in. You want all 4 in that sweet spot that you can rely on. One interesting factor is the many right-handers that we have here at Killarney International Raceway, which offers an interesting adaptation that you'd have set up wise to the left-hand side of your car when you eventually do have to get that side all heated up in terms of tire temperatures. But a lot of the locals will know exactly what to do and how to set up their cars, and a lot of adaptation asked of our visiting competitors. There's Martin Prince in his beautiful Shelby Can-Am, bringing up the rear of the field. That number 21 Can-Am is a beautiful feature as ever. History on wheels out of Power Series in the late 90s, early 2000s that made waves here in South Africa. A total of about 30 of those cars came down to our shores and are ever the feature to this day. 3 decades later, and they're still out on South African racing circuits. Great to see. That is Ant Blunden in the middle of it. Ryan Lowe, a newbie, having himself a good time. I think one of the 2 newbies that we have on our circuit. But it is man at the front, Tate Bishop, for the 3rd time of asking. is going to look at cleaning it out and making a clean sweep here at Killarney International Raceway. It's lights on, lights off, and we go racing. Going down into turn 1. It is Tate Bishop away from Gary Kiesvetter, comfortably so. Plenty space left in respect between them. It is, that was close. Some dust kicked up there from, it looks like Bishop actually down the inside. It's Kiesvetter on the outside of Bishop, now going to the inside of turn 2. What happened there? It went out of shape for Bishop. Kiesvetter down the inside of turn 2, keeps it. Daniel Jellison asking questions of Tate Bishop at the moment. How wide can you make that R1? Going down into turn 3. What happened there? That is very interesting. Tate Bishop is going to be encouraged, let's call it, to pass and challenge and ask questions of Kiesvetter as soon as possible. Kicked up some smoke into turn 1, is paying the price for it, and that front 3 is already establishing an order. In the meantime, Janakaro asking questions of Humble as they clear Sorrel sweep, going down the home straight. Things about to come into a clearer picture now as displacement will be asked of all of these cars. Meantime, the Ginetto of Kiesvetter looking comfortable in the lead. What happened there, Timber? That is going to be interesting to see how wide Kiesvetter can make that Ginetto G57, reminding Tate Bishop who runs the show right here, who the numbers back. It is that G57 out in the lead, having taken the whole shot at lap 1.
I do not envy Gary Kiesvetter having mirrors full of Tate Bishop and the Praga R1. Tate Bishop for the first time the entire day is not leading, lights flashing as he makes his way into Casual Corner, turn number 2. And we have seen Prince. I mean, it's been a negligible factor earlier in the races. However, we have seen that Tate has not found it easy to overtake here. Even overtaking back markers, he has been a bit of a handful. Though most of the time in the earlier races, it did look like the other cars were side by side slowing him down. Up the inside into turn 4 through subtle sweep, and he makes it look easy. Incredible.
Oh my goodness. Reflexes needed, spatial awareness needed equally so. I wonder if it was a braking and tire temperature issue there, kicking up some dust into turn 1, but he's going to do a good job of recovering as much as he can. There it is. A Tullio turbocharged Renault there fighting back against Kiesvetter. Late on the brakes does Tate Bishop go, and he keeps Cape Town Corner, and he's going to be taking the lead now as we get across the start finish. In the meantime, Daniel Jellison has stayed there or thereabout for that battle and watched and enjoyed himself, trying to be in the mix there and ask questions of Kiesvetter as well as Bishop, where they're battling out for the lead. 0.1 of a second between the two of them. In the meantime, a couple of competitive lost places. I think Momia lost 2 at the start, and he'll want to recover and catch up to Franco, who is only half a second behind him. Any battles there. Janakaro not too far off Humble in that 4th and 5th battle. Wenzel chasing and bearing down on Naranjis. 0.7 of a second between the two of them. So many little pockets are going to come to a slow simmer and a very violent boil towards the end of this race.
Prince, looking at the shots there at the start of lap number 3 at turn 2, took me back to Swartkops, where we saw the IRC Mustang in a 3-way battle for race victory in the Sports and GTs, except then it was 3 completely different drivers. It was Julian Familiares in the IRC Mustang battling with Damian Hammond from Samlin Racing and Inter Africa Racing's Olile Litlaka. So amazing to see the variety here. The IRC Mustang still fighting at the front. Gary Kiesvetter keeping Tate Bishop. Honestly, we need to keep an eye on those lap times for young Bishop out front, because he was comfortably pulling away in race number 1 and race number 2, but not such a simple affair for him. Less than 3 seconds separating our top 3. We can see that Kiesvetter appears to be closing up down the back straight on Tate Bishop. And Tate Bishop, with 6 laps to go, it's important. He needs to establish a lead, because without that lead, he will encounter some problems with back markers as we ride on board with Latachan.
Oh, Latachan on board, chasing Wenzel. They are so close together, nothing to tell. They just cleared turn 2 onto the kink now. Oh, it doesn't look easy to keep up with Wenzel, I beg your pardon, at least as far as it stands. By the time they get to Sorrel Sweeper, maybe a different picture. But we're back here with the lead of our race. We've already changed the race lead a couple of times now, and Tate Bishop has taken it back from Kiesvetter. After that, looked like a lockup as some smoke went up from Bishop's car going down to turn 1. The Angry Racing stable watching closely to see how that R1, oopsie, Mr. Aubrey, what's going on? Exploring the outer extremities of Killarney International Raceway. He went off, but he's back on his own steam.
It looked like he had a puncture there, Prince.
Yeah, the right rear quarter looked lower. There might actually be a puncture. You're right, Timber. Off the circuit he goes. Where are we looking? This looks... Is this turn 3? Is this the infield of turn 3? It looks like the infield of turn 2, I beg your pardon, on the way to 3, where Aubrey is. Oh, he came together with Mia. At turn 2, Roy Aubrey and Mo Mia came together, and it looks like Roy Aubrey came off worse than Mia, and he's got himself a puncture at his right rear, so he's now at the exit of turn 2. And we've got another casualty, Howell. Something's gone amiss with Howell at Cape Town corner. What is going on? All in the same lap. How do we keep up? Wenzel as well as Lateghan in their battle now. Nothing between 0.1, if nothing, is a number that can be measured. And now Wenzel will try and make that Porsche as wide as possible. And we're on board with Howell at the moment. He's watching at, it looks like the entrance of Cape Town corner. Oh, frustration.
Quite a gentlemanly move there from Ian Howell, perfectly parking his car in the car park there on the inside of turn number 5. Tate Bishop leads out front by 1.6 seconds. Keep an eye on that timing tower. Keep an eye on the gap between Kes Fitter and Bishop. We do know Tate Bishop is the fastest driver on circuit. However, he has been struggling with back markers, and back markers, a lot of them he will find. Mo Mia now continues his battle. Connor Kilbride side by side there with riders, some drivers going off track there, but it is Connor Kilbride and Wayne Hoffman side by side there, and Ryan Lowe. Problems for Ryan Lowe.
Down the home straight.
This race, the Sports and GT Cup, I mean, Prince, entire day it's been a war of attrition for our drivers, and a tough break there for Ryan Lowe. Ryan Lowe, the rookie, on his racing debut, the first time he's ever raced in his entire life, was doing an amazing job there, being assisted by the G&H transport team. So a huge shame there for Ryan Lowe. But Mo Mia is getting stuck in and involved with absolutely everyone out there.
Yeah, making his presence felt. It's Schenk, Hoffman, and Kilbride in the mix there. All of them are within 1 second, right up until Pile, the second last of our cars, Stander some way off in his Ligier. But Mo Mia has some questions to answer of the questions, and all those questions are coming from Kilbride, tucking in a bit with his E46, but I won't be making too much of a commitment, not at least as far as things stand. Look at Prince asking questions there of that is, I think that is that?
No, that's Bishop. Bishop in
the pits. Tate Bishop, our race leader, is in the pits with an issue. Angry Racing dealing with it, and that's lights. That's lights for Tate Bishop's third race. Oh no, what's the issue there? The race continues with Kies Vetter now taking the lead. Jellison, what a story on his debut in South African racing. Debut racing in that car, is now in second place as we bear down on the finish of this race. Oh man, disappointment. Disappointment from Angry Racing. And if we go back to the beginning of this race, there was a lockup, some plumes of smoke from the left side of that R1, that Praga R1. Oh, we've got contact. Martin Prince at the exit of turn 1 shattered the body of his Shelby Can-Am. What happened there?
Huge incident on the exit of turn 1. Surely contact with another car. We can presume Mo Mia still getting stuck in with Connor Kilbride. Gary Kieswetter now coming through in the race lead to lap him. I don't know what is going on in the sports and GTs today, because it's been chaos. Every race has had some form of chaotic element. Junakaro currently in third, Jellison second, behind Gary Kieswetter, who leads. But we saw a huge incident there for Martin Prince. Martin Prince going off at turn 1, cloud of dust, damaged car. Here we go through turn number 1. Oh, and he's just run wide.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, all on his own, Sim. That Shelby Can-Am just peeled. Bodywork peeled off by the grass there. Oh, that needs some cleaning. Yeah, that area of the circuit definitely needs attention. The debris are plenty at the exit of turn 1. Wow.
That was a very tough position that Martin Prince found himself in, because once you run wide on the exit of turn 1 there, he can't brake and slow down the car quick enough to prevent that from happening. And he could have... we see just Tate Bishop explaining to his team that he was losing the rear there in the Praga R1. But just saying with Prince that he could have tried to steer as much as he could have to get back onto the tar. And unfortunately, a victim of circumstance. Another rider going the wrong way on the track. That is driver number 11.
That looks like...
Sun Woodley.
No, that's not Snub Moodley. That has to be Stunder, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, Stunder's in the middle of it. No, that was Humble. Yes, that was Humble. Humble was running in 4th, and he just lost it.
Yes, it is the W11.
Oh, no.
Driver 11, W11 of Steve Humble off track.
Humble was running a quiet, clean race the whole time, in and around the podium positions in 4th place. He's just lost it at turn 2. Oh no, Solomon going clean. He's kept his nose clean. Roy Aubrey, one of the casualties, the many casualties apparently of this race. Wow, so many things happening. In the meantime, and Blunden has also kept his nose clean and kept it on the black stuff for the duration of the race. Oh man, we're on the final lap at the moment, and our race lead is Gispeter. Mike Verrier peels in. GT Cup and Sports and GT, what is going on? We've got smoke coming out of the front of Mike Verrier's Z4. He's now in the pits in the safety and recovery position, but there's your race lead, the man on the lead lap, Gary Kiesvetter. Almost as an omen, how he took turn 1. Going at the beginning of this race, he got the whole shot ahead of Tate Bishop. We had that issue who we thought would be faced with a minor issue. It turned out to be major as he peeled into the pits later on to cede the lead to this man in the Ginetta G57, Gary Kiesvetter. Traffic for Gary. He's clearing Hoffman. He's clearing Blunden as he begins the home straight, clearing Cape Town corner. It is Kiesvetter to take the checkered flag for race 3 of GT Cup and Sports and GT. Eventful, to say the least. A podium for a debutant from Australia. That is the Kiwi Daniel Gillison. Gianni Giannakaro in a podium. Tema Kumala, you said Giannakaro was just off starting in 3rd place. He just finished in 3rd place. And Stephen Humble, who went off at turn 2, takes 4th. Let's wait for them to flash across the timing screens, but what an eventful final 4 laps. And we're on board with Hein Lateghan as he crosses the start finish. Wow. What is our highlights reel going to look like? What are our sound bites going to look like? It's mostly wow.
Good luck to the production team making highlights of that, because what a chaotic race. What a chaotic race that was for all of the drivers there. There was a lot going on, a war of attrition. So many cars on the side of the circuit. The Killarney Raceway turned into the Killarney car graveyard as car after car retired from the race. And I imagine for a variety of different problems, that was quite hectic. I haven't seen anything like that before at SAES.
Apparently 10 laps is a long time. Apparently 10 laps is a long time. If a war of attrition is going to become this violent and this busy over the course of 10 laps, what more with our endurance race? Oh man, our headliner going into the rest of the day's racing. Roberto Franco quietly secures himself in 8th place behind Wenzel. Lateghan, we were on board with Lateghan across the line, and he was getting himself a 4th place finish ahead of Humble, who went off towards the end of that race. And the story, one of the headlines, one of the many stories was the angry racing R1 having to be recovered and peeled into the pits. An issue there which we thought wasn't quite an issue at the beginning of the race, because he lost that 1st place with what seemed like a lockup. I wonder if the two are related. We'll get some clarity a bit later on. But it would mean that car you see in frame in the pits now, the Ginetta G57 of Gary Kiesvetter, would claim the win. It takes being there or thereabouts sometimes in racing. But not to say that car is even remotely slow. That is a current lap record holder at this very circuit. And Blunden kept it clean, kept his nose tidy, which is a feat in and of itself, considering where this race has taken us. I mean, wow. And then you had the likes of Martin Prince going out of shape at the exit of turn 1. So many stories. There's our second place finisher, Daniel Jillison, peeling into the RSC Mustang pits. He's going to be chuffed with himself. And I'd imagine he's hopping straight out of the car and going straight to his phone and saying to Romano Sartori, well, have a look. How about that for a debut here in South Africa? And there is Franco there off in the distance who finished in and around the 8th place mark. Wow. We got to catch our breath for that one.
Where to start, where to finish, Prince. I was just reflecting on the start of the race, and I think we got an explanation of why Tate Bishop didn't get his classic good start and why he lost the lead to Gary Kieswetter after the start of the race. Here we have a look at our highlights reel. Let's try and piece this together, Prince. It started with Kieswetter leading ahead of Tate Bishop. Daniel Jillison in 3rd place behind them. Those three started to pull away and everything seemed normal, but chaos was coming as Bishop took the lead at turn number 1 and started to pull away, but we know that didn't last too long.
Yep, didn't last long at all. There was a battle between Wenzel and Latachan, and it was Mo Mia as well as Aubrey coming together at the exit in the middle of turn 2, really. With Aubrey coming off the worst and Mo getting away with it. And Kilbride in the middle of a battle of Porsches, which is in his E46 BMW, which is a thing to say in and of itself. And the battles there's the Shelby Can-Am of Prince was still on at the moment. And then there was this, something we couldn't have seen coming. Tate Bishop peeling into the pits with the issue. We had to find out about, there's that moment with Prince at the exit of turn 1. All on his own, some went off and collected some grass. Well, the grass collected him, really. Body of that Shelby Can-Am coming apart. Then we had Humble all on his own some as well at the exit of turn 2. Solomon had, I would say, what is a relievingly quiet race, considering how this 10-lapper went. There was the battle there of traffic as well for the Ginetta G57 of Kieswetter, and he would come home to collect that checkered flag happily. Slightly relieved, possibly. There's so much going on left, right, and center. And a 4th place finish, of course, for Latachan in that Porsche. So well raced, well kept for a lot of them. Momia, after that, coming together at this particular part of the circuit, was able to finish the race. Thank you for him. And rather quiet and subdued one for Franco in the mid-pack. But so many things to address, and we're looking forward to hearing exactly what's going on with at least 4 or 5 competitors as far as the day's ranking is concerned. Definitely an exciting round of racing just for GT Cup Sports and GT.
Tough break for Angry Racing's Tate Bishop. And our final and most chaotic GT Cup Sports and GT Race 3 results. Gary Kieswetter in the Ginetta G57 is your race winner ahead of Daniel Jillison. Daniel all the way from New Zealand in the Mustang IRC ahead of Gianni Giannacaro, who took 3rd place. Our GT Cup A winner was Latachan ahead of Steve Humble. We saw Steve Humble with that spin at turn 5. Shalaranjis takes 6th ahead of Divan Wenzel, Roberto Franco, Gianni Giannacaro, and Sun Mudley in the GT Cup B class came through to complete the top 10 and earn himself a race victory. 1.6 seconds behind Gianni Giannacaro. And there you have it, top 10. We are now getting ready to go down to pit lane with Chloe and our race winner, Gary Kieswetter for APT Racing. Dance Chloe in pit lane.
Well, we do have our winner, Gary. Big congratulations. Your mechanics have been making fun of your happy dance. Talk to us how that felt out there.
Yeah, look, it was a good race. This was a tough one. It was a whole tough day so far with the sprints. But Tate obviously made a mistake and also had a problem and managed to get by, and he was my main competitor for the day. But Lucky will take it, and there's still a lot in it, eh?
There definitely is. I mean, give us an spectator's profile in terms of how is it driving this Ginetta, because when we look at it, we think, man, it's absolutely quick. How is it feeling in the cockpit?
Look, it's actually quite crazy in the cockpit, but nothing like a GT car. It's much easier. I come from GT cars. LMP car is much easier to drive, but you have to get used to the G-forces. You have to get used to or trust the aero, which is very difficult, but I'm getting there, which is proving today. Eh?
It definitely is. What has been the biggest challenge for you so far this weekend?
The biggest challenge has been some mechanical setbacks. So my technicians have been at it. We're busy sorting out. We still got a little issue, but we'll try our best to get the car ready for the 1 hour dash, which will be Troy Dolenchek. He'll come out for that. He's also the record lap holder here, and he was on pole. So let's see how he does.
I bumped into him yesterday and I was like, are you ready to maybe beat your record or defend your record? He said, listen, I'm beating it. So he's quite competitive as well and he's looking forward to it. How has that relationship been between the two of you guys?
Look, it's been very good. He's come on the team because he's there to help me. He comes with a lot of experience. He's a 4 times national champion. I'm an amateur driver, but he's making me go better and quicker, and that's why he's there.
You know, what we've loved, Gary, to see is how packed this grid has been. How has that affected you, the lap times, and really how difficult is it to drive with the traffic?
Look here, we just try to do our best. Obviously, your fitness levels have to be up there, which is not always quite for a guy like me. But, look, we push as hard as we can. We try to prep the car as best as we can, and that's how we get results.
Preps for the 1 hour dash, anything you're hoping to change, or you're keeping it exactly the same way that gave you this victory?
We're keeping the setup the same. We'll just make sure mechanically and technically the car's okay. And we'll see if we can push and do the 1 hour and make it.
All right, that's it from our winner. That is Gary. A big congratulations to him and saying 1 hour dash, full send. Let's head over back to commentary.
Full send for the 1 hour dash. Well, we're looking forward to that, Gary. He's going to be in high spirits going into the beginning of our endurance segment for today. But we've seen a very exciting program come and go. If you've just joined us, welcome to round 3 of SAES here in Killarney International Raceway. One of our many casualties out of our GT Cup and Sporting GT race for Heat 3 is Martin Prince, having lost it at the exit of Turn 1. He's being recovered by our marshals as it stands, and hopefully he's okay. Shaken at the worst, I hope. But yeah, the grass and just the rough terrain there on the infield section, just getting the better of that Shelby Canham. There he is walking around, just inspecting the damage and just how bad or how much of a job there is really to recover and redo some of the work on that Shelby Canham. But we've seen some impressive iterations of that particular car. I think that is a 3rd gen Shelby Canham, if not mistaken. But as you can see, Cape Town's finest, the beautiful people of Western Cape and Cape Town have come to join us right here at round 3 for SAES, coming in to enjoy the sunshine and enjoy the pleasant, welcoming and friendly weather, which we from the north are really grateful for, and some locals pleasantly surprised by as well, here in the beautiful Western Cape. And let's have a look at the beautiful and scenic Western Cape that I just described. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you to Cape Town Tourism for the wonderful images and scenery we just saw there. Equally as wonderful, exciting, thrilling, shocking scenery we saw Ryan Lowe our debutant. He's getting his Lamborghini Gallardo around the circuit to recover it safely. Of course, he's not going to reverse into the pit exit for the bikes. He's going to have to drive his way around the circuit. His car's been recovered, and he's going to peel into the J&H Racing stable to see what the problem was there. Unfortunately for him, he doesn't get to finish his third race. It was his first ever in competitive trim. But if you've just joined us, we are here at Killarney International Raceway enjoying fun in the sun with the enjoyable amount of equipment that we have here in South African racing. One of those cars is the Shelby Can-Am of Martin Prince, which came apart at the exit of turn 1, which you see it being recovered there still by our marshals, with Prince watching closely, just to be of assistance as much as he can, really. I'd imagine at this point, long ago, actually, we've had the debris that came out at that circuit cleared. But we're going to find out from our debutant racer from Australia, Daniel Gillison of RSC Mustang.
Well, we're down in pit lane with Daniel Gillison, of course, who has done absolutely well, a favorite as well. I saw a lot of the kids giving you a thumbs up as you came. How was that?
Yeah,
and the reception as well from, of course, the fans.
Yeah, it's really good. Yeah, I see all the people clapping on the way on the cool down lap. So yeah, that's good to see. Yeah, it's great to be here. Good fun. There's plenty of interest. The whole pit lane on this car. So the idea is to come over here and show it off a little bit and hopefully get some sales for it and get some more of these over in South Africa.
And I mean, it is a special car. We talk about how easy it is to put it together, the technology involved. Just give us a bit more about that.
Yeah, it is. It's the whole car design is made to easily be worked on. And when the unfortunate stuff happens of having a crash, that it's easy to take apart and fix back up again, and cheap. The price of everything is very, very cheap. It's the main motto is price, and also at the same time as speed as well. And it does have speed too.
And it does sound great on top of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Talk to us. How was it racing down here in Killarney?
Yeah, it's good. It's my first time in South Africa in general. And at Killarney, yeah, it's good. It's a very technical little track. Lots of bumps and stuff, which is really good. It really brings it makes the drivers work hard, and it's not just your normal driving line. So that's really good, and it makes it good challenging. And so I'm racing some cool cars, and it's really good. There was a bit of carnage in that one. There was body parts and cars going everywhere, and we're coming around corners, and there's dust and there's fiberglass and carbon fiber all over the road, so it's dodging that a little bit, but we got through. It's fine. And oil on there's a car running around that's left the oil slick, so I was like dodging the oil lines for the last half of that race. So yeah, it was interesting for sure.
You've just given me a movie trail. Talk to us about, in terms of now the battles with the other drivers and really the competition between some of the competitors that you've seen and who you've enjoyed battling against.
Yeah, in the races it's been quite spread. In the second race we had a good battle with the guy in that Audi R8, so he was right on my tail. I had really, really bad tyres. I was trying to get through with some bad tyres, but they get worse and worse so bad, so we had to put a bit better tyres on for that last race, which is why I could keep with the front two cars a whole lot better. So yeah, the tyres are a big thing obviously, but yeah, it's good battles. When you catch after half a dozen laps, you catch the back markers, and finding your way through that is a good challenge as well.
How are you handling the heat, by the way? I want to know, Daniel.
Yeah, the heat's good. It's fine. It's not bad for you. No. So in Australia, it's a little warmer than this. So yeah, and in the car, it's hot. Yes, in the car, and really the outside temperature doesn't change the inside temperature. It's just always hot inside the car. So yeah, it's like 50, 55 degrees in the car, and on a really, really hot day, it's probably 60 degrees. So it's not that much difference. But yeah, it's beautiful weather here, and everyone keeps telling me it's always raining at this time of the year. So I brought a bit of Australian sunshine over for you this weekend.
We thank you, and you should come to South Africa more often. Yeah. Which one has been your favourite corner turn that you've really enjoyed, or a straight that you preferred?
The turn 4 going on to that's the hardest corner, the high speed one, and that's the trickiest one, and I really enjoyed getting that one good.
All right, well, good to hear that, and we're wishing Daniel all the best. Well, you heard him. The sun is great, the battles are great, so make sure that you come down in Killarney if you're nearby. We're here very late, and it's absolutely great. We're looking at a high of 25 degrees, so make sure that you come through with your shorts, but bring a jacket in case you need it around about 6-7 p.m. as the weather drops. It gets a little bit cool, but it is a great weather to come out with your friends, your family. You get to meet Daniel, you get to see the RC Mustang as well in person. They're very friendly, so make sure that you join us if you're nearby.
Well, there you have it, Daniel Jillison of RC Mustang enjoying the climate where 0% chances of rain would be your headline if you watched last year's round when we came down to Cape Town. So that was an incredibly challenging enduring through the rain, enduring through the circumstances. And it's very friendly and welcome for our endurance segment that's coming up. We're looking at Roy Aubrey's Porsche 911 being recovered outside of Turn 2. I think that's where he and Momia came together. So some work being done by the marshals there. But you are out and about here at Killarney International Raceway. By you, I mean the lovely people that we see on screen right now who are joining us to enjoy the racing. You can get up at close and personal and see all these cars in the metal. And you're seeing the MJR Porsche 911 there just in front of the G&H stable. Some good mates, those two racing stables. Mike Verrier's number 4 Z4 came off the circuit in the previous heat, and it has now been recovered by the marshals. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to finish his race. But we're going to have a quick flashback as far as all the fun that's come in the sun today here at Cape Town and in Killarney International Raceway. And if you just joined us, we just saw the GT Cup and Sports and GT race come and go. And we're just about at the halfway stage of today's racing. We're just before lunchtime. As you can see, the sun is in full, having its full glory upon this wonderful circuit. Huge relief for those of you who were with us last year, where we had a round here of endurance racing for SAES, and we had bucketing really from midnight. So this is great to enjoy. Great to see some of our talents here. Roy Aubrey standing beside his car at turn 2, still being recovered. Wayne Hoffman in the mix there with the Rico Bala Racing stable. There's the GSW VW Pearl of David Franco, which has collected some honors today. He's fresh off the back of a win. In the distance there, I see Troy Dolinschek hovering around the Ginetta GC57, which we would learn in the previous race made contact with Tate Bishop's R1. And later on in the race, that was in lap 1 at turn 1 at the very beginning of the race. Then later on, there would be at turn 4, I believe, Tate Bishop's car had a failure of its shocks, a failure of its suspension. So they're working on their car at the moment to try and see if that can be recovered as soon as possible. Another of the Class E sprint cars being worked on there, that is that of Berthold. He had an interesting incident with Nicky Verstanis earlier on this morning. That bit of a tap between the two around his racing incident is really all you could call it. And they came off, and the whole complexion of that race changed, because then Jason Campos, whose car's just off to the left of your frame there, could then take the lead and have a win for that race. So it's been an enjoyable day of racing so far, and there's plenty of opportunity for you to come and join us here in the metal, or get as much of your friends and family as possible to join us on our live stream, because we are live on YouTube, and there's plenty of racing left over for the day.
Agree there, Prince. It has been, without a doubt, an enjoyable day of racing so far. Action-packed throughout. And the most exciting part is that we've still got so much more to go. The SAS 6 hours of Killarney is going to end at 8:57. So it is 10 past 11 currently here in the beautiful Western Cape. So we've got many hours of racing still to look forward to. I was going to add to that it's been an enjoyable day of racing for a lot of people, but not so much for the teams, because we've seen broken cars, many. We've seen broken motorcycles, many. We hope Clive Turnbull is okay, because we did see a big crash for him in the MRSSA National Class restarted race number 2. If you are wondering at home, MRSSA National Class race 3 will be up next. And if you saw race 1 and race 2, you know that's not one you're going to want to miss. And if you have a bit of time before race 3, which is due for a delayed start, due to the red flags we've had now in the GT Cup Sports and GT race number 2, you'll then have the opportunity just to go back and check out the highlights of those races. Non-stop action indeed. You can see the spectators enjoying the full experience there down in pit lane. They still have the grid walk to look forward to, which is going to be really exciting. And it's a beautiful day here in Cape Town. A stark contrast to last year. Look at the hillside, look at the parking lots full there, gazebos, tents set up. If you are in the Western Cape, come through here to Killarney Raceway. You don't want to miss it. If you can't, come through here to Cape Town. Enjoy the action here with us on the live stream with myself, Tema Kumalo, and Prince Indiweni. Lots more action to come ahead. Prince, I wanted to ask you a question as we get a moment to pause and reflect. Across any of the classes, are there any performances that really stood out to you as impressive?
Impressive, standout. Ooh, I'd have to think off the top of my head.
It's tough, I know.
Yeah, it is. There's a lot of them, because as you were saying that, I'm busy revising some of the standout moments of Heat 3. So I'm trying to go through a list of my own at the moment. But if I double back, let's start from the recency bias, right? So we'll start off from the Heat 3 that we just saw with GT Cup and Sports and GT. The obvious one for me is Daniel Zillison on his debut here in South Africa, and that RSC Mustang. He's having an absolute blast, an absolute jolt, as we would say. So I think he's going to go back with beaming reports of the racing here. The weather came to the party as well, so all of it really culminated quite well for him. So podiums on your debut, come on. What more could you ask for? So I think that was quite impressive. In a class performance, I think, from Wenzel and Franco, they had quiet is good. Considering how Heat 3 went, I think quiet good races are good because you're out of the trouble, keeping your noses clean. So I'm pretty chuffed for them, specifically with David Franco, who's getting, I beg your pardon, Roberto Franco in that R8, who's getting some clean running on it, and he's going to be happy to pile up the miles as he looks to get that car more and more involved in the sprint and endurance racing scene here. We also have, I know you want my standout performance, but we also had a bit of an oopsie with Mike Veria. We had an update with him in that Z4. What was the issue there?
If I can correct that question, I should have asked you standout moments.
Moments.
There
we go. You see, now it's more all-encompassing. We're not discriminating, hey?
Yeah, but we were just discussing Mike Veria, and it seems like the BMW Z4 overheated.
Oh, okay.
Seems like some overheating problems there for Mike.
That Chevy V8 had a bit of an overheating issue, so the engineer couldn't come to the party for the final race, but he will be chuffed to have had its feature in the SES sprints nonetheless. But it's the nature of motorsports, isn't it? You gotta take it on the chin and keep it moving. If I'm trying to look who else impressed me from the sports in GT, guys. Of course, it goes without saying. I mean, Tate Bishop and Angry Racing introducing the Praga R1 has been an absolute blast. We can hear the ground shaking beneath us as the MRSSA competitors get ready to get things underway. The formation lap coming soon. But likes of, let's see, Ryan Lowe. I'm really chuffed for him, a debutant as well, joining for the first time under the GNH stable. That looked like to be a good time. And, you know, as a debutant, being able to say you finished the race with the car in one piece, but whatever happened during race 3, the final heat for the sports and GT class, I think he'd be pretty pleased, and he was overall one of my favorite competitors to see out there, purely based on the fact that he's starting out, never raced before, mind you, thrown into the deep end, and he went out and swam. So yeah, I've got quite a few of them actually, really tough to pick from. And from you, from the two-wheel perspective, pardon the bias.
Wow.
You've got, I thought I had a tough job.
Ditto, Prince. I see what you did there. That is a difficult question to answer. I will have to say the passes are on the outside from Oratile Piri. Into Africa Racing's Oratile Piri. It's been absolutely ridiculous. I mean, you have no right to try and go the long way around at Black Coin on a 600 rolling on the outside of thousands, but the poster child of Let's Have a Go is Oratile Piri. He licked the stamp and he definitely sends it like Daniel Ricciardo. Oratile Piri for the Inter Africa team lines up now on pole position. There's your grid. Malcolm Rapson will be second place ahead of Aaron Haynes. Trevor Westman from Project 60 now starts from 4th on the grid. Troy Harvey Tonking 5th ahead of Zander Talyard. Dieter Heiseman, we believe, will not be lining up on the grid after his incident. Cody Boerters, Michael Dutoy lines up 11th ahead of Daniel Frost. He was another rider involved in that incident in the red flag race 2. Van Dijk, Mackerel, Ryan Fata, Ntisane ahead of King, Arendse, Clive Turnbull in 90s, another rider that we expect we won't be seeing in this race. Arendse, Hendricks, Connor Ben, who has found himself on the podium in the 600 class overall, ahead of Muller, Brad Radstock, Alan Holscher, Sia Chabalala, another rider who was involved in the red flag incident, and our 28th and final rider, or our rider lining up at the 28th and final grid spot, is Mick Landy on the stunning Ducati V4. There's one of the local boys, Prince Malcolm Rapson. We've seen some incredible fight from them to show why this is their home ground, but the teenagers appear to be giving them a very difficult time of it so far.
Yeah, no, they're not going to let it go. It comes. You get it equally measured out, equally meted out for everybody. There's no discrimination in terms of age as far as what a racetrack's challenges can offer you. And the teenagers are not doing too bad for themselves. I mean, I like that phrase you've coined for Orapiri. Let's give it a go. Orapiri, he's got a whole reference for him going into the two-wheeled racing action. But we're getting things underway under starters orders for MRSSA.
Here we go. Understarters orders, the 30-second board is up. The 5-second board is up. Keep an eye on the 52 of Troy Tonking. He has been getting lightning starts all day. We take a look at our front row. Our pole man, Oratile Piri on the R6. Oratile Piri with a very, very good start. I don't want to put the commentator's curse on him, but Prince, that did look slightly early just from my initial judgment there, but we will keep an eye on it. Oratile Piri leads. Perfect start from him so far out front. Who's in second? It's Rapson. Troy Tonking has gone from 5th to 3rd into Castro Corner, turn number 2. And Eden Haynes, our winner in race number 1, has not got the start he's looking for. He is in 4th place, and Prince, he's got his work cut out to try and get ahead of Rapson. Oh, big snap there for Oratile Piri as he goes into the dip. Looks like he caught one of the bumps there, but Ora Piri is checking out on lap number 1. Troy Tonking needs to get ahead of Malcolm Rapson as quickly as possible because the Inter-Africa Racing R6 is checking out on lap number 1.
Yeah, and I wonder if Rapson can hear Tonking right behind him shifting up the gears, because he wouldn't have been aware of just how much of a jump Tonking made from 5th into 3rd. And he's going to want to solidify that not too long from now. As heavy on the brakes we go at Cape Town Corner. Piri, ever the fast rider around Cape Town Corner. He loves the corners. We've seen it time and again. And not too long from now, Rapson, Haynes, as well as Tonking, possibly Westman, are going to be asking all sorts of questions of him. In the meantime, it is Rapson down the home straight, where his displacement comes to the 4. Can Piri take it going into turn 1 once more? He's going to be forced around the outside, but he's shown us that he loves it, and he does it again. Incredible confidence there coming from Piri. What a move, what a save, what balance and composure around turn 1. He is unstoppable around there.
Prince, in isiZulu we say isbindi, which directly translates to liver, but it's the guts it takes for Oratile Piri to have a Suzuki 1000 on his inside at turn number 1. And you saw he just leaned. He just turned in. He said, Malcolm Rapson, I can see you trying to go through, but you're going to have to make another plan because this is the line I've chosen. And I've got all the corners. But in the one, Eden Haynes tries through at the saddle sweep to come through, and Malcolm Rapson gets his nose cut off because Rapson just saw what Oratile Piri did to him and just said, you know what, Eden, I see how it's going here with the Joburg boys. Have a bit of this. We believe in rubbing is racing. Oratile Piri continues to lead. Troy Tonkings has dropped to 4th place, being overtaken by Eden Haynes. What they do not want to do, Prince, is give Oratile Piri too many laps with clear track because he will put down a severe rhythm out front. He's trying to get himself into the 112s, which will be a PB for him at this circuit. Look at the gap he has now in turn number 1 compared to the previous lap before. A 13.4 for Piri, which is 0.3 off of the fastest lap we have seen for any of the superbikes today. Malcolm Rapson with a much better showing here in race number 3 in 2nd place, but the flames spitting out the rear of the exhaust of his bike, and Troy Tonking up into P3 at Castro Corner.
Fantastic. I was about to say Troy Tonking has fallen back a bit, given his momentum, how he started from 5th into 3rd, but he's trying to make better of a not so great situation. He doesn't want to be stuck in the situation he's in now, because he can see off in the distance an R6 in black, green and blue disappearing. And Ora Piri is looking fantastic. 0.7 of a gap between him and Rapson, where he's found that incredible, considering how quickly Rapson closed in on that Inter-Africa bike a couple of laps from now ago. I beg your pardon.
Prince, I'm going to call it early. This is going to be a 12 from Oratile Piri. Look at the gap he's established. He crossed the line 0.7 ahead of Rapson at the start of this lap. That gap is most certainly more than a second, likely closer to 2 seconds. Having a look at the live timing, is my prediction correct? Not quite, 13.5. However, he was 1.2 seconds quicker than Rapson behind him. So Oratile Piri maintaining his pace out front. Troy Tonking trying an outside line maneuver there on Rapson. Side by side in turn 2. Troy Tonking has the racing line. He is going to sweep around the outside of Rapson, but Rapson goes defensive. He knows Tonking is there. He is prepared for it, but he runs wide because he went too defensive on the entry. Troy Tonking with a perfectly executed cutback, and he's now chasing Eden Haynes, who's trying to chase down Oratile Piri. However, Prince, Eden has not found a 12 today, and he is going to have to find 12s if he has any hopes of being the overall winner here.
Oh, pressure, pressure, pressure. I wonder if he's aware of what's going on behind him. Really, really great reflexes there from Tonking. You've seen the same quick, sort of at the flip of a coin type of decision-making made by Ora Piri, specifically at this part of the circuit. Great to see Tonking closing down that gap quick as possible. That long right leg of his coming out now to balance himself off, going into Cape Town corners, bearing down on Haynes. Haynes should look over his shoulder, so he's ready for what's coming, because any moment now we're halfway across the race. Orapiri is looking behind him to see how far off Haynes is, so you'll know he's got a bit of a cushion at the moment, 1.9 seconds in between him as well. And then we've got Haynes and Tonking barely able to take them apart right now. Tonking might have to, oh, there we go, greatly cleared exit of turn one there. I thought he went a bit wide, but he seems to be happy with it and has some decent pace to come out of it.
Fastest lap of the race from Eden Haynes, a 1:13.283. He was 1.1 seconds quicker than Oratilwe Piri on the last lap. It is Piri versus Haynes out front. I predict a battle because the moment Eden Haynes arrives at the back wheel of Ora, he doesn't have to wait to overtake because he does have that advantage. Oh, Ora, problems for Ora.
Oh, no.
Problems for Ora. He came out quite slow there out the dip. It looked like he missed the gear. I would estimate, just based on the motions that the bike was making. Is it a larger technical problem? I think not, but look how much time. No, problems for Piri.
Oh, no.
I think it's problems for Piri because look, Troy Tonking blitzes past him on the straight. Crucial championship points being lost here for Oratilwe Piri. Eden Haynes inherits the lead, and wow, what a start from Piri, but he does find himself now going back because we're going to take a look at the time for Piri. Can he continue? Oh, Orapiri setting up on the pit straight. And let's see if he can finish the race. But his fight for victory is unfortunately seemingly over.
Oh, no. Team Wayward would be thinking to themselves, how's this happen? What a stroke of luck for Eden Haynes. But unfortunately for Orapiri, he's had to pull into the pits and come out of a battle that was getting so exciting. It was coming to a head there. You've got Troy Tonking now with Eden Haynes firmly in his sights. He's going to be marking every point now, changing and adapting his references as much as he can in that signature smooth riding style of his. Oh, man. We'll find out in a bit what's happened there with Orapiri, but in the meantime, it is Troy Tonking bearing down on Haynes in what is a 1.5 second gap as the clear saddle sweep. Look how much curb Tonking is willing to take there. Full beans, full commitment. He's going to open up his throttle now. Down the back straight onto Cape Town corner on the anchors is Eden Haynes at the moment as he dials down through the gears now. Let's see if he puts his knees down all the way. It doesn't go quite as inside on Cape Town corner as the likes of Piri and Tonking have been. Slightly wider there, but he has no reason to be too tight on the line, not defending from anyone. But you can see Troy Tonking trying to get into the same frame and shot as him as soon as possible. But he does have Rapson as well as Westman in tow. There is Tonking now at turn one. Only 1.5 laps remaining. We're on the penultimate lap as it stands, and Haynes, Team Wayward, must be kicking themselves because Lady Luck has dealt a painful blow to that Inter-Africa bike of Orapiri. Peeled away half a lap ago. If you just left and joined us again, our race leader just peeled off into the pits, our former race leader.
Prince, take a look at the timing tower. Trevor Westman, another one of our local riders, Trevor Westman for the Project 60 team, has made his way all the way up into third position. And look at that, Westman, I expected to see him fighting at the front at some point today. He's now closing up on that back wheel of Troy Tonking as we catch up momentarily with Mick Landy down the back straight. He's going to have a bit of a shock when that Eden Haynes comes through and the further chasing pack. One more lap to go though for Eden Haynes, so Mick Landy might get away with that one on the lead lap. However, the pace is hot. Prince mentioning there that Piri now continuing to go backwards. Tough break for Ora. He was riding incredibly up until that point. Let's keep an eye on the lap times. Haynes is pulling away now. He's lapping consistently in the 13s. Tonking now dropped to the 14s, but Trevor Westman was 0.4 seconds quicker than Tonking on the last lap. Let's see, Mick Landy, not doing the best job there to get out of the way of our race leader. He may have missed the blue flags there. Now it's going to be critical for Mick to try and find an outside line here into the dip because Tonking and Westman are coming. Mick Landy wisely going offline because he knows where the first lead is coming. The rest of that leading pack will be coming through shortly after that. We focus on the battle for P2 to see who will come out on top. It's Troy, Harvey Tonking and Trevor Westman. One thing to remember, Prince, as Piri is now down to 12 on the timing sheets, is that This now hands Troy Tonking overall win and crucial championship points in terms of the 2026 standings.
Oh, and that fact might have flashed across Troy's mind, and there he is now approaching Cape Town corner.
Westman around the outside of Tonking on the inside line.
Oh, wonderfully done. There's that tight line we were talking about, signature Ora and Tonking, but it's Tonking for the finish in that battle. Haynes is going to be taking that chicken floor. Let's see, it's a close one.
Oh! Westman gets it.
Westman gets it ahead of Tonking. What a finish. Nothing. Half a rim distance worth at the very least between those two riders for that second and third place finish, and Westman takes it from Tonking. Haynes, victory. Glorious in that wheelie to celebrate what is an absolutely well fought victory for him. Westman and Tonking just had us barely breathing for the closing laps. What a finish between the two. Tonking tried his best, but Westman had answers to it going down the home straight.
43 thousandths of a second separating Westman and Tonking. So on a quick analysis, there's some beautiful stand-up wheelies from the Project 60 riders. Eden Haynes is clearly very, very pleased with how that race has gone for him. He had to work hard for that, because I can guarantee you, Prince, when he saw Oratilo Piri checking out at the start there, he would have been panicking. He would have not have been happy about that. However, he kept his calm, maintained his rhythm, then became the fastest rider on track, which was expected, and did a great job there at the end. I was just going to mention, there's Michael Dutoy. He's been coached by Ronald Slammert. Ronald Slammert, one of the legends of the local racing scene. So great to see riders like Ronald, who has international experience in the World Superbike paddock, coming back to feed into the local racing scene. But I was just saying, Prince, I think Trevor Westman was quite tactical there, because let's review it. He goes down the back straight, pulls to the outside of Tonking, which forces Troy to go defensive. And then I saw Troy made sure to get the block pass. He goes quite deep, but then it looks to me like Westman has now set up his line to square off the corner to get a better drive on the exit, knowing that he has that bit extra displacement advantage, because Troy is in the 600 class, but he is on the KTM RC8C, which is an 898cc twin, and he then set up that run to the line. And unfortunately for Troy, he did everything right. Everything right. I don't think he could have done much more up until he gets on the straight, and then he's a sitting duck to the power of 1000cc. And anyone who's been anywhere on a road or on a racetrack in South Africa knows what it feels like when 1000cc blows past you at pace. So phenomenal riding there from Troy, but tough break for him, because he's ridden incredibly all day, but he will be pleased to have left with that race 2 victory, and we'll be back to the drawing board for him. And congratulations to all our MRSSA national class riders. Phenomenal performance from all of them.
Oh, that was exciting stuff, and well broken down analysis there of how Westman was able to get that half a rim's worth of race win distance. But it's Haynes for the win in first place ahead of Westman, Tonking in third place, Rapson in fourth, and Bortis in fifth place.
Zander Talyard on the BMW, the rookie, came through for sixth. Graham van Breda, winner in the 1000cc class, finishes seventh. Michael Dutoy, eighth, ahead of Mark Vandenberg, who makes his comeback to racing. Wayne Arendse came through for 10th position and finds himself victorious in the SPK Challenge.
Oh, this was a race of many stories. The past couple of heats have just dialed it up a bit, because as much as we see Tonking as the sole 600cc, it started off with a different picture. It was Orapiri in that Inter-Africa bike getting the whole shot and immediately asserting his dominance for the first part of and segment of the race. It was not much defending and looking over the shoulder to do for the young man. He just placed every wheel right for the first half of this race, Timber.
It's really fantastic to see those lines that Oro has been using to get the maximum out of that Inter-Africa racing bike. We see Piri with the lead out front. Unfortunately, that lead would not last long, as technical failures would relegate him further down the field. He eventually came through, listen to this, Prince, 16th. Just missed out on the points for Orapiri, so tough break for him. But Eden Haynes was that man who had to go on the comeback charge, and here's the point where the lead changed hands and we started to notice those problems for Piri.
Yeah, indeed. Problems for Fury, and unfortunately for him, he had to go. But then we had, now with the leadership change, it was a lot of pressure now on Haynes to try and keep it together, because just because you've got the absence of a competitor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it becomes easier for you, because he now has to focus, if anything, a lot more now to bring it home all in one piece, and that he did. But there was a battle building up, wasn't there, between Westman as well as Tonking in that battle for second and third. And here's the setup. There it is. Tonking down the inside, late on the brakes. Westman but wide off to, as Temba said, square off the corner, and he brought it home by barely anything. Really, it was a photo finish between those two for second and third place. What an offering we've received here from the MRSSA national class, and all we can say to our riders is a big, big thank you. That was some thrilling stuff from our premier riding class here at SAES.
Focusing on second place Trevor Westman, I was just asking myself, where was Westman all day? You know? Where was he? Because we've known that he's a fast rider, but we didn't see him feature at all in race 1, race 2. We now saw him. I've just checked our speed dive, and we see that he had a DNS, did not start race number 2 for Trevor Westman. Now having a look at race number 1 to see what happened to him there. And in race number 1, Trevor Westman did not start as well. So clearly technical problems for Trevor. They got whatever was wrong sorted on that Project 60 Kawasaki ZX10, and look, from not racing all day, boom, all of a sudden P2. What an effort from him.
Yeah, I must say though, Timba, I've been a bit of an advocate for the slow burners in the race. The guys who were just watching on in the distance, waiting for their moment to come, and Westman was one of those people. And it just paid off for him. The race came his way, and he's absolutely chuffed. I mean, you can see it. You don't need him to take off his helmet to see just how excited he is. Number of wheelies he popped, a lot more, that is, than the number of wheelies we saw at the start of that race. A couple of them, actually. I think Tonking had a wheelie at some point and had to try and get control of his bike, and a couple of the other competitors. But we've got Group 2, as ever, shaking the earth beneath us, where our commentary booth is just over that pit exit that you see the bikes coming out of now. And we have the development class, the up-and-comings, all the younger, talented teenagers coming into the fore now to show us what they have to offer.
Here they are. Max Munton just passed through on screen. There's Mitchell Robinson, who is one of the Cape Town locals who gets involved in racing. A lot of youngsters have come up through with his assistance. And there's Slade van Niekerk. Slade van Niekerk, it's been an odd day, Prince. We keep reiterating it. And we've now had in both our MRSSA classes, championship leaders just have technical problems while leading the race, which is insane. I mean, you can almost copy and paste Oratile Piri's race 3 with Slade van Niekerk's race 2. Now here's a curiosity. Slade deserves a win, you would say, based on the speed that he's displayed. But is that bike in good condition? Because we saw that with the performance that the bike was showing in race number 2, he was riding around with one hand tied behind his back, essentially. Yeah, and he wants to get his mind off of that as soon as possible. There is Slade van Niekerk ahead of Munton, going into the lead of this race. Rieder Lingace beside the second of the Muntons, Clint, and Solomon right behind them. Jonas had a bit of an oopsie, I think, in the previous race, if I'm not mistaken. He had a wheelie, massive wheelie at the start of the race, actually, Abigail Pousson in 7th, earned herself a podium coming out of the previous race. Well done to her. Alex Van den Berg in 8th place, Carstens in 9th, and Tom in 10th place. Masto in 11th, and Rieder Lingace in 12th. Lloyd ahead of Ferreira on the W78. Nate Waddington ahead of Amogelang Piri and Mitchell Robinson, who we mentioned a moment ago. Keep an eye out for Liam Carstens and Bradley Musto, who are doing battle for victory in the SSP 300 class, SSP standing for Super Sport. Keep an eye out for Slade van Niekerk versus Max Munton. Van Niekerk will be lining up on pole position, and this is going to be exciting, Prince. We saw Sunscan Racing, Munton getting a 1-2. Doesn't get better than that for them, but we'd be delusional to not say anything other than Slade van Niekerk will be in contention out front there. Yeah, if it's not Slade van Niekerk, wait for it, Timber. It's going to be a Mun 2. I know. I'll give you a moment.
Okay, don't pop a wheelie off that one.
I'll try my best not to. Unfortunately, Prince, we still see that Hilton, Riedelinghuis, and I believe it was Solomon who missed race number 2 are not out there. So I can only imagine that they were the 2 riders that fell in race number 1, causing our DNF. So a big hole there for Lance Jonas to squeeze himself to, because the row in front of him, the grid slot, is empty. Slade van Niekerk, we've seen him lightning off the start with the whole shots. We are under starter's order. The 5 seconds board is up and off they go, heading down to turn number 1.
Down, anchors down, very quickly. Oh, someone cutting in down the inside there to turn 1. Thought there was going to be a leadership change. Not quite yet. Looks to be Van Niekerk still with the whole shot. He's kept it clean. Nice little drone shot there to get a picture of the whole field. And we see, oh, Van Niekerk has fallen back.
Van Niekerk.
Oh, no.
Van Niekerk leads. Van Niekerk leads going into Castro corner.
Pardon my eyesight. It is
Max
Van Niekerk
Munton second,
yeah.
Clint Munton third, and Alex van den Berg up into 4th position.
Oh, fantastically done there. Pardon me there. Couldn't quite make out Van Niekerk. But yeah, there you have the Man 2 that's happening right now for the final 2 positions on the podium. It's not quite the picture of how it's going to go going to the end of this. Look at that. Munton closing in on Van Niekerk. Seems to have found something there in the build-up to Swaddle's sweep. Going down the home straight. It's going to be a picture. Oh, someone having a look down the inside. It's a 78 bike.
Lungi see that Tom getting active there in the mid-pack. We can also see a 3-way breakaway, and Slade van Niekerk once again lost a heap of time on that back straight, and Max Munton takes the lead going into Cape Town corner. Prince, I'm afraid if Slade is losing that much time on the straights, he will not be able to win this race, but let's see what he can do. And it looks to me like Abigail Besson also found her way up the inside of Alex van den Berg through subtle seep on lap number 1. They come across the finishing line. Lance Jonas, I saw, was right on the slipstream of Van den Berg, but lap 1 is completed. Max Munton leads. Slade van Niekerk has lost a huge amount of time from turn number 4 on lap number 1 to turn number 1 on lap number 2. So Max Munton seems to be on his way, Prince, and seemingly unchallenged as it stands.
Oh, no. Must have been a bit of a foreshadowing, I suppose, on the part of Munton leading, because I thought it was actually him leading, but it was still Van Niekerk at the time, but that has since changed. Munton in second place. Let's see the gap between the two of them. A 0.8 of a gap so far. Van Niekerk 0.8 off, so 0.1 on to Clint Munton. Bosson is establishing herself as a podium contender as far as the last 2 heats are concerned, so she'll want to stay in and about that 1.4 second gap, but of course she'd wanted to narrow a lot more. There is that side-by-side of Van Niekerk losing it out to Clint. Van Niekerk later on the anchors into Cape Town corner. Will Munton cut on this side? No, cannot. Van Niekerk keeps it close. Bit of a wheelie at the exit of Cape Town corner. That's it. It's gone. It's Clint Munton now past Van Niekerk, and Van Niekerk sees that 3rd position.
Slade van Niekerk taking the words out of my mouth, because I was moments away from giving him a commentator's curse by saying that was a perfectly executed overtake in Cape Town corner, but then he beat me to it, fortunately for my sake, because he did run slightly wide on the exit. Max Munton is checking out. I fear, Prince, that there is a problem for Slade's bike, which we hopefully can find out for him what's going on with that Kawasaki, because he's losing abnormal amounts of time. Prince, could you even see how early he tucks in? And normally when riders tuck in that early is when they're on underpowered bikes. You see that in short circuit racing or in classes like Moto3 overseas, where when the bikes are underpowered, the guys tuck in as soon as possible to try and gain some top end through reducing aerodynamic drag. So you're going to see Slade van Niekerk's going to carry a mountain of corner speed, closes right up on the back wheel of Clint Munton. But let's watch as they come down the back straight. And let's remember that Slade van Niekerk is being assisted by a slipstream. And have a look, he's still losing time.
As they were still losing time, that issue becomes ever more apparent now as we get into Cape Town corner. And you've got Bosson off in the distance watching closely, definitely aware that the picture of that front 3 has changed. And she'll be rubbing her hands at the prospect of what may come. We're about to approach the halfway mark of the race. So much can happen in 4 laps. Other things that have happened, Jonas has gotten a place into 5th ahead of Alex van den Berg. So that was a leadership swap there. And Bosson and Jonas are now going to be in that battle for 4th.
Abigail Basson in 4th place. Well pointed out there, Prince. Abigail Basson is making forward progress. She's now within a second of Slade van Niekerk, and given the problems we've seen Slade is having on the straights, I would imagine that if Abigail, you can see her there in white, if Abigail can attach herself to the back of this battle for 2nd and 3rd place, she will have the benefit of a double slipstream. We can see that Slade van Niekerk is down on speed down the longer straight, so keep an eye on Abigail Basson, because as it stands, it looks like she's going forward. Phenomenal lines there from Slade van Niekerk. However much power that biker is making, he's doing his absolute utmost best to extract the maximum out of it. Take a look at your timing tower in 7th place. Liam Carstens is leading the Supersport 300 class and has a 2.5 second lead over Bradley Mustar. So great effort from him. Oratile Amopiri, and Lungisile Tom are separated by less than a second. Tom currently in 3rd in the Supersport 300 class. But look at Abigail Basson. As we predicted a lap ago, she's closing. And Slade van Niekerk will be defenseless when they exit Sarl Sleep onto the back straight.
Oh, man, it's mostly been a race focused on defense, unfortunately, for van Niekerk, as things have gone unfortunately backwards for him. Basson will be dialing that bike in and trying to find a gap long before she gets close enough. And you can see Munton still having to navigate his way around, defending from van Niekerk, who's at some points is able to close in and have him audible at the very least, if not visible, towards Clint Munton. So Munton will still be aware that he can't entirely relax, because van Niekerk is only 0.6 off of him, and he's bringing Abigail Basson, in tow. That could be a very interesting three-way. If things culminate as I think they might, considering we're on the 5th lap now, going on to the 6th. There's not much time. Look at that. You can barely tell them apart. We have all 3 bikes in one frame in the tow of Munton. Around the outside, Basson is forced to go as van Niekerk late and deep on the brakes at Cape Town corner. And at the exit, all of them kept it relatively clean there. And van Niekerk is in a bit of a sandwich, defend or attack. It's mostly been defend for him for the duration of the race thus far.
This is a frustrating watch for all Slade van Niekerk fans, because they can see he's overriding the bike. And just to put it into perspective, Prince, Slade van Niekerk qualified on pole yesterday on a 117.8, and he's currently lapping in the 121s. So just shy of 4 seconds off the pace. His fastest lap this race is a 21.5. Just look at that, riding around the outside entirely. That's a little bit rude, Slade. You don't do that, but impressive. Goes the long way around of Clint Munton. And I was just about to say, Prince, that what Abigail Basson needs to do, because she's had the most laps behind van Niekerk, is to study his lines, because we can see that Slade is using every single centimeter of this Killarney circuit. Clint Munton blitzes past him before Sarah Sweep, and then look at that, just carrying heaps and heaps of corner speed. So if Abigail Basson behind Slade can pick up on what Slade is doing there in terms of the lines, because he's aware that he doesn't have the top end speed, so he's maximizing the corner speed. And if she can do that, I think she can pass Slade and perhaps find a way through on Clint Munton as she passes Slade down the back straight. Let's see if van Niekerk is going to go inside or outside this time around.
Yeah, she's going to have to be very, very creative, but doing a good job of staying in the picture. You would have thought it was going to be a walkover if you consider how big of a difference there is in terms of performance. I mean, a handful of seconds in terms of performance lost by van Niekerk, but it's done a really great job of staying in the picture for that front 3. Basson now is going to try and make it stick and take in that final podium position, as Munton with a 7-second gap, I beg your pardon, ahead of Clint. And Basson now in the mix there, trying to keep away from van Niekerk as we got lap 7 now. So we're approaching the final lap. Look at the gap. Look at the cushion handed to Max there in the lead for this class. And there it is. Look at that battle. Oh, that final podium position is not going to be decided anytime soon. We're going to the final lap. That is going to be an interesting culmination, particularly at Cape Town corner, where we've seen most of the exchanges between van Niekerk, Basson, as well as Munton.
Van Niekerk gets an A++ for effort from me. He's wringing that bike's neck, trying to keep himself in the podium fight. And I can guarantee you, Prince, Slade is purely thinking about the championship right now. He needs to try and salvage as many points as possible. It has been a disaster of a day for him technically with the bike. However, if he could get a second place, which is still possible with a lap to go, that would be A huge effort from him, considering his bike is essentially 3.5 seconds a lap slower than what it was yesterday. If he still managed to finish second, that would be a sensational ride for him. And what's really tough, as Munton goes up the inside of Basson in turn 1, can Basson defend? Munton later on the brakes. Basson leans on her. You've got to lean harder, Basson. Ala Orapiri, you've got to lean hard on him to make him close the throttle and give you a bit more room. Some back markers coming into the picture there. Basson, can she respond on Munton? She does. The doors will be opening for Slade van Niekerk. It's the final lap, half a lap to go.
Oh, van Niekerk smells an opportunity. You can see it. And Basson wasn't able to make much of that exit from turn 1 going into 2. Maybe she might find something closer to Cape Town corner. We've got 2 bike lengths between her and Munton. And van Niekerk ever present in that battle. He just never gave it. An A++ is exactly what it's been in terms of effort alone. He's certainly a rider that's faster than their bike, where this particular battle has been concerned with him.
Great awareness there from Mitch Robinson to be aware that the leaders are coming through and giving them room on the exit of turn 3. Meanwhile, we wait for Max Munton. The checkered flag is waiting for Max Munton to crown him the race winner. Van Niekerk, Munton, Basson do battle behind him. There goes Max Munton, your race winner. Gets a lap at the last corner for good measure. Who will finish second? It is the run to the line. It is Munton ahead of Basson. Slade van Niekerk fell away on the final lap. Another Sunscan Racing Mantu.
Love it.
Fantastic, fantastic
That
stuff.
was a photo finish. Another photo finish. The second only photo finishes we've had from our riders. They've certainly excited us from lights off to flag down. And it's a congratulations to Max Munton as well as Clint Munton, who had to fight off Abigail Basson, who slow build up, just watching it come to her. Van Niekerk exposed a couple of secrets in terms of racing line, how to place it. Unfortunately for him, he was just trying to be faster than his bike at the moment. And take a bow, Max up. Brilliant race and well-deserved win.
Great effort from Max Munton. I'm only disappointed that we didn't get to see more of him and Slade van Niekerk fighting together. You know, Max was able to circulate around in the 120, so he didn't take any more risk than he needed to. Could go comfortably at his own pace and still won by 9.2 seconds. But we will look forward, and hopefully we can see more of those guys here at MRSSA in the Southern African Endurance Series. Clint Munton came through to make it a Mantu Sunscan Racing first and second. Abigail Basson, great recovery from her. She got better and better as the day went on. Faster and faster for Abigail. I wouldn't be surprised to see that she was able to get a PB lap time of the day here in the final heat. We're now going to take a look at the official results for MRSSA Group 2 in the STC 650 class. Max Munton was your winner by 9.2 seconds ahead of Clint Munton, Abigail Basson, Slade van Niekerk. Lance Jonas came through to take 6th place on the W83 ahead of Alex van den Berg. We saw Alex van den Berg running as high as 3rd in the early stages, but then fell backwards as the race went on. Liam Carstens, congratulations to him, making it back-to-back wins. And Lungisile Tom found his way into 2nd position. Great improvement there from young Lungisile. 0.8 ahead of Bradley Masto, and Oret Amohelang Piri came through on the number 28 to take 10th position.
Very impressive entertainment that we saw. Front pack, and we could barely keep up with them and had to try and keep up with some of the action we also saw further down the field. But there was, from the start, it was clear that was going to be the battle of the Muntons between Van Niekerk, considering the hindsight we had from Heat 2. And Van Niekerk tried his best in the early phase of the race, but Munton could smell an opportunity, and that is Max, of course. He was the closer of the two at the early phase of the race, and then from there it was only a matter of time between these kinds of battles. The Cape Town corner exposed more and more, especially after that home straight, the back straight, I beg your pardon, for Van Niekerk, that there was an opportunity for Munton to take the lead.
We take a look at some of the battles further down the field. This is the point where Slade van Niekerk's race continued to come undone as time went on. difficult race for him, but I'm certain there is much that he would have learned from that. He was going back and forth, inside, outside, outside, inside with Clint Munton, and while that was happening, Abigail Besson saw a great opportunity for herself to find her way onto the podium. We saw her hunt down that pack. There's Cody Riddengees battling with Lungisile Tom and Amu Piri further down the field. The Supersport 300s getting stuck in with the 60s. Slade van Niekerk back into second position, but he could not shake the attentions of Munton and Besson. That was coming through to start the last lap for those two riders, where we saw that perfectly executed block pass from Clint Munton on Abigail Besson. Abigail Besson would try to respond, but was unable to find her way through before the flag.
Yeah, been gotten herself podium coming out of race 2. She knew exactly what was possible, and she really was a main feature in that front 3 front 4 battle. But ultimately went to that young man right there, Max Munton, who deservedly takes a bow after a well-fought race 3.
MRSSA Group 2 race number 3, and that is officially your sprint racing concluded for the day. Prince, what else does our audience have to look forward to today, because we know there's plenty more racing action coming up and our viewers back home are not going to want to miss that?
That's 100% Timber. It is the headline event that is on the horizon. Not too long from now, we're going to have our SAES endurance segment come to the fore. Our sprint racing and our support classes have been absolutely brilliant and exciting us. I cannot do it the disservice of calling it a warm-up, because we certainly got worked up. But it is the SAES 6 hours of Killarney that is ahead of us. We're going to have our competitors now getting onto the grid walk. Getting onto the grid, I beg your pardon. Then we're going to have the grid walk with Chloe, getting up close and personal with some of our competitors before they put their visors down and focus for the next 6 hours into the night. So our lunch break is going to be about 15 to 20 minutes, and then we get things back underway in and around the 2 p.m. mark. We're looking forward to having you join us on our live stream and here in person in the Metal at Killarney International Raceway. We're going to go on a short lunch break and be back soon for the second half of today's racing. This is 6 hours of Killarney.